Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1. A young man at the start of his 20s is speeding on his motorbike on an unfamiliar road. He looked at his side mirror and saw lights beginning to appear. He clicked his tongue and began to curse under his breath. Multiple vehicles were currently chasing him. TSK, damn it. He tried to lose them earlier by going on a strange road in the outskirts of Gotham. His original plan was to get out of the city, but they blocked it. He was left with no other option but to take a road that had a sign that says private property. No trespassing. He almost laughed at the thought of him having no options all his life ever since his father died. The young man looked up ahead and a figure of a house began to form. He raced to it and it became bigger. Much bigger. It wasn't just a regular-sized house. It was a mansion. Soon, he recognized where he was. A place he only ever got to see through media. Whether it be the newspapers, television, or the internet. Wayne Manor. The residence of the late Bruce Wayne. His death was shrouded in mystery. Dying a month after the news of Batman's death broke out, the official announcement was that he died of liver cancer. Despite his positive image of being a philanthropist, he was also infamous for indulging himself in all kinds of debauchery, attending a party and always making a scene whilst drunk. The mysterious part about his death was him not having a funeral. He was buried almost immediately, like they had something to hide. Thus rumors began to form. Some say that he's really not dead and just flew off to a private island to retire, away from the eyes of the media. Some say that he's actually Batman, but was proven false almost immediately after a newspaper brought up a past article with him and Batman in the same picture. The most popular rumor, which was most probably true, was that he was killed by a criminal organization or a business competitor after being free from the fear of Batman's wrath. Shit. The youth was distracted so much by his thoughts that he didn't see the gates until it was only 3 meters away from him. He turned his bike slightly and pressed hard on the brakes. Kee-ee-ee-ee. The friction from the wheels and the asphalt made a screeching sound. He was able to stop only a feet away from the gate. Knowing that he is still not out of the woods yet, he immediately looked back to where he came from. The lights from the vehicles chasing him were getting brighter. It's only a matter of seconds until they can reach him. He swiftly removed his helmet and looked at the gate. He jumped at it to start climbing until... Hold it right there, young man. A voice stopped him. The voice had an English accent to it. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows of the night. It was an old man wearing glasses. Despite holding a cane, he had good posture. A sign of living a healthy lifestyle. Please get down from there. The young man immediately realized who it was. It was all over the news years ago. The headline said, "Dead billionaire, Bruce Wayne, leaves everything to his butler." It was Alfred Pennyworth. "Hey, you own this place, right? We gotta go inside quick or they'll get you too." The young man shouted in urgency. "And who exactly are they?" The old man calmly replied. "They're from the mutants. You know, the gang. Please, let's go inside. Now." "Well, how do I know if you're not part of them and you're just getting me to open my property for you?" "Gug." The young man palmed his face in frustration. Vroom vroom vroom. The front of the gate soon became filled with motor noises. "Hey, Gary, aren't you going to introduce your friend?" A young man on a motorbike called out with a grin. "Don. Or is he your grandpa?" "He's neither. Leave him out of this. He's just some lost old man. Out here. Does he have dementia or something?" "Probably. He wasn't even scared when I mentioned the name of your group." "Our group? You're finally admitting you're a rat," Don said with an amused smile. "Well, I guess I am." Gary replied with a thin smile. Don then chuckled and said, "Whatever. We still have to take the old man. He's still a witness. Get them boys," he said as he pointed to Gary and the old man with 2 fingers. Gary punched and kicked 2 approaching men and simultaneously knocked them out. "Time to run away, old man. I'll distract them while I still can." "Hey, what are you guys doing? Take him on with more numbers." Don angrily shouted at the other men. "It's 3-on-1 this time," while another ran towards the old man. Gary punched, but he got blocked and got kicked by another one in the stomach. He clutched his stomach in pain before he dodged another kick and countered with a sweeping kick, then stomped on a leg while the guy is down. Crack. Ergaya. The man squirmed in pain. "It's 2 versus 1 again," Gary said with a daring smile as he glared at the other 2. "Not quite." It was Don. He finally got off his bike and approached Gary. "Afraid to go at me alone, Don?" Gary said. "I'd love to, but I just don't have the time." He calmly replied with a smile. "I need to get this over with," he added. The fight resumed with a man charging into Gary with a punch, but he dodged it and countered with a knee kick. Gary grabbed him and continuously knee-kicked the man's stomach until another man charged in with a punch and successfully hit him. He was pushed back, but he didn't get a chance to breathe because Don came charging in next with a roundhouse kick. Gary managed to block it with his shoulder and kicked Don on the leg. A few exchanges later, Gary and Don were the only ones left standing. Don, confused why there's no one left when they came with 13 people, looked and saw his members sprawled on the ground either knocked out or in pain. "What the hell?" he uttered. When they were fighting with Gary, 2 of his men tried to catch the old man but got knocked out with his cane. Seeing this, the other men tried to take him on but also failed. He took out all 8 of them. Gary was also surprised by this sight. Then the old man spoke. "Get your friends and go. Leave." The old man grumbled and glared. "Or what?" Don asked. Alfred didn't say a word but instead, shwaying, he unsheathed a blade from his cane. Fine. Don replied. "You got lucky this time, Gary. Don't ever show your face to us again," he said. The other members that could still move through the pain got up and carried the others on their bikes. Gary and Alfred watched them until they vanished in the darkness of the night. "That was something, old man. You really got them," Gary amusingly said. "You leave too?" Alfred coldly replied before turning around and walking to the door. Surprised by the cold reaction, Gary hurriedly chased after Alfred. Wait, just like that. I have so many questions right now." "No, leave," Alfred said. "No, really. Where do you learn to ouch?" Alfred looked back at the sudden gasp. Gary was apparently injured in the fight. Alfred gazed at him for a while. Gary looked back at him and questioned why he was staring for so long. "What? You can rest inside. No wandering," Alfred said swiftly. Thank you dash. And no questions," Alfred added firmly. He then followed Alfred inside the mansion. They left his bike at least inside the gate. Gary was looking up and down, then left and right. He was awestruck even before entering the front door. Once they entered the house, a gasp escaped from his mouth. What he could only see in movies or television shows is now in front of him. Paintings and other artworks that are probably worth millions. A knight's armor. A luxurious staircase. He couldn't help but let his jaw slack. "He left all of this to you?" he couldn't help but ask. Alfred glared at him. "Oh, right. No questions," Gary said with his hands raised. That couldn't have been more far from the reason he got angry by that question. It's the he in the sentence. Pertaining to Bruce Wayne. A stranger like him talking about Bruce's death nonchalantly. "You'll have the couch for tonight," Alfred pointed out with his cane. "Okay, thanks." Gary hesitantly went to the couch and murmured, "You have this big place and you can't even offer me a room. So stingy." Later that night. Talk. The sound of a wooden cane echoed throughout the halls of Wayne Manor. Gary woke up to it, but he heard it getting closer until it stopped next to the couch, and so he kept his eyes shut. The source of the sound paused next to him before he uttered, "Heavy sleeper." Then, it walked away in the direction directly behind the couch Gary was in. Gary took a peep at the source of the sound and he saw Alfred stopping in front of a piano. Before Alfred could look back, Gary lied down again and pretended to sleep. With his eyes shut and focusing all his energy to his ears, Gary heard the piano being played in an odd way. No other noise came afterwards. He peeked again where Alfred should have been, but he was gone. Chapter 2. I stood up from the couch where I was lying down. I am currently in a mansion owned by the butler who inherited it from his deceased boss, Bruce Wayne. Alfred Pennyworth. Not many people may remember him, but I sure do. Not only do I have good memory, but I also specifically remember reading the article in the news and wishing that that guy was me. Just imagine being a billionaire overnight. I started walking towards the piano where I last saw Alfred standing. I couldn't help but be uncomfortable while I was walking. I got a large bruise from blocking Don's kick. Looking around while walking, I noticed that every portrait here is from the Wayne family. They even have a picture of a decorated soldier, probably from the Civil War based on the uniform. I stopped at my destination in front of the piano. Humming the notes in my head, I tried to remember what I heard before I lost Alfred. C5D5/C6D6/G5A5. I entered the keys after figuring them out. Suddenly, a part of the bookcase next to the piano agape. I was dumbfounded. Who knew all those piano lessons my mom used to force me into would be useful like this? I chuckled nervously. I stared at the passageway that appeared to me and hesitated before ultimately deciding to go in. When I pushed the part of the bookcase that functioned as a door, I found a staircase that was dimly lit. I swallowed my saliva before deciding to walk down the stairs. It's like an underground dungeon. I hope I don't find out that butler is a serial killer or something. My mind was formulating all these kinds of possibilities that I may discover once I reached the end of the staircase. I started hearing noise as I advanced further. It was the noise of rushing water. It could just be an underground sewage. Then my mind went to the stories that used to circulate when I was a kid. There were also news articles of people claiming to have seen it. Killer Croc. No one had evidence of the monster's existence, that's why it was passed off as some urban legend. But a member of the mutants said he saw it once when he was a kid. I just overheard it when I was leading a division of the gang. The division that I fought earlier. I didn't imagine the staircase would go down deep. I might have gone 3 stories down already. It was a winding staircase, a meter wide with closed walls. Someone with claustrophobia probably wouldn't be able to take these stairs. Suddenly, I finally saw the end of the staircase. I was taken aback. The place the stairs led to was so big. I finally found the source of the noise while I was walking down. It was a waterfall, and I was probably inside a cave. My eyes wandered and it fell on something covered a few meters away from the waterfall. It was something big veiled underneath a huge cloth. I drew near it and lifted a part of the veil. It was some kind of machinery. I still couldn't tell what it was, so I uncovered more of it until I saw a window and finally recognized what it was. Hell, isn't this that Batmobile? I muttered to myself in shock. I looked around again and had my jaws dropped. Near the entrance of this place where I just was a line of clothing, all of which, contained in glass cases. No, and it couldn't be called costumes either. Suits might be the best term to call them because it resembled tactical suits from the military more than normal clothing. The only difference was the headpiece being made to look like the head of a monster or an angry beast. I walked to it and observed it carefully. There's only one person or thing that comes to mind. The symbol on the chest confirms it. Batman. I muttered to myself, but someone heard me and asked, "What about the Batman?" Startled, I spun my heel to quickly turn around. The geriatric that let me into his home was there. "Why you're the Batman." I stuttered before eking the words out of me, and as if to confirm my accusation, he smiled. But his next words contradicted my thoughts. "No, I am not Batman," he said. "All these evidences of being the Batman and he still denies it." I scoffed at his pointless remark to try and fool me. "Stop playing around. You are the Batman. That also explains how good you are at fighting. Plus, how do you explain all of this?" I said, extending my arm out, waving it to point out the place we are in. "Taking all of what you said to account, your argument that I am the Batman would be valid. But you see, you are forgetting one piece of information, and that is that I did not used to own all of this and it used to belong to my late master, Bruce Wayne." I fell deep in thought. My mind was so confused. It made sense and at the same time it didn't. I took a step back and almost fell. I caught myself from falling by placing my hand on the glass case just behind me to support my weight. I looked at the glass cases again and found other suits that were either Batman's or his other partners in crime fighting. The red and green suit most notably drew my eyes in. "Are you okay, Terry?" I looked at Alfred Pennyworth with wide eyes. His face shows that he is genuinely concerned about my well-being, but what he just said made my head hurt more. "How do you know my real name?" I never told him my real name and had introduced myself with the same name my former gang called me. "Because I told him." Another voice popped out just near me. It was a familiar voice that belonged to someone I have a complicated relationship with. I narrowed my eyes as I faced towards the owner of the voice. Commissioner Gordon. She was just instated as the new police commissioner about a week ago. The youngest police commissioner ever in Gotham's history, Barbara Gordon. Her father was also commissioner. The commissioner that replaced her father was removed from his position because of having ties to the mafia, which Barbara Gordon uncovered herself. "Not so thrilled to see me, McGinnis," she said with a sly smile. "Of course not," I replied with a smile of my own. "We don't exactly have a great relationship because she's the reason why I'm in this situation in the first place. 4 days ago, I was suddenly released from my cell just after 3 weeks when I was supposed to be in for a year. I was doing time for theft. I was caught because I had to distract the police away from my crew. The police were surprisingly eager to catch us, unlike the times they weren't. It turns out the punk that we stole from belonged to a well-connected family. Anyways, I was the only one that got locked up, and 2 weeks later, the new commissioner specially requested for me. I went to her office and was surprised to see my mother there. She had a worried look on her face which made my heart sink. No child would ever want to make their mother sad about them. My mom surprisingly knew the commissioner. It turns out that her and dad used to work at a crime lab for the late Commissioner James Gordon before they got recruited by ARGUS, a government agency handling metahumans and research, similar to STAR labs but under the management of the government. Then my father died and a month later, my mother got fired. She couldn't get another job that required her skills, and so she applied for a normal office job that paid less than her jobs before. That series of events led us to acquire a more conservative lifestyle where money was always a problem for us. Growing up without a father led to many fights. I couldn't go to college because of it. Even though my grades were great, no one offered me a scholarship. But it didn't matter even if I could go because I couldn't leave my mom and my kid brother here in Gotham alone. If I could take them with me, I would. Thus leading me to join the mutants. Of course, I didn't plan on doing this forever, so I didn't want anyone knowing my background, and so I changed my name to Gary. Surprisingly, I was good at it. Every job we did, as long as I planned it, it would work out perfectly. I would say that I'm very careful and meticulous with it, and that's why we didn't get caught until now. I would have done honest manual labor if it paid good, but it didn't, and I admit that I am also ambitious. Anyways, after my mother and I talked with the commish, she let my mother go first because she said that she needed to talk with me alone. When we were finally alone, Commissioner Barbara Gordon said that even if I go out now, even if I wanted to have a normal job or make a business of my own, I wouldn't be able to because of my criminal record. She offered me a job in exchange for a clean police record. I would be her eyes and ears in the mutants gang. She got info that the head of the mutants was being offered a job by the Maroney family. She wanted me to spy on them. Earlier, I was found out and almost got lynched by my own crew, and now we're here. Did you even get anything, McGinnis? Barbara Gordon asked me. I did, but you better keep your end of the bargain. I shrugged and replied, good, I will. Don't worry. Alfred here can attest to that. She said with a faint smile. My gaze went to Alfred, who was nodding. But I want answers first. What is this place? I said as I finally calmed down. Come on, Terry. You're smarter than that. You already know what this is. I am aware of my intellect, but I still need to hear it from you. Something like this isn't a normal occurrence, you know. Well, as you can see, this is the lair of the Batman. The Batcave. So, Bruce Wayne was Batman. Yes. Barbara said. But what about the photos of them together? I asked. That was Superman in Batman's suit. Huh. Barbara laughed before continuing. You see, back then there was someone who suspected Bruce of being Batman. The truth of that is something he couldn't keep a secret for long. Luckily, he had friends that would save him while wearing his suit. That makes sense. But what about him? I pointed at the old man that was with us. He was MI5 before he met Thomas Wayne and got hired as a butler. MI5, a British spy. I looked at Alfred and he was smiling and waving. It's hard to imagine this sweet-looking old man being a trained killer, but everything that I found out tonight is also hard to swallow. What about you? How are you related to all of this? I asked her. She looked at Alfred and they both smiled at each other before looking back at me and calmly saying, follow me. She started walking. Then, not far from where we were, she stopped before a glass case. Something odd happened. She stared at the case and walked towards it. No, through it. Hey wait. I reached out and tried to grab her arm before she fully walked through the case, but my hands phased through her. What? I uttered, confused before looking at the glass case that she just walked through. She now appears to be wearing one of the suits in the encasement. She smiled and said, I'm Batgirl. Chapter 3. I'm Batgirl. Commissioner Barbara Gordon said in a smile. Or at least I was, she added, but this time with a wistful smile. You have superpowers. I was shocked by how she can phase through matter. But she furrowed her eyebrows and appeared to be disappointed. Idiot. She muttered, then she walked through me. I was taken aback before turning around. She looked at me and said, this is a hologram. Oh, hee hee. I said as I embarrassedly scratched the back of my head. My mind strayed because I've been discovering shocking secrets one after the other all night. Well, I'm not too disappointed. Hologram tech wasn't available until last year and it is still not that common. Yeah, this must have cost a fortune. I said. No, this didn't cost anything but time and labor. Bruce made it himself out of Kryptonian and Apocalyptian tech. Most of everything here is. Me and Lucius helped too. The recent ones were made by Bruce with Cyborg's help. Alfred said with a faint smile. Whoa, that means he must have invented it. No, he didn't invent it. He just applied what was already known to the aliens. Are you a mind reader? I furrowed my brows. No, but I might as well be just by looking at your face. No wonder you got caught as a spy. She said with a smug smile. No, I was doing great. Somebody must have ratted me out. I couldn't accept any other reason of me being found out when I was doing a great job. You're right. The info of me having someone in the mutants was probably leaked by someone from the precinct. The mutants must have deduced that it was someone that got out recently and making you the #1 suspect. Your leader has a good head on his shoulders despite being a 2-bit criminal. Despite me not trusting them, I have a lot more respect for him than the police or any criminal organization here in Gotham. Just because you give back money to that rundown orphanage doesn't make you good guys. You think I don't know that? Just give me the info you got, please. She said. Yeah, the offer from the Maroney family was a job. The mutants bring in the muscle and get 25%. Muscle? For what? Escorting a package. What package? They didn't say. They don't need more men. They got plenty. That's what the mutants' leader thought too. That's why he declined the offer. It was too sketchy. Something like that must mean they needed someone. Someone expendable. The commissioner finished my sentence before I could and fell deep in thought. She walked back and forth with her arms crossed. I watched her. Alfred was also watching her. TSK. It's not clear. I'm thinking of everything that came in Gotham recently. Something must have went under our nose or it still hasn't arrived yet, but one thing's for sure is that whatever it is, it must be at the docks. She said as she massaged her temples. Did they specify a date and time? She asked. I think they said 3 days from now. Okay, I need you at the docks 3 days from now. Hey, hang on a minute there, commish. That's not part of the deal. I said with my hands held up. I know, that's why I'm offering you another deal. I'll get your mother her old job back. My eyes widened. The salary is not high as ARGUS, but it pays more than her current one. Wadash. Only after you do this for me. She said. My mom had to abandon her career as a forensic scientist because of us. There's nothing I would want more than to have her old job back. What do I have to do? I said, okay, I want you to rest for tonight. When you wake up, you go home straight. That's it. For now, I'll call you 3 days from now. You better be careful out there. They may not know your real name but they know your face. Sure. You know, you would have made a pretty good cop. She said with a chuckle. Please stop. Terry said goodnight then went back upstairs after being sworn to secrecy about all the things he found out, leaving Alfred and Barbara Gordon in the Batcave. That was too harsh even for you, Barbara. We both know you could have just given his mother the job without him endangering his life in exchange. I had to. I'm short on hands right now, Alfred. I don't know who to trust in the police. I need to use every card I have. It wasn't like this when Dad was still around. Still, even Bruce didn't let you kids go out without the certainty of you being safe. That's why he was always strict in your training, so that he can at least have a peace of mind. That he knows you were ready. Was that really the reason? I knew him better than you children did. Alfred said with a melancholic smile. Seeing Alfred like this weighed on Barbara's heart. Alfred was a father figure to her, growing up second to Jim Gordon, her biological father. Kids, children, we're all adults now, Alfred. Barbara jokingly said to change the topic. Nothing about you has changed. You still look young and beautiful as you were. If you keep looking like that, I fear that I may forget that I myself have gotten old. What Alfred Pennyworth said was the truth. Barbara was a woman in her late 30s but doesn't look a day older than 25. She still had her long red hair and she kept her body fit, which made her skin tight without gaining a wrinkle. Barbara smiled at his remark. You will always still be that giddy young schoolgirl to me, Barbara, just like Master Wayne. But her plan to deviate Alfred's thoughts from Bruce's death backfired. 8 years has passed since the death of Bruce Wayne and Alfred was still mourning. He really loved Bruce like he was his own child. That boy, Terry, he reminds me of young Master Bruce. When he clutched his leg in pain in front of the gate, it reminded me how Master Bruce always came home with an injury, always getting into fights. The image of Terry overlapped with Bruce Wayne's in Alfred's mind. Is that why you invited him in the manor? Yes. I don't see how he resembles Bruce. Maybe it's the hair. Terry styled his raven black hair to a modern mullet haircut. He had an unclean look because of his unshaven face. His facial expressions are almost always limited to a scowl or a smug grin, along with his furious blue eyes. Always donning his rugged brown leather jacket. Everything about him screams trouble. It's not his fault that he looks the way he is. His environment required him to have a certain look, said Alfred as if he knew what's on Barbara's mind. Terry needed to look intimidating. Everyone would think twice before messing with him. The pictures of Terry before his late father passed away ran through Barbara's head. Terry's mother had shown it to her before. A picture of Terry with his family. In it, he was wearing a karate GI and a black belt. He was smiling while he was lifting his trophy, and his father had him up his shoulders while his mother was laughing and holding his little brother. He looked like a good kid with a bright future ahead of him. That was also their last family picture before his father died. I see the similarity now, Alfred. Bruce was very lucky to have you in his life as a father figure growing up. If Terry had someone like you, maybe we would have met him under a different situation. What about his real father? Barbara looked him in the eyes and said. He's dead, Barbara said. Alfred widened his eyes, then furrowed his brows as if to ask why. He was murdered when Terry was 12. Terry was the only witness to the crime. Dad. Tears were flowing down the 12-year-old's face. Every bit of him was shaking. He felt sadness, pain, regret, and anger. In front of him was his father, covered in a puddle of blood. Terry, the man called out to his son. He must have used every last bit of his strength and concentration to talk to his son because of his punctured diaphragm. The wounds on his torso was still gushing out bodily fluids, filling the air with the smell of iron. Warren McGinnis held Terry's hand with his and used his other hand to caress his son's face. That was how he died. Terry erupted from the couch he was sleeping on and gasped for air as he looked around. It was a dream, but also a distant memory. A reality that he should but still cannot accept. He held his head as he calmed himself down. Then he fixed his posture and took deep breaths. Have you calmed down now? He searched for the owner of the voice. It was Alfred standing behind a chair next to him. Yeah. He took a second to reply. Come to the dining room. I prepared some breakfast. No, I'm okay, thanks though. It wasn't an offer. As your host, I insist. Alfred sternly said before turning around and walking towards the dining area. Talk, talk, talk. The sound of his cane echoed through the place. Terry was taken aback. The 80-year-old man's atmosphere was quick to change from being warm to cold. He wondered if it's because of old age or he was always like this even when his master was alive. He hesitantly followed Alfred to the dining table. On the table, he saw breakfast sausages, bacon, hash browns, pancakes, eggs with onions, tomatoes and greens, and avocado toast. I overdid it a bit. It's not always that I get to have a guest. It would be a shame for me to eat all of this alone. The old man said as he pointed to a seat. Terry pulled a seat on the table and sat down. He felt awkward because earlier he said that he didn't want to eat, but now that he saw the spread on the table, he felt hungry. He waited for Alfred to grab something on the table before he took some himself. He started with some thick cut bacon and some eggs. Then he grabbed some breakfast sausages and put it above the avocado toast. I see, you're not that hungry. Alfred teased with a thin smile. Terry was forced to smile back because of the awkward tension. The reason that he wanted to refuse prolonging his stay in the mansion was because of the unsightly scene he showed to his host. I'm sorry about earlier. Terry said. I don't mind. Don't be shy and eat some more. Alfred smiled as he invited him to eat more food. And no, I mean, sure but, you know what, it's nothing. Terry said as he was embarrassed to say it directly. You mean the nightmare you had earlier? Alfred finally caught on what he was trying to say. No worries. You'd be surprised at how many times I've seen something like that here. Alfred said with a melancholic smile. You mean Bruce Wayne? Terry asked. He remembered the tragic history of Bruce Wayne's youth. Yes, but not just him. Almost everyone that has stayed in this house, I have seen them heavily shake in their beds. They would wake up screaming or crying. You would think the place was cursed. They finished breakfast and cleaned up. Alfred then escorted Terry to the door. Thank you for your hospitality, Sir Dash. Heaven sake. Just call me Alfred. Okay then, bye, Alfred. See you in 3 days. Terry waved as he walked away and Alfred waved back. He left the property with a warm feeling inside of him. The healing kind of warmth. Chapter 4. I'm home, I said out loud when I walked in. The first one to notice my arrival was my kid brother. Mom, Terry's back. He shouted while still sitting on the couch in our living room. We live in a good neighborhood. When Dad died, we got to keep the house which was already paid for prior to his death. Where were you, Terry? I've been worried sick. You're not hanging around with those boys again, are you? My mom's head peeked out of the kitchen window. She knows about my affiliation with the mutants because of the commissioner. She was even relieved because of it. She still thinks I'm a good kid despite me getting arrested for theft. She blamed it all on my association with a gang. I never once got caught getting into trouble when I was still in school, after all. No, I'm not Mom. Good morning to you too. Where were you then? I crashed into a friend and ended up staying over for the night. Ooh, is it a lady friend? My mother teased then chuckled before going back into the kitchen. No, I don't have time for that when I got you guys. I walked near the entrance of the kitchen. I looked at her through the door as she was fixing her stuff. You didn't meet anyone at the work Barbara gave you? She asked. No, and it's only temporary anyway. I replied. We told her I was working as a custodian temporarily. You're not going today. No, she gave me a paid leave for 2 days. Why, did you get fired? She turned around and looked at me with narrowed eyes. No, I promise. She wouldn't tell me why, but I just have to be absent for 2 days. Okay, I at least trust her. She said as she finished up and walked out of the kitchen to the living room where my brother was. I rolled my eyes and thought if only she knew what Barbara Gordon is like without her around. Then rest well, honey. We gotta go now. We're already running late. Mom called my brother, Matt, then they walked out the door and drove off as I waved goodbye. Huh. I heaved out a sigh as I sat on the couch. The coffee table had a Superman action figure on it. Matt must have left it here. I stared at it for a minute before deciding to pick it up. He's still playing with this. My brother is almost 11 years younger than me. Superheroes were as famous as celebrities. Before Superman rose to fame, they were nothing more than powerful masked vigilantes. But Batman was always a hero to us Gothamites even before the rise of the Justice League. My mind recalled the story Barbara told me about Superman dressing up as Batman. Superheroes, I muttered before a chuckle came out of me. I got up and brought the figure to the shelf. My eyes scanned the shelf before landing at my trophy that I won in a karate competition. My memories about that day flooded my head. That day might be one of the happiest days of my life. I walked up to my room. My bed looked comfortable, but I don't want to sleep. I was afraid. I was afraid of having the same dream I had earlier. Then I looked at my punching bag. I decided to work out instead before sleeping. I took off my jacket and got changed. Although I have never entered my old karate dojo ever since Dad died because we had to cut our costs, I still didn't give it up. I continued practicing this art every chance I get, waiting for the chance that I get to meet the man that murdered my father again. And because of it, I quickly rose the ranks of my old gang. Wrapping up my hand and feet, I felt my rage rising up. My adrenaline kicked in. The pain from my bruised ankle won't be able to hinder me from practicing anymore. I have had enough rest. Ha, ha, ha. I finished doing my routine workout, calisthenics to condition my body. A variety of handstand push-ups, one-arm pull-ups, hanging sit-ups. Then I polished the forms of my kicks and punches. I upped the pace for every repetition, faster and faster, stronger and stronger, until my body went numb and collapsed. This way, I would have a deeper sleep and not dream. Just like that, I slept on the floor on my puddle of sweat. I came to regret it when I woke up that evening. Dowai, Mom. Ha. What the hell were you thinking, Terry? You need to take care of yourself. You're a grown-up now. She sighed as she fed my soup while I hid my shivering body under a warm blanket. I caught a cold. The next day was uneventful. I just rested to get rid of my cold. Then the call from the commissioner came the following day. It's time, Terry. I'm on my way. I immediately hopped on my bike and raced until I arrived at Wayne Manor. Or is it Pennyworth Manor now? The name Wayne is still above their doorstep, so I guess it's still Wayne Manor. What a loyal attendant. Alfred let me in, and this time, we went down to the Batcave together. We arrived and Barbara Gordon was already there. Hey. I greeted her. McGinnis. Are you still a hologram? No, I especially took my time to meet you here. Plus I can't just order around the owner of this place when we're the ones borrowing it. She smiled and looked at Alfred. She turned around and started walking. She gestured with her hand to follow her. We arrived at a part of the Batcave that I didn't get to before. Near the wall there was a large computer. I don't know much about tech, but it looked so advanced. That's the Bat computer. When he's not outside, most of his work is done there. Alfred operates it, or sometimes even me during Batman's missions. In this case, I already connected it to my smartwatch, so me and Alfred can communicate when you're outside. I'll be in headquarters waiting for your go signal. Alfred will be here to monitor us both. This has a map of the whole city. It shows our location in real time. The computer showed satellite images and dots indicating our location. I get the gist of it. I'll go to the docks and find the package, find out what it is, then find out where it's going. I'll give you the info, then you seize them with the police. The computer then showed pictures of a warehouse at the docks that were suspected to be owned by the Maroney family. I told you would make a good cop. She said with a smile. I'm serious. You'd make a great detective. This will be hard. It's heavily guarded. If I get caught, I'd be dead. I ignored her last statement and continued. Barbara Gordon just smiled amused. You won't get discovered. Look at the table. She pointed at the table behind us in the middle of the room. Around the table were chairs for 8 people. On the table was a suit. It wasn't a bat suit. It had no bat ears that protruded like horns, and it doesn't have the bat symbol. You want me to wear that? I know it's black and I will be going at night, but there's still a high chance of me getting caught. Since what we're trying to infiltrate is a suspected illegal operation, they wouldn't be turning on all of the lights in the warehouse to not draw attention. You're so full of crap, McGinnis. We both know that you can operate in the dark. It's one of Terry's skills as a criminal. Sure. Back then, I do. Because I still had my crew. Terry said furiously. In truth, he could only get away with it if there was someone to draw away attention. They had Terry, a getaway car, a lookout, and a distraction. Now, they only have a lookout, which was Alfred, who would be monitoring their moves from the Batcave. You won't need one. Look. Barbara said as she grabbed the suit and clicked on something. The suit then turned transparent. My eyes widened in shock. Let me remind you again that this tech is top secret. Even though this was just a prototype for Batman's latest one, it still beats what they currently have in the military. From studying Wonder Woman's bracers, it should withstand any weapon. By studying the camouflage tech of aliens and Amazonian magic, it can turn invisible. Holy shit. Watch your language, young man. Alfred said. Sorry. Do you still feel like I'm endangering your life? Barbara confidently asked. I lifted up the suit and looked at it. The mask covers everything on the head. It was light too, considering it is basically armor. I'm ready. I said with a confident smile. Chapter 5. At the docks. Midnight. A man was lurking in the shadows. He's been here since 3 hours ago. He didn't get tired of waiting. He had done this probably 100 times. Staking out targets that the leader of their gang has given a go signal to steal from. This time, it's a target for the police. You still there, Alfred? He said as if he's whispering into the air. But the man he was talking to heard him clearly. I am. I always make tea on nights like this. It helps keep me up. I miss your tea and coffee, Alfred. The coffee here in the station sucks. A man and a woman responded in his earpiece in his mask. You both better still be there because I think this is them. 2 vehicles stopped near the warehouse and 10 men armed with assault rifles came out. Alfred, in the Batcave, looked at the computer and saw what Terry was seeing. The suit you're wearing has a zoom function. Can you please touch your temple with a finger and make a circular motion? Alfred said. Okay. Terry followed instructions and enhanced what he was seeing like he had binoculars. Wow. He remarked. Alfred, I've already sent you pictures of Maroney's men. Can you match it with the people there? Already ahead of you. Alfred replied to Barbara as he made the computer focus on the people's faces and matched them according to the data that Barbara gave. The pictures rolled out like a slot machine as it was matching the faces of the people moving in real time. What Alfred sees on the computer, Terry sees as well in his mask. Right. It matched. Alfred said as soon as the computer successfully matched them. Get on it, Terry. Already on it. Terry activated the invisible function of the suit and leisurely ran through. If Terry had this kind of equipment before, he would have been more bold with his targets like what he's doing now. He matched the mafioso's movements and went in with them in the warehouse. Terry immediately occupied the space where he could observe their every move. The top of one of the empty container vans. Soon, the mafiosos pulled some wooden crates. I think this is it. He said, eagerly waiting to know what's inside. But he was later disappointed. They just used the crates as makeshift tables and chairs. About 15 minutes later, he finally got bored. He got tired of watching them eat and play cards. Then finally one of the armed men spoke something of valuable information. How long will they get here? Relax. They'll get here. One of his companions replied. Terry sharpened his ears. They're taking too long. Plus, I don't trust that guy who has our back. Where is that guy anyway? I don't know, but he said he'll be close by. Terry narrowed his eyes. Are you hearing this, Alfred, Barabara? They seem to be waiting for someone, and they said they're not alone. Terry's instincts are blowing up. Something is telling him that he should leave now, but he convinced himself that his suit will be able to protect him from whatever. I think it's some kind of secret meaty dash. Before he got to finish his sentence, a sword stopped by his neck. It sent shivers down his spine. Stand up. The man holding the sword said. Hey, what the hell are you doing there? You scared the shit out of us. The armed men pointed their guns at the man because they were startled. I said stand up. Ignoring their complaints, the man shouted at Terry, who he should not have seen once more. Even his heat signature should have been properly masked. Terry followed him and stood up. He shouldn't be scared because of his suit being impervious to weapons, but his instincts that were right earlier made him think that he'd be surely cut. What the hell? Have you gone crazy? I knew we couldn't trust this guy. They voiced out their complaints once again, because to them, it seemed like the man holding a sword was threatening the air. No use in masking yourself. I can sense you. Terry, what are you doing? Get out of there. I'm on my way, Terry. Barbara and Alfred were shouting in Terry's ears. He couldn't do anything, he was scared. He can't even turn around and take a look at the man holding a sword to his neck. What he could do was to follow him until Barbara and the police arrive. And so he shut off the cloaking function of the suit. Whoa. The hell? The armed men were shocked. A man appeared out of thin air before their eyes. The man holding a sword towards Terry's neck kicked him off the container. Terry fell off the container and landed on the ground, laying down on his side. The kick to his back hurt more than him falling on the floor. Hug. He grunted. That's probably the man you're waiting for. The man above the container said as he sheathed back his sword. We were waiting for one guy. Is he someone like you? One man asked the man above the container who was overseeing everything. Probably. They hired him to prevent them from losing numbers. Do those punks even have that kind of money? Hey, are you with the police or the mutants? One of them crouched down next to Terry and tried to intimidate and interrogate him. Terry, are you listening? Follow every word I say. Alfred said in the comms. Hey, are you deaf or something? Take off his mask first. The man with the sword said. The armed men nodded, but before they could take off his mask, fire shot out of his soles. They immediately grabbed hold of their weapons. Terry's suit propelled him to move like a rocket hovering over the ground. He pushed his whole body with his arms to help him stand up. The armed men shot at him, but he wasn't wounded. It still hurt a little bit, but it felt like weak punches. It was something Terry can handle. He's relieved now that he gained enough distance to escape. But at that moment when he finally saw the man who discovered him, rage replaced his fear. He was furious. He didn't care anymore about the 10 armed men shooting at him. He lunged at the man closest to him like a wild animal and front kicked him. The man flew a step back and got the wind knocked out of him. Next, he grabbed the tip of a man's gun and kicked him on the head. Another man chose to swing at him because he noticed that bullets weren't working, but he easily dodged it and countered with a punch of his own. Ka. Hook. Gurk. He took them down one by one until there was no one left except the man that was still standing above the container. He was unstoppable. What are you doing, Terry? You should have escaped earlier when you got the chance. You didn't need to do that. Barbara was about to arrive. I can't. Alfred, in the Batcave, was frustrated and slamming his fist on the table, shouting at Terry. Bloody hell, you can't. I don't want to. Why? He's the man who killed my father. Alfred widened his eyes. No, don't do it, Terry. You're no match for him. You'll die. I don't care. I'll just have to take him to the grave with me. He shut off his comms. It was too late. Terry was blinded with rage. Alfred has no choice but to leave everything to Barbara. Barbara, did you hear everything? I did. Why didn't you tell me that the man who killed Terry's father was Deathstroke? The police commissioner, Barbara Gordon, was deep in thought. He trained herself to be calm in situations like this. He learned it from Bruce, to save her anger for later. It seemed cold, but it is the best action you can do in situations like this. She looked ahead as the vehicle she was in was passing stoplights like a heartbeat. She had no choice but to be patient and have faith that she will make it there before Terry gets killed. Whatever happens now is on her. Deathstroke leisurely went down the container. Him and Terry had masks on, but he knew he was looking him in the eye. Did you say that I killed your father? Shut up. Deathstroke was already used to situations like this with his almost 5 decades of experience being a mercenary. I don't know who you are, kid, but it never ends well when someone goes after me. That's just how it is in this business. It's nothing personal. You'll get used to it too. Deathstroke thought that he was talking to someone who's his junior in being a mercenary. To him, Terry looks just like a cute puppy. What he just said just made Terry's rage burn more. I'll let you go just this once. Think of it as a favor. Nice suit, by the way. Terry kicked the ground with all his strength and launched a kick aimed at the side of Deathstroke's head. He was easily read by Deathstroke and got blocked. Deathstroke even held his leg and didn't let go to restrain him. Karate? Your form looks like you've been in competitions. GUH. Terry struggled to free his leg. That won't work in this business. If you want to be successful in this field, you have to learn every form of martial arts that you can. Then you polish it and make it your own form most effective to you. Gurg. Erg. He dropped a nugget of wisdom about the world of being a mercenary before punching his leg and breaking his bones. I'll leave you with just that. You better think on it. If you were hired by the mutants, the police are still coming, so you best crawl away from here. Okay. Terry clutched his battered leg in pain as he watched Deathstroke flee. He can't be found by the police even if Barbara is with them. He used all his strength to crawl towards the exit. He pulled his body using one arm and dragged himself on his sides to protect his injury. When he was just 2 meters away from the door, Barbara ran to him and turned on the cloaking ability of the suit. She whispered, "Wrap your arms around me and stand up. We have to make it look like I'm not supporting anyone to walk." "Commissioner, why did you just rush in like that?" A detective ran and chased after her. Barbara ran immediately to the warehouse before any of the police could to save Terry. "There's no problem here. As you can see." She pointed out to the men laying down on the floor. "What happened here?" "A fight broke out. The bullets on the ground mean they were shooting at someone." She put emphasis on the someone for Terry. "Oh, okay." Her subordinate just thought she was weird. "Anyways, make someone clean this up and get me a vehicle. I have personal business. I'm going alone." "Yes, ma'am." Barbara got Terry in a car. She let him have the back seat so he could lie down. She then drove off towards Wayne Manor. Chapter 6. "So, why did you let him go? He wasn't part of the job. And you just let him beat up our men. Protecting them wasn't part of the job either. Have you gone soft after all those years in prison, Slade?" Slade Wilson, the man also called as Deathstroke, is in the office of the head of the Maroney family. They hired him to kill any would-be stragglers once a death match ensues between the mafiosos and the mutants or the police, but it didn't happen because the party that came was neither the police or the mutants and had no intention of killing anyone except Slade himself. But the target of animosity didn't find it threatening. "Would you like to test that theory out?" Slade narrowed his only eye that was left and grinned. A guard was about to pull out his gun before his boss raised his hand to stop him. "Ha, my men weren't killed and they have nothing to pin on them except illegal possession of firearms. We can bail them out. The money has already been deposited. You can leave." The head of the Maroney family heaved out a sigh and concluded the meeting. Slade stood up and nodded before leaving. The words of the man who hired him occupied his thoughts. Maybe he has gone soft. He was going to kill the man he met at the warehouse the moment he expresses his intent to kill, but what he said made him change his mind. "He's the man who killed my father." It reminded him of his own sons and his shortcomings of being a father. He may be even jealous. Would his sons ever go to such lengths to hunt down their father's murderer, or because they hated him so much, they wouldn't care? It wouldn't matter now that both of them are dead. "I forgot to ask the kid's name." He suddenly remembered. Terry is staring at the ceiling. He's laying down on a hospital bed. He passed out at the back of the car and woke up at the hospital. "The other day, I just said that you needed to take care of yourself." "Geez, Terry." His mother is at his bedside giving a lecture. He couldn't focus on what she was saying. But to sum it up, Barbara told his mother that he slipped down the stairs while he was carrying heavy equipment and what he was carrying landed on his leg. "The doctor said you can get out of here tomorrow, but you can't take your cast off for 3 weeks. Even then you have to attend therapy sessions, but they said that you'll be fully healed in 6 months. "Hey." Barbara entered the room. "Why are you here?" Terry asked her. "Don't be rude, Terry. I called her here after you woke up." His mother scolded him. "You work for me, that means you're my responsibility." Barbara said. "Don't worry about it. It's my fault anyways." "Still. It's not the time to be proud, Terry. She paid all your hospital bills and she said she'll pay for your therapy. It happened at their place and so it's her responsibility." Mary McGinnis, Terry's mother, still thought they were talking about the accident. Does he get to keep his job?" Mary asked Barbara. "No, he didn't break anything, but he did a bad job." Mary frowned while Terry just furrowed his eyebrows. In his mind, he's grumbling about this whole charade that he has to put up with Barbara. "Instead of Terry, why don't you work for us again, Mrs. McGinnis?" "As a custodian?" Mary asked, confused. "No, your old job." Mary widened her eyes and looked at Terry. Terry was smiling at her, but she was worried. "But what about Terry?" "Oh, and please just call me Mary," she asked. "Actually, a friend wants to enroll Terry in college," said Barbara. Mother and son looked at each other with widened eyes. Mary looked at Barbara with teary eyes and asked who. "That would be me." A reply came from the door. An old man in a 3-piece suit with a hat to match and glasses stood there with his 2 hands above his cane. He removed his hat and put it above his chest. "My name is Alfred Pennyworth. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, madam." "Alf, Penny, the one who inherited. Why yes, nice to meet you. I'm Mary McGinnis. But how did you meet my Terry?" "I'm responsible for their meeting. I made Terry run an errand for me at Alfred's house." But why?" Mary faced Alfred again and was asking why he would give Terry the opportunity to go to college. "It was my recommendation." Barbara said. And I am delighted to have the opportunity to help such a bright young man. Gotham is proud to have him as a son. Thank you. Only if I agree. Terry ruined the happy atmosphere with those words. It didn't end well for him. He got chastised by his mother in front of Barbara and Alfred. He was so scared. He has never seen his mom that angry ever since he lost his brother at the park, who was 5 at that time. Anyways, you should take this opportunity and don't waste it. I got my old job back, so you don't have to worry about me providing for you and your brother anymore if that's the only thing you're worried about. Terry couldn't utter a word. Everyone watched his mom fix her posture and disheveled hair. If I may speak, I was also thinking of offering Terry a job as my personal attendant. Alfred was nervous because of the sudden outburst of Mary and struggled before he could say what he wanted. I'm very old, as you can see, and I don't have a family of my own. My home is very big and it has been hard managing it. Alfred continued. Mary looked at Terry and gave him an expression that seemed to say, you better not say anything stupid again. Terry, feeling cornered by his mother, hesitantly said, thank you. Satisfied by his answer, Mary made a bright smile. Please stay here, I'll get us something to eat. They couldn't say something to the woman and just nodded. Barbara wanted to talk to Terry alone, anyway. Your mother is something. Barbara said as soon as Mary left. Yeah. Terry just chuckled. An awkward silence filled the room. There was no package. Barbara went on to talk business. It was made up to lure us in. They knew if I was going to send in someone, I would make sure it would be someone I trust. They wanted to lessen the people in the police that are straight. They know that people like that are scarce in the police nowadays, and so this was their way to weaken my hold on my own organization. They wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and try to lure in the mutants too. Your old gang is beginning to become threatening as your numbers grow. I believe your leader only gives you targets that are somehow connected to them. He hits them where it hurts. Their pockets. But he's smarter than me. He wasn't greedy and didn't send anyone to the place, unlike me. What now? Faking being a college student / personal attendant just to get me to go on one of your little missions again. I don't mind as long as you pay me. It's real. Barbara cut Terry off. What? You're already enrolled and Alfred really needs a personal attendant. I won't assign you any more little missions. Not after what happened. Barbara sternly said. Why? Didn't you just say you need someone you can trust? Didn't I follow everything that you said? Terry objected. I knew you'd still want to be in the game as soon as you found out that there's a chance you can meet Deathstroke again. No. You were too reckless back there. You were too blinded by your anger that you didn't realize how outmatched you were. You're lucky you're even still alive. I can't have your blood on my hands. But I am alive. Only because he let you. What were you even thinking rushing in like that? Why didn't he kill me anyway? Probably because you were neither police or a member of the mutants. Killing you was unnecessary. It wasn't what he was paid for. I am unnecessary. Terry said, melancholic with a tint of anger. Barbara looked away because she couldn't say to his face that Deathstroke didn't see him as a threat, even though Terry came at him with the intent to kill. He held back. He even broke his leg cleanly on purpose so Terry would be able to fully recover. She can't say it. It would only fuel him more. And that's that. No more missions. Terry glared at her. She glared back. Barbara is thinking he would still probably find a way to meet Deathstroke again even if they leave him alone. After a minute of staring at each other, Barbara sighed, then looked at Alfred. He nodded. Then she faced Terry again. You're a stubborn kid. Fine. We'll help you avenge your father. Not revenge. Avenge. You'll get your justice the right way. If you don't follow us, we won't help you anymore. Deal. Deal. Terry smiled in satisfaction. Alfred and Barbara didn't know that Terry wasn't smiling because of the deal. It was an entirely different reason. He was smiling because he won a staring contest. Unbeknownst to them, he was very petty and competitive. It's an immature trait of his. Chapter 7. This sucks. I can't believe I'm in school again. How is it that I met Alfred and Barbara just in time before the start of the semester? If I had met them in the middle of it, I'd be able to get my mind ready because I would have to enter in the next semester. I just got thrown into something again. At least it's an online course. I muttered to myself as I stared at my computer in my room. Alfred enrolled me in Gotham State University. I'm currently taking an online course for an engineering major and a double minor in business and law. Damn. I'm taking 4 to 5 classes a week. My mom said I have it easy. Both her and dad were double majors in biology and physics. They even took other classes outside of their courses. She even offered help if I needed it. Although, I don't think I need it. I'm usually fine studying on my own even back in high school. I was either number 2 or 3 in my class with little effort. My little brother is the same. I guess it's in the genes. Thank God for my parents. I looked down at my broken right leg. The cast is getting removed next week, but I still have to attend therapy sessions. I frowned at the fact that my classes and therapy sessions will take up most of my time now. Even when I get better and stop therapy, I have my job now as a personal attendant. I know what I used to do was morally wrong, but it was more fun than this. The satisfying feeling of executing your plan that you carefully formulated is addicting. It's the rush from the feeling that you might get caught. The frown on your target's faces knowing that you outsmarted them gets you high. But I guess that's all over now. I heaved out a sigh of and swallowed. I need a drink. I hopped on my knee scooter to get to the fridge and get a beverage. TSP. My bottled water made a small noise when I opened it. I gulped down half of it, then brought the rest with me towards my desk where I'm studying. I then got back to the video presentation that I was watching for class. After 5 minutes of being in class, I concluded that, yup, this is f***ing boring. Mary, are you on break? Barbara said as she leaned on the doorway. Commissioner, yes, I am. Would you like to get coffee together? Sure. Mary replied with a smile. Inside the cafeteria, they brought their drinks on a table. How have you been? Have you gotten used to your job? Like riding a bike? Mary said, good. I was a little worried you might have second thoughts about it. I did, but I'm okay now. Why? Because of Argus, Mary said. What happened in Argus? As you know, my husband was killed. Argus investigated it and eventually got the killer. I requested many times to be on the team that investigated his case but got declined every time because I was related to the victim. I argued many times that I won't be biased and get the job done right. I wanted to be the one to get justice for Warren. She blew on her coffee and took a sip before continuing. That's why they fired me. The grounds was for being emotionally unstable. I hesitated accepting your offer because I worry about crossing paths with them again due to our line of work. I try not to be so bitter though because they did help us when Warren and I were having trouble getting pregnant. You did? How did they help you? A free IVF for employees. Both Terry and Matt. Yes. Interesting. Is that why they have a huge age gap? Yes, Mary chuckled. We thought too long about having another child. She wanted to ask another question about his husband's case but she didn't want to dampen Mary's mood again. Sittin' on the couch and I'm going through my Netflix, yeah. Bored than a moth, I ain't doin' s. Tell her pull up make it shake like Nesquik, woo. Music was blasting in Terry's room while he's laying down on his bed playing catch with himself. He has already scrolled through social media posts, watched a movie, played video games. He can't think of anything to do anymore. Bzzzzz. It was the door buzzer. He sat up and grabbed his phone. The drone in his room turned on and then flew up. He controlled it using his phone and made it fly out of his open window towards the delivery guy. The delivery man saw Terry on the screen of the drone but he wasn't startled because this technology is common at this time. Your pizza, sir. The delivery man said. The money is on the drone. Leave the pizza on it. Got it. The delivery guy took the money and placed the pizza on the drone. Thanks. The drone flew back up and then entered the window. The drone landed near the bed where Terry was sitting. He quickly grabbed a slice and bit onto it. Looking at the pizza that he can't finish alone, Terry realized that he never really had friends he can talk to except for the ones from the mutants who he made an enemy out of. Namely, Don, his second-in-command. He wasn't close to his social media friends in real life. Most of them were his classmates in high school that he didn't really have a close relationship with. Although there is one, he hasn't really talked to him since he was sent to Arkham Asylum. Doug Tan. Dana, a name escaped from Terry's lips. Dana Tan. Doug Tan's younger sister. He remembered her because unlike other girls, she wasn't scared of him. Maybe because she's used to guys that are like her brother. She's probably the only girl he was close to. Girls talked to him but it was either because of his influence in the mutants or because of money. He opened his phone and checked his social media. Terry searched Dana Tan then stalked her on her profile. How about that? Psychology freshman in GSU. He smiled thinking about the coincidence that they'd both end up in the same university. Terry opened a chat window to talk to her. Hey, how's it going? No, that's too creepy. He said as he deleted his message. He was about to construct another one but. Terry. His mom and brother came home. He hopped out of his room on his one good leg. Even though he has his knee scooter, he sometimes just does this so at least one of his legs don't atrophy. Hey, Mom. Did you have dinner yet? I'm eating pizza. Pizza? His brother exclaimed. Yup, a whole box just for me. Can I have some? Nope. You suck. Language, Matthew. You can have some if you beat me at Cry of Duty. Prepare yourself. Matt McGinnis shouted as he raced up the stairs towards Terry's room. The truth is, Terry would give his beloved brother food. He just wanted to tease him a little bit. I'll make some salad and grilled chicken. You boys can't have just pizza for dinner. Okay, the two replied before going into Terry's room. The brothers played and ate in Terry's room while their mom just gave them more food and took a slice of pizza before going out. Hey, Terry. Matt said. What's up? Terry replied while still facing the screen. You'll be out of the house again after you get better, huh? Terry turned away from the game they were playing and looked at his little brother. Matt admired his big brother. They didn't get to spend much time before but when they do, they get along really well. Without a father, Terry was the only one who Matt looked up to. And he was afraid when he heard the news of Terry going to prison. He didn't know how long but in his young mind, prison was forever. He was scared of losing his older brother. For my job, yes. You want me out of the house that bad? Terry said as he threw a pillow at Matt. In fact, Terry knew that his brother looked up to him and he didn't want him following his footsteps. The fights. He did it to stand up for his mother and his deceased father. His involvement with a criminal gang. To help his mother and brother have a little bit of leisure with the money he got. Not knowing it, he formed a gap with his mother and little brother because he was guilty. He knew all of what he's doing was wrong despite the reason for it. I do want you out so that mom only has to worry about me. You punk. Blah. Matt stuck out his tongue. Then Terry threw another pillow at him and it initiated a wrestling match. Despite all these unsaid things, the one thing they do know is that they love each other. Keep it down you two. Their mother peeked her head into their room. Chapter 8. Are you ready for your first day? Alfred asked Terry and he nodded in reply. Okay. I won't let you do heavy stuff for now since you just got your cast removed and you just started doing therapy. Although stiff, Terry can finally walk again but he was advised not to put so much weight on his right leg. Come follow me to the kitchen. I'll teach you how to properly make tea and coffee. Talk. Alfred walked toward the kitchen and Terry followed. He was impressed by Terry's ability to follow his instructions perfectly just by hearing it once. Terry did his best to absorb everything because not only did his mom want him to keep it, the job pays well. Not only does he get money but his college tuition is paid for. Taking both into account, his overall salary is almost comparable to his mother's current one. Cleaning was something he was always accustomed to because he helped his mother with the household chores growing up while she was taking care of his little brother. Other than housekeeping, Alfred taught him everything. That is all. Alfred said. They are currently in the Batcave because the Batcave also needed to be maintained. Not as much as the house because the Batcave has an AI system that cleans most of the stuff in it. Terry only needed to know how to operate it in case it needed a manual override. Good evening, Alfred, McGinnis. Barbara greeted them. She is using a hologram again. Terry was still startled because he has yet to get used to it. Good evening, Barbara. We just finished. Did he make trouble for you, Alfred? Terry furrowed his brows at her statement. Not at all. I didn't even think we would finish in just a day. Terry proudly smiled. Good. I found a trainer. Barbara reported. Oh. Alfred. Yes. He happens to be an old friend and is currently available. Trainer? Terry asked. Yes. A martial arts expert. Former boxing champion and renowned trainer for the Justice League. Wildcat. Terry thought for a moment before asking. For me. Exactly. We can't have you get hurt again so we need to prepare you when the time to face Deathstroke comes. I don't like this. Why not? I'm not exactly training to be a hero. I just want justice for my dad. Don't you think we know that? Barbara furrowed her brows and glared at Terry. Alfred just has a solemn expression. We promise to support you in getting Deathstroke. Do you think you'll stand a chance against him without doing this? Deathstroke can stand toe-to-toe with most of the heroes in the Justice League. That's why what you did at the warehouse was really stupid. You didn't even think about it. I hope that broken leg made you reflect on it. Don't worry. I already did. Terry said with a remorseful face. Good. He'll be here once you've fully recovered. Until then, do your best in your job, studies, and your weapons training. Weapons training. Alfred didn't tell you. Barbara looked at Alfred. Ah yes. I forgot about it. My apologies. You'll be starting weapons training tomorrow. With you. Alfred nodded. He may be old but he is still sharp. There's no one better. At the academy, I sometimes call Alfred just to make him give me some pointers using guns. Guns. Terry was a little bit worried about using a gun. Some of the mutants used a gun but it was just to intimidate. He himself never used one before. He didn't really thought about killing anyone except his father's murderer. You'll let me kill Deathstroke? Alfred had a troubled look upon his question. We leave that choice up to you. We're only here just so we can make sure you won't get hurt. Since you met him, you became our responsibility. You don't have to dash. But we do. Just as you feel that it is your duty to avenge your father, we feel that we have a duty to you too. Just know this, young man, Alfred finally spoke. If you do choose to take his life, it will never satisfy your thirst for revenge. You will still be at that room holding your dying father in your arms. Terry was triggered. This was the first time he got angry at Alfred. Alfred just received his glare with worried eyes. What do you know? Terry said in a condescending tone. I may not know but I knew someone who does. Alfred said unwavered. A flock of bats suddenly flew by the head of Alfred but he stood still. Then they flew towards Terry. Terry widened his eyes before bracing himself. Ah! He exclaimed as he tried to cover his head with his arms. After they passed him, Terry followed the direction they were heading. It was a crevice just above the glass cases containing the bat suits. Terry locked his eyes onto the bat suit and figured out who Alfred was talking about. Then Alfred continued. Like you, he had nothing but murder on his mind. He kept that animosity in his heart and let it fester. He couldn't escape that alley where his father and mother died. Terry faced Alfred and calmly listened to his story. He grew into a young man and had prepared himself like you did. Trained in every martial arts that was available. Bought a gun and practiced shooting it. So that when he meets that man, he'd kill him. Barbara had a solemn look on her face as she listened too, although she must have already heard it before. One day, the criminal got caught after 10 years of hiding. The young man was wishing that he'd get the death penalty. The criminal was tried and got a life sentence instead. And so, the young man, risking the possibility of going to prison himself, decided to take it into his own hands. He waited for the only chance he got. But the young man got beat to the punch. The criminal was shot by another man. The young man went home and laughed. He rejoiced. He got his revenge. But he wasn't laughing for long. He realized he was still in that alley. He asked me why. I couldn't tell him the answer because I also didn't know. Instead, I asked him. Alfred walked closer to Terry. Would the people stuck with you in that place want that? Terry was taken aback. Would they want their child to have blood on his hands for them? Depending on the answer to that, would you say that you're doing this for them or for yourself? Terry stared into space. Whatever you do, Terry, your father, he will never come back. It will never change what happened. So, will you commit another murder or will you bring your father's murderer to justice? Terry had left without a word. He was angry but he understood exactly what Alfred was saying. That was brave of you. I could not say it myself even though he needed to hear it. I feel like it's unfair now that I also have blood on my hands. Barbara looked down and stared at her hands. It was only natural since she became a cop. We're not saints, Barbara. But someone had to tell him. Alfred has also killed in the line of duty. Do you remember their faces, Alfred? I remember them clearly. Barbara said as the hands she was staring at started to tremble. She clenched them into fists to stop them. Of course. Until this day. But I have no regrets about it. If I was strong as Master Bruce, I would. Unfortunately, I am not and so even if I could go back, I would probably do it again. Are we hypocrites? Maybe. Terry was staring out the window of the car he rented for service. He was thinking about what Alfred said. He can remember clearly what happened the time his father died. Warren McGinnis, at death's door, wasn't angry. He was worried about his sons. Listen to me, Terry. Terry closed his eyes. No matter what, you are my son. And I'm proud of you. The last moments of his father that he will never forget. Will his father still be proud of him after all that he's done? Making his family worried of him rotting in jail. He closed his eyes and wallowed in his shame. By the time he opened them, the car had already arrived at his house. He entered the house and his mother and little brother was already there to greet him. He went straight up to his room and decided to call somebody. Alfred. Dash. The man on the other line was quiet. He was waiting for Terry to finish what he's saying. After almost a minute of silence, Terry finally managed to say what he wanted to say. Thank you. He had many things to say in his head. He learned much more of himself and what he really wanted. More than revenge. He wanted to be a good son. Those two words summed it all up. Dash, be sure not to be late tomorrow. Okay. Not sure of what stance to take with Terry, he decided to be his boss for now. But that was enough to make both of them smile. Chapter 9. What did the doctor say? Alfred asked. She said my leg is fully healed. She was impressed at the short amount of time. Rather, the pills I gave you were impressive. Yeah, thanks. Terry said with a satisfied smile. His broken leg has fully recovered in just 3 months. 3 months earlier than what the doctor had predicted. The pills that Alfred gave him were to increase a person's healing factor for a short amount of time. A wonder drug that Bruce Wayne developed because of the injuries that he acquired while being Batman. He unironically wanted to call it the Bat Pill but Alfred heavily rebuked him for it. Does Barbara have any news of Deathstroke? He's still out of the country. Deathstroke was last seen in San Francisco before he flew out of the country, then was reported to be in the Middle East. Now he's in the continent of Africa. Be patient, young McGinnis. He'll eventually come back to Gotham. There will always be mercenary work for him here. I know I am still not ready. Good. Alfred put his hand on his shoulder. Now go make me some tea and fix the tiles on the roof. He tapped his shoulder twice and left to the living room. Alfred has a tendency to be cheeky. Terry is used to it by now as he just shrugged and smiled. Terry has gotten used to his routine for the past few months. Working out his body except for his right leg. Attend class. Then his job as Alfred's personal attendant. Then his weapons training with Alfred. Guns. Throwing knives. Bombs. Bow and arrow. Mostly were long range because it doesn't put much stress on the legs which he couldn't use yet, but now, Terry is expecting to learn about melee weapons. How's his training coming along, Alfred? Barbara. He's doing great. His marksmanship is already decent. Oh. Yes. Also, his leg has fully healed. Have Ted come here. Ted Grant. Wildcat. I already did. I heard the news first from his mother earlier. Fresh off the target range, Terry was coming over to where they were. He was wiping his sweat with a towel as his upper body muscles were pulsating. Hey. He greeted them. I heard from Alfred you're doing great. Thanks. Terry replied. Now that your leg is healed, your workload is going to double. Wildcat is coming over. Yes. He's not only your master but he'll also be your first guest. Alfred dealt with all of Bruce's guests as his butler back then, but you're the butler this time. Must be nice being loaded. He looked at Alfred with a smug grin. Alfred just smiled thinly. He's a bit messy. So, you have to deal with that. Plus, I'll be coming over from time to time too. Barbara said. Right now, she's using the hologram tech to appear before them virtually. Why? You'll need a variety of sparring partners. Namely, Wildcat and me. Plus, I don't know how much I've grown stronger. I want to know by having a go with my former master. Barbara said with a playful smile. Oh. I have to go now, bye. Suddenly remembering something, she said goodbye. Her hologram suddenly disappeared. Now then, Terrence. Alfred in workout clothes said. Let's see if your right leg really has fully healed. His muscles that were always hidden under his suit can now be visibly seen as it is accented by his tight-fitting long-sleeve shirt. A physique that does not belong to a typical old man. He made a mischievous smile that Terry was not sure if it came from him or a demon suddenly possessed Alfred. He gripped the hilt of a wooden sword that he was using as a crane earlier. Terry gulped. Damn old man doesn't know how to hold back. Terry shouted in his room as he was removing his clothes. His leg that was just healed feels like it was broken again. Because the muscles of that leg atrophied, his reaction speed was still slow and it made an easy target for Alfred. You need those muscles to recover fast. If you want to dodge something as fast as a bullet, you'll need to develop your instincts and muscle memory. The pain will make you remember it faster. But Terry clenched his teeth and cursed as he remembered his words. The fact that Alfred was holding back will be known to him as he goes further with his training. Thus, his hellish training began. Wildcat finally arrived in Gotham. Terry learned that him and Deathstroke are of the same age. Both of them were in their 70s. Their age didn't matter as they were as strong as they were 2 decades ago. It had something to do with their origins. Wildcat was gifted by a supernatural being with abilities such as his strength, agility, and most importantly, his regenerative ability, thus slowing his age. According to the data about Deathstroke in the Batcave's computer, he was a result of having survived hellish experiments that granted him his strength, agility and his healing factor. Wildcat is a great teacher for Terry if he wanted to go toe-to-toe with Deathstroke. Their many similarities will make Terry get used to fight someone like him. The fact that Bruce Wayne got to that level with his own will, without the help of enhancements like the former two, and that you can still consider him a normal human being is really impressive. Surprisingly, unlike Alfred, Ted Grant wasn't as strict as a teacher. He didn't hold back, but he continuously gave positive comments and constructive criticism. Alfred was very militaristic. Although rowdy and messy, Terry was already used to this type of behavior and felt very familiar with it. Because of that, his relationship with Ted developed faster than with his boss and teacher, Alfred. A strict father and a laid-back uncle is how you can describe them. Barbara Gordon, who was making her time to come train under Wildcat thrice a week, was someone he also can't defeat yet. Terry felt like sparring with her is her way of making fun of him. It's like her presence is solely there to undermine him and pressure him, to show their difference in skill. As someone who was competitive and petty, it made him try harder and his progress became faster. Why did he decide to become Batman? Terry asked Alfred. Both of them were in front of the collective bat suits. He wanted to end the systematic corruption within Gotham that caused the death of his parents in the first place. He couldn't do that as Bruce Wayne, and so he became Batman. So, why bats? Terry asked Alfred. He used to fear bats. He knew that fear is a powerful weapon. He wanted to share what he dreaded to whoever crosses him as he brought them to justice. How come this one has red eyes? Terry was staring at a batsuit inside its case. It's something Bruce developed while he was working with Cyborg. That's why the eyes are red. He couldn't make them white like the previous ones. It was Cyborg's idea, to credit himself as a co-creator. This was what he used against Darkseid, right? Yes. A suit that increases his strength 20 times in exchange for his life force. With this suit, he can go toe-to-toe with Superman without the use of kryptonite. No one but him could use it. Even now, Dick Grayson almost died trying it on. Hey, I think the paint is wearing off. Alfred opened the case and put his hand on the suit. That's not paint. That's vinyl wrap. He removed the wrap and revealed the red bat symbol across the chest. He thought what Cyborg did was too much and eye-catching, and so he covered it with black vinyl wrap. He left the eyes red in consideration of Cyborg. I actually like how it looks. I think it looks better in red. I think so too. Alfred said as they both continued to stare at it. Alfred tapped Terry's shoulder. Very clever. Break time is over. He said as he smiled. Damn it. Terry bit his lips. He was distracting Alfred to extend his break. He knew Alfred likes to talk about Bruce. Unfortunately, he ran out of questions and Alfred caught on. Nice try, kid. Wildcat chuckled as he passed by him. He was actually watching his little prank on old Alfred with interest. Their training continued on until 6 in the evening. Terry had difficulty walking. His training didn't get easier as days go by. It only got tougher. Each day was the next level, and so his body didn't ever got used to a workout. He drinks the wonder pill that Alfred gave him every day so that his body can recuperate. He walked up to Alfred. Hey, can I borrow the suit that I used before? The prototype? Why? Just some self-training with it. I'm not exactly going to go up to Deathstroke with my bare body, aren't I? Okay, do you remember all the functions? Alfred was suspicious, but he still gave permission. Yes, thanks. Terry said as he grabbed the suit from a drawer. An all-black suit with white eyes on the mask. He then waved goodbye to both Ted Grant and Alfred. You do know what he's going to do, right? Ted wanted to confirm something with Alfred. Alfred closed his eyes before giving a simple reply. Yes. Terry didn't say it out loud, but both of the men felt it. He was going to try being a vigilante. Welp. I understand. I used to do it to sometimes even before I got blessed with this gift. At least he'll use his skills this time for something that will benefit others. Wildcat just waved it off casually and went upstairs. Alfred stayed and stared at the bat suits for a while. Chapter 10. What Terry said to Alfred was the truth. He really did want to practice using the suit. He wanted to practice using the suit, but he also wanted to test out his new skills. What better way to test out his skills than trying to pick fights? So, he decided to try his hand on being a vigilante. It was the only thing he could think of that won't make him a villain while doing so. Midnight. He opened his window and sneaked out of their house already wearing the suit. With his arms, he vaulted up to the roof by grabbing the ledge above his window. Then he jumped forward on the ledge of the roof with his arms behind him. While in the air, he spread out his arms and that activated the wings which was embedded at the back of the suit. The mechanism of the wings can be unlocked by putting both his forearms behind his back and they attach to the arms. They slide out when the user spreads his arms. Terry was gliding downwards before the rockets from his saws shot out, propelling him upwards. He excitedly smiled behind the mask. Just 30 minutes. He promised himself. Terry wanted to know if he accomplished something for the past 2 months. He won't be able to properly measure his strength with those 3 monsters in the Batcave. He wants to know how much different he is from his past self. He chose a building to land on. Wayne Enterprises is the tallest building in Gotham, but it was in the middle of a posh area, the finance district. So, he landed on a building tall enough to oversee Gotham but not too far from the action. In the middle of the cauldron, Terry stood on the ledge of the building. He then zoomed in on a familiar alleyway that he usually finds criminal activity in. Somewhere he always used to pass by, but he didn't take a second look. Like clockwork, he said as he confirmed his targets for the night. 5 men armed with knives closing in on a woman holding her bag closely. He flew towards them and landed softly on the emergency staircase. He observed them first. "Give us the money and we won't hurt you," the man who seemed to be the leader said. He frowned upon these thugs. When he was in the Mutants, there were clear rules upheld by the leader. Only use violence when necessary. Never prey on the weak. They never mugged people. They always targeted people that were considered big shots and rumored be in a criminal syndicate. Violence was just a tool they used to make a point not to mess with them or in case of an encounter with another gang. But still, they were no heroes. They knew what they were doing was far from good. That's why Terry just turns a blind eye to these things no matter how much he dislikes seeing it. But not tonight. He looked at the 5 unfortunate men. Terry jumped and landed in between the muggers and the woman. Everyone was startled at his sudden appearance. The thugs were surprised, but they soon smiled as they realized they still have the advantage of numbers. The man in front that seemed to be their leader laughed. "Who the hell are you supposed to be? Leave or I will force you to leave." Terry replied. "This joker. We'll cut you into piece dash." Before he could finish his sentence, Terry kicked him and he slammed against the wall. He didn't get knocked out. Terry held back. He won't be able to measure his progress properly if it was over immediately. "All 5 of you, come at me. I don't have time to play with you all night," Terry said to provoke them. Like he said he wanted, they all came at him. If the previous him fought them like this, he would be able to defeat them but not without fatal injuries. He dodged a slash. And then another. And another. He thought to himself. Slow. The defensive property of his suit is enough to stop their knives piercing his skin, but he didn't want to rely on his suit. Terry caught one of them, disarmed him, and manipulated his body to turn around, making him a shield. Then he kicked him towards the others. The thug fell onto 2 of his companions and made them fall on the ground. Terry picked up the knife and threw it on the ground near them. "Let's do this again," he calmly said. They quickly picked themselves up and started attacking Terry again. Terry, this time, disarmed them all and hit them a little bit harder, but still not enough to knock them out. All 5 of them were on the ground clutching the parts of their body that Terry hit. Terry picked up all of their knives and tried to give them back, seemingly not satisfied still. The criminals made a scared look as if to say, "What kind of torture is this?" They decided to run away, leaving their weapons. Terry heaved out a sigh at the sight of them, then spun his heel to face the woman. "You okay, miss?" She wasn't behind him. He saw the lady was already climbing a fence to go to the other side of the alley and escape this mysterious scary person. "You're not even going to say thanks?" Terry grumbled. He shrugged, then flew away. He landed on a building not far from there and decided to rest there for a while before going back home. He removed his mask and looked at his hands. He smiled and clenched them into fists. He was proud of his new strength that he worked hard on. He knows that he shouldn't be content with just this level, but he figured motivating himself in this way isn't so bad too. He closed his eyes. He felt the tiredness of his body. He stood up before he continues to fall asleep on a random building with his suit on. He walked toward the ledge facing the direction of his home, but a woman's scream stopped him. "Help!" It was from an alleyway next to the building he was on. But he already did what he came for, and that was to check his progress. He forced himself to continue moving towards the ledge because he's not a hero. He's not someone like Bruce Wayne that felt the need to rid this city of crime. The time he spent training in the Batcave and hearing all kinds of stories about Bruce Wayne made him respect the kind of man he was and what he decided to do with his life. A man that died to sacrifice himself for the people closest to him. But that was Bruce Wayne, not Terrence McGinnis. The only similarity between them was the death of a parent. But unlike Bruce, he was a former criminal. He felt like he has no right to continue doing this and be a hypocrite. And so, he stood on the ledge and jumped. He flew up facing the direction of his home where his mother and little brother was sleeping. But the next words that he heard stopped him from flying away. "Come on, Dana. Don't play hard to get." He immediately flew back on top of the building to check if it was who he thought it was. He peeked at the bottom of the building where the noise came from. Dana Tan. It really was her. Let's have fun. Two men were harassing her. Having nowhere to go, she tried punching one of them to back off. "Hey, that hurt." The man shouted at her and grabbed her arm. Terry moved quick. He glided down towards his target. When he was close enough, he retracted his wings and let the man under him receive his weight being pulled by gravity. Who the fuck are dash? Terry didn't let the other man that was behind him continue. He had done a spinning hook kick. His leg not only hit the man but also pulled him towards the ground violently. Unlike earlier, his intent was just to scare the muggers off. This time, he intended to really hurt them. When it was over, his mind cleared up. He realized Dana was behind him. He can't exactly introduce himself as Terry in this situation. She must be scared of him right now just like that lady earlier. He peeked behind him. Her eyes showed fear. She's never looked at him that way as Terry. Something about that made him want to run. But when he was about to, thanks, said Dana. Terry was about to use his real voice. He quickly searched for the voice changer function in his mask. "Aren't you scared?" Terry asked in a different voice. "No, I was just surprised," Dana nervously said. She was a little bit scared but didn't want to offend her savior. She was being nice. "Do you need help going home?" he asked with his back still facing her. He didn't want to face her directly. He didn't know why. "No, my place is just another block from here." "Okay." Terry immediately flew away because he couldn't take it anymore. "Wait." Dana tried to chase him but he was already high up and the force of the wind as he accelerated blocked his ears from hearing her. "Who are you?" Dana muttered what she wanted to ask. Chapter 11. Terry McGinnis was staring blankly into space right after finishing his training. Alfred, noticing this, talked to him and said, "You've been like that all day. What's on your mind?" Terry has been thinking about what happened last night. He's troubled by the fact that if he had left as he intended, something terrible could have happened to Dana. He started thinking about other scenarios like if it was his mother instead of Dana. He would have never forgiven himself. What if just like Bruce Wayne, his little brother sees their mother die in front of him? All these things filled his head. He had little sleep because of it. He wants to do something about it. To prevent all of this from happening to other people. But his past is still holding him back. Alfred, who didn't get a response out of him, asked another question. "Terry, how was your practice using the suit?" "Huh." Terry finally responded. "Did you have fun?" "Have fun? Being a masked vigilante. Playing hero." "How did you find out? What else would you use it for?" "You wanted to check your progress because you felt that you can't properly measure using Ted and Barbara as a measuring stick." Terry wanted to say that Alfred was on that list but he held back the urge to and instead replied to his question. "It was okay. It was just pretend anyway. That's just how far someone like me will take it seriously." Then he muttered, "A criminal." Silence filled the space between them. Alfred figured out what was going on in young Terry McGinnis' head. "Did you know, young Master Bruce used to do theft?" Terry gave Alfred a confused look. "It's true. He was talented in it. He was so good at it that a gang recruited him for a job. On that job, he called the police on purpose so that the gang would be arrested. He was arrested too, of course. But he knew once they asked him for information, news of it would come to me and I would bail him." "Why did he do that?" Terry was confused because unlike him, Bruce Wayne was rich. He wouldn't need to do theft. His company that can run by itself can give him all the money he wanted. He was curious. He was rich and didn't know how poor desperate one needed to be to steal. He flew many miles away from Gotham where no one knew him just so he could live as a pauper. "That's crazy," Terry said in disbelief. "One would think so," Alfred chuckled, but he had a reason. How could someone like him judge these criminals by law if he didn't understand what they had gone through? Terry nodded with his hand on his chin. But even so, was it justifiable? The things he did, just to satisfy his curiosity? No. "So, did you bail him out?" "No, I didn't want to. I wanted him to do time for his actions, but someone else did." "Who did?" "Ra's al Ghul, then leader of the League of Shadows." Alfred then goes on telling Terry about Bruce's travels and how he eventually took on the mantle of the Bat. This showed Terry how long Bruce's soul-searching spanned a long time before he found what he needed to do. His purpose. This tale made Terry feel a strong connection with someone he has never met and helped him reach a conclusion about himself. That night, Terry went out again with his suit on. On top of the building of Wayne Enterprises, his body felt the cold breeze. He took deep breaths to get rid of his anxiety, including his past that keeps fogging the path he knew he needed to take. Whoa. Vroom ki. The noise from cop cars in a chase reached him. With his heart and mind cleared, he sprinted towards the ledge of the building and jumped with both arms behind his back. The wind passing by his ears as he freefalled was loud. It helped block all the noise out. He was falling fast but he felt time slow down as he closed his eyes. He didn't want to be bound by his past anymore, but he also doesn't want to run away from it either. And so, at that moment, he decided that every time he uses this suit, he isn't Terry, but someone else entirely. He opened his eyes. There were only about 3 stories of the building left before he falls to the ground. He spread his arms, deploying his wings, and stopped the fall before activating the rockets from his soles. Zoom. That was the birth of an unknown vigilante. Not until a month later that rumors of him will already have spread throughout Gotham City. Terry was a little bit worried about Barbara's reaction when she found out, but it was for nothing, as she said, as long as you know what you're doing and decided it yourself. She was just worried about Terry thinking they coerced him to being one and that it was not the case. What are you going to call yourself? I really haven't thought that far ahead. I just decided 2 nights ago. Just try not to get in our way, okay? She's referring to the police organization. Although tolerated because of what they do for the people, being a vigilante is still illegal. It's a complicated issue that's been debated on for years, especially when the Justice League was formed. Under the law, they're still vigilantes and the authorities can decide to hunt them down and shut down their operation. I'll be careful not to get into your hair too much. I'll let you handle that side from within if I ever discover something. Good. It is an established fact that some police are under the payroll of the mob. The situation is back to where Barbara's father, Jim Gordon, and Batman's era when they were also fighting to change the city of Gotham, which they succeeded in before Batman died and Jim Gordon retired almost at the same time. Terry will let Barbara handle whatever goes on there for her to save face. I noticed that you don't ask me anymore for news about Deathstroke. Barbara said. I decided to be patient. It doesn't matter anymore if I get to him first, but he'll be sorry if I do. Terry clenched his fists. Plus, you're still going to tell me even if I don't ask, right? Barbara smiled. He's grown, she thought. Right. He was last seen in Corto Maltese. He killed a corrupt military officer that was giving out top-secret information. Were there any leads on where he left to next? Unfortunately, no. What about the one who hired him to kill my father? Since there was no known relationship between Deathstroke and his father before he killed him, the most likely motive was that he was paid to do so. Still the same. No clues about the person. Deathstroke's work was clean. He always doesn't give out information on who hired him. He erases all traces of him communicating with the ones who paid him. It's part of the reason why he is in demand in that line of work. Sounds like you want to give him a compliment. I'm just stating the facts, Terry. That was all the data that Argus had. He has given up on his revenge and was only focusing on getting justice for his father's death. He plans to catch him and surrender him to the authorities. But he still can't help but be angry. It's only natural. Argus. I don't trust them. Terry did research of his own. He was investigating the angle about his father's death that might have something to do with Argus enemies. Batman's computer had files on Argus. The information Terry saw there made him frown with disgust. The experiments they did on people to make metahumans should have been illegal. That's why the government who approved it kept it hidden from the public's eyes. I know what you mean, but I still understand where they're coming from. That's part of their responsibility. To find ways to protect their country. They can't exactly leave it all up to the Justice League. That's probably where the idea of having metahuman soldiers came from. What are you talking about? Alfred entered their conversation. Alfred. We were talking about what he should call himself when he's doing his runs at night. Barbara didn't want to continue the tiring conversation about the misdeeds of the government, and so she changed the topic when Alfred arrived. A name. Alfred's eyes fell at the bat suits that were lined up. He stayed silent as he was deep in thought. Barbara and Terry looked at each other before turning their attention to Alfred again. Master Bruce told me that the idea of Batman was supposed to be a symbol. Not just hope, because hope can betray you. More than that. Something incorruptible. Everlasting. If he didn't pass away, he probably would still be at it. Because in his mind, there should always be a Batman. Right after uttering those words, he looked Terry in his eyes. Terry was confused and furrowed his eyes at Alfred at first, but then began to realize what he was saying. He looked at Barbara and she just smiled faintly to show her approval. What about Dick Grayson? Tim Drake? Terry hesitated. He mentioned 2 of his senior crime fighters that could have taken the mantle of Batman. Because of his curiosity, Alfred and Barbara had told him about the other members of the Bat family. This decision should be brought forth to the whole family first. Tim is indifferent about it. Dick gave his approval. Although his base is in San Francisco now, he still is always concerned about Gotham. Barbara said. Richard Dick Grayson sometimes visits Gotham and helps out but can never commit to it permanently because he now has other responsibilities, being a mentor to the new Titans. In the end, it's all up to you. It's a big responsibility. Think about it for a dash. I'll do it. Terry cut off Alfred's words. With his reasons for hesitating gone, he took the privilege of inheriting the name Batman. Alfred smiled and said, You need a new suit. 12, Chapter 12. Almost 2 months has passed after Terry McGinnis decided he would be Batman. Your predecessor would be proud. Ted Grant said. Ha, thanks, ha, ha. Although he finally scored a draw against Wildcat, Terry did it with everything he had and ended up exhausting himself. He is sprawled on the floor panting with his arms over his eyes to block the light and let them rest. This counts as your graduation. I'm leaving tomorrow. Wildcat, Ted Grant, announced. Already? Terry got up immediately. You didn't expect me to still stick around after training you, did you? Ted Grant replied. If I knew, I would have at least prepared something. Of course you didn't know. I only decided it now when you scored a draw. Don't worry, kid, you'll still have a sparring partner over there. He pointed at Barbara, who was glaring at Terry before heading towards the stairs. She's irritated as she was seemingly passed by Terry when he scored a win over her, then scoring a draw with their master. Terry gulped as he looked at a furious Barbara before he directed his gaze at his master's wide back. He wanted to say to his master that wasn't what he meant, but he figured that's just how Ted Grant is. His personality would entail that he is someone who does not like emotional goodbyes. But Terry is a little bit rueful about it. They wouldn't see Ted Grant again in the next morning. Are you done being sentimental? Barbara said to him. Huh. I'm saying I want you to spar with me again. Barbara said in a tone that is failing to try and hide her annoyance. Sure. Afraid to say no, Terry accepted Barbara's challenge. Ugh, that woman. Terry said as he wound up his arms and held his aching shoulders. He just came out of the shower. Earlier, Barbara faked an attempt at kicking him, and so he planned to dodge and counter. Instead, Barbara threw her whole body at his defenseless arm. It was a flying armbar. It was a move she didn't use on Terry before, and it proved its effectiveness. He tapped out because he felt like she would really try to break his arm. Barbara immediately left afterwards with a satisfied smile. She quit while she was ahead. Young McGinnis. It was Alfred holding a slim box. What is it? Try this on. Alfred said as he handed the box over to Terry. Is this what I think it is? Terry said with widened eyes. Yes. It came over earlier from Luke Fox's office. You better be thankful that the president of Wayne Ent made time in his busy schedule to make you that suit. He said you should come over sometime as my representative. Luke Fox. Lucius Fox's son. He was a part of the Bat family, but only on the sidelines. Although he wanted to, he couldn't join the rest of them fight crime on the field. The exo-suit that his father and Batman was making was in its early stages when he tried them on. It malfunctioned and left him paralyzed on a wheelchair for years. Thus, he mostly worked by his father's side. Luckily, as time went on and technology got better, he invented an exoskeleton that helped him walk again. Its function wasn't limited to that, as it also stimulated the nerves to slowly treat the patients back to normal. It made neural surgery easier and have higher chance of success because of this. He was a part of the R&D department of Wayne Enterprise at that time, and the product made their company trillions of dollars, as they were the only one that sold it across the world. This is it. Terry furrowed his brows as he picked up the item in the box. It was a belt that should only be a single part of the suit. Try it on, then push the button in the middle of it. Terry did as he was told, and the belt soon released some kind of substance, and it started enveloping his body starting from his waist. He was scared. A thought crossed his mind that Alfred somehow decided to betray and kill him. He closed his eyes as the thing began to creep up his face. Terry, in shock, fruitlessly held up his hands. It was an instinct to cover his head in defense, even though it was already on his face. He posed there like a mummified statue from Pompeii for a moment. After he noticed that it stopped, he gently opened his eyes. He can see Alfred with a disappointed expression through his held-up hands. He noticed that his arms are now wearing something. What? It's your new bat suit. Made with nanotechnology. But not just any kind of nanotech. Its performance is much more efficient, detailed and advanced. Lucas made it with the data that the Justice League has on Blue Beetle. Oh. Why were you screaming? I thought you were trying to kill me. Terry got hit on the head with Alfred's cane. He could have caught it if he wasn't on edge and guilty of what happened. Why on earth would I try to kill you? I don't know. Maybe your body was taken over by someone or something like that. Terry replied as he rubbed the area where Alfred hit him. Just remember everything I say when I tell you the functions that's been added. Okay. Roger. Good. The functions of the prototype suit that Terry got used to using and got fond of was included in the new suit. Now, it had more functions that the previous Batman would have. Grappling hooks, batarangs, bombs, smoke bombs, a low-dosage fear gas for intimidation. But there were also newer features like a batarang that can electrocute. And it has an AI called LUCIUS, which stands for Layered Ubiquitous Computing Iterated Unit System, named after Lucius Fox, the father of Lucas, who had died at the age of 73 just last year. As Alfred went on explaining the features of the bat suit, Terry looked at himself in the mirror. He almost had himself frightened. He was used to seeing the bat suits inside a glass case being inanimate, that looking at himself wearing it and moving was scary. It looked like he was wearing a cowl, but his mouth that was supposed to be seen was covered by the black nanotech up to his lips. Wearing the new bat suit, he looks like he came straight out of a horror movie. So this is how Bruce Wayne wanted to be seen, as by his enemies. He thought. And so, I suggest that you master the manual controls first before using the neural sensory function. Alfred ended his explanation with the neural sensory function that reads the user's brain activity to automatically activate whichever features the user wanted to use. I got it, Alfred. Sorry. Terry unknowingly had the voice changer function turned on. Do you like your graduation gift? Alfred asked with a smile. Terry already graduated Alfred's weapons training a month ago. Terry looked at himself again in the mirror. The whitened eyes. The red symbol across his chest. You heard from Ted. Terry calls Ted Grant without honorifics because that's what Ted wanted. Barbara was the only one calling him master all the time even though he rejects it. Yes. The timing of the new suit's arrival couldn't have been better. Deactivate suit. Deactivating suit. Lucius. Thanks a lot, Alfred. I won't let you guys down. Terry said before deciding to leave. Alfred followed him outside of the shower room and saw him off the Batcave. He was left there and stared again at the bat suit that were displayed for a while before deciding to head upstairs as well. I also heard from Alfred. I'm going to use it tonight. Excited? Yes, and nervous. Okay. I'll call you to meet me at our building's roof deck. Look up at the skies and you'll know when. Huh. Barbara was on the other line of the phone with Terry. She hung up after telling Terry something strange. Terry looked around in his own room before looking at the utility belt that contained his suit. The people that knew Bruce Wayne had high expectations of him as Batman, and now those expectations are Terry's to bear. The weight on his shoulders have never been heavier, but the feeling in his chest that he couldn't contain was just as strong. He clenched his fist tight and took a deep breath, then he puffed all the air out of his nose. Terrence McGinnis is ready to be Batman. Terry snuck out of his house at 10 that night. On his roof, his form changed to a being similar to that of a bat. He jumped on the ledge with both of his arms behind his back even though the new suit didn't require him to do so anymore. He was just used to it. When he spread his arms, the wings like that of a bat appeared and stopped his fall before he activated the rocket boosters from his soul. Zoom. His destination was Wayne Enterprises as he waits for Barbara's call. But then a light shone across the sky as he flew. He made a grin and decided to change his destination. Look up at the skies and you'll know when. So, that's what you were talking about. The light drew Terry in. It had the same symbol as the one on his chest. At the same time, Commissioner Barbara Gordon was also grinning as she looked towards the light being shown on the sky. I never imagined that I would do this myself one day. She muttered to herself as she recalled a distant memory about her father and her days of being a masked vigilante. She looked up again but noticed that the symbol in the middle of the light was getting bigger. When it got big enough, she finally realized what it was. She made an unimpressed grin at the being that was gliding downwards from the heavens and almost chuckled. She watched the being until it landed to where she was. Quite an entrance, Batman. She said to him. What did you call me for? Batman said with his signature deep voice. I called you here to say that you have the streets to yourself tonight. I pulled back all my patrol cars. Make yourself known. Is that all? That's all. But just a word of advice. She looked at the bat signal. Being subtle can also be grand. Barbara was talking about how to make an entrance. She then faced Batman again but he was gone. She chuckled to herself. Quick learner, how annoying. She muttered as she walked away towards the door. But the door bursted open and caught her by surprise. The man that bursted out of the door also looked surprised as he found her behind the door. It was her subordinate. Commissioner, did you get the idiot that played the prank? Confused, Barbara asked, what prank? Turning on the bat signal. I did that. What? Why? Why else would I turn it on? Ma'am, with all due respect, Batman has been dead for almost 9 years. Well, he's back. Barbara shrugged and nonchalantly said, pardon. Exactly what I said. He's back. Then where is he? He was just here. Now, he left. Her subordinate made a concerned look. Annoyed, Barbara heaved out a sigh. You don't have to believe me. You'll learn about it eventually. She said as she tapped her subordinate's shoulder and walked through the door. Leave it on. She added, referring to the bat signal. Her subordinate stood there and stared at the light being shown on the sky for a while before he decided to follow her downstairs. Chapter 13. News of the Batman coming back spread out through Gotham. Did he come back to life, or is this Batman another phony trying to make waves? After the death of Batman, wannabes tried to take up his role. They all ended up just getting hurt. The police had advised the public not to continue this trend or they will be forced to make arrests and charges the next time. Gotham Police Commissioner said that this Batman had contacted her anonymously. Of course, Barbara Gordon was questioned immediately because she was the one that turned on the bat signal. Anonymously, huh? Terry was in the Batcave reading an online newspaper article about the appearance of the Batman. He was sweaty from his training. Even though he graduated from being taught, that doesn't mean that he gets to slack off afterwards. It's something I thought of ahead of time. That's how Bruce contacted my father before. Barbara said. Her corporeal body isn't in the Batcave. It was her virtual form produced by the hologram. Is that what you wanted me to read? No, it's the second article below that. Terry looked for the article that Barbara was pointing out. He frowned as soon as he found it. It was an article about the mutants. 2 men almost killed by the vicious mutant gang. What are you going to do now about your former friends? Barbara is asking him now that he's Batman if he will personally capture the mutants. If I ever catch them, I'll bring them to you. You're hesitating. Terry looked at the somewhat disappointed Barbara. If you don't get to them first, we will. Just remember that. If the police ever gets to the mutants first than Batman, then casualties might rise because the police will fire on them, no doubt. But Terry wasn't that worried. He knows how smart and cunning the mutant leader is. The mysterious mutant leader. A mutant albino who mysteriously appeared. No history or records was found about him. The whole gang just knew him as leader, no name. Fletch. Terry muttered. That was what the leader told him his name was. Fletch Talon. He doesn't know if he was lying about it or if he's not the only one who he told his name to. Terry already tried to search Fletch from any database available, but he could not find a Fletch that matches his face. Not even just a slight resemblance of him. One thing he's sure of is that he has a mission, and the gang he formed was just a means to accomplish that mission. There is a pattern of him choosing his targets. Wealthy and well-connected politically. Terry got caught probably because the other party also saw this pattern. They probably already set a trap. If he hadn't seen through it earlier, his whole crew would have been arrested instead of just him. The question is why, Terry thought. He couldn't include Barbara in investigating this because he fears that Barbara will be pinned somehow because she is police and the police have to be reformed first before they can be trusted. He feels bad about it too because Barbara, in a way, saved his life. I guess I have to ask him myself. That night, Terry as Batman scoured Gotham to find the mutant leader. When he was part of the mutants, they always had to change their base. There were 12 divisions and each division had multiple hideouts. The mutant leader himself also changes locations and just calls the heads of every division to meet them in a certain place. Because Terry was very cautious, he memorized how the mutant leader decides the location of the meeting. After a stunt like gravely injuring people, he would choose the location from only 4 places, one of which, where the authorities least expects it. Behind a restaurant just a block away from police headquarters. The mutant leader is friends with the owner. There you are. Terry uttered as he luckily found them on the first location he checked. You would think it's foolish because even if they don't expect it, they would be easily spotted. But how can you spot criminals, really? Especially when the mutant leader specifically asked for no uniforms, which worked perfectly well with Terry's style. They all dress up like normal citizens, hiding in plain sight. Some even bought luxurious garments but no large branding, so it's subtle. The next problem would be their transportations that were mostly motorbikes. If the 12 heads would roll together on their bikes, of course they would attract attention. Because of that, they bought 3 economy cars. They are more sophisticated than your average street gang. The 12 heads entered the restaurant by which car arrived first. Don, who was Terry's second when he was in the mutants, was in the group. Terry saw him and felt a little guilty. He must have filled up Terry's position after he was forced to leave. Turning on the cloaking function of the suit, Batman entered the restaurant with the last 4 members to enter. The owner recognized them and just nodded. Batman followed them into the back room. Entering the room, there were lounge chairs and couches. The first 8 that entered the room were already sitting there. A huge man that can tower over a bear was standing in the corner. The mutant leader's personal bodyguard. In the middle of the room, patiently waiting, was the mutant leader. Wearing his signature fedora hat and trenchcoat, he had his back facing towards the rest of the people attending the meeting. He turned around and faced them, revealing his long white hair up to his shoulders, his crimson eyes. We all heard the rumors about him circulating around Gotham before. They say he is a big burly man with a disfigured face. The one they might have seen was his bodyguard, Cedric. The real mutant leader who is here before us has a slim physique and a beautiful face that worked well with his pale skin. He's an albino. Maybe that's why he calls himself a mutant, and if so, that is sad. He smiled as he scanned the room, then suddenly frowned when his gaze passed by the general area where Batman was while being invisible. He closed his eyes and began to speak. I never called to meet 13 people. He said softly. The people in the room looked at each other with confused expressions because there were only 12 of them that came inside except for the mutant leader and Cedric, who were already here before them. Quit the charades. Show yourself. Batman was taken aback. I guess he really did sense me earlier. This isn't going to be easy, but, he thought. On the far side of the room, appeared a man all clad in black. Batman decided to reveal himself, turning off the cloaking function of the suit. The 12 that were sitting got startled and they all jumped from where they were sitting in. They looked at Batman and immediately took out their personal weapons. Guns, knives, batons. What the hell are you doing here? One of them shouted. Who the hell are you? Another one shouted. Before Batman could reply, the mutant leader spoke instead. Stop. You're no match for him. Those things you have in your hands probably look like toys. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? He obviously didn't come here to fight. Silence filled the whole room, but each one of them could hear their hearts beating loudly. That's right. The being that just appeared replied. Chills went down their spine because the voice of the being sounded so deep and distorted that it was unpleasant. Then, what do you want? Batman planned to listen to their whole meeting first to get some information before talking to the mutant leader, but that was immediately foiled, and so he just said, I came here to talk to you. The mutant leader was silent for a moment and thought to himself. You 12, go outside for now. He instructed. What? What if he kills you? Voices of concern and suspicion arose. The mutant leader raised his hand and silenced them. He won't kill me. The symbol across his chest forbids him to do so. If a fight ever erupts between us, then I'll surely win because of that factor. Now, go eat outside and wait for me to call you again. He knew the real Batman would not kill, and so he based his confidence on that. The 12 heads of the mutant gang frustratedly walked out of the room and occasionally glared at Batman. During all that, the bodyguard did not budge. They're gone. What do you want? What about him? Batman pointed toward Cedric. He won't be a problem. He'll only become a problem if he ever senses me being troubled. And as you can see, I'm calm as a cucumber. What is your goal? Batman went straight to business. My goal on what? Your goal for forming the mutants. You're not just some random street gang. You act more like a syndicate. Someone who made this gang must have more aspirations than just forming a group of lowly thieves. I bet you never even told them what you wanted. I didn't have to and they don't need to know. Why? Why do I have to answer your question? I'll force an answer out of you if I have to. Batman glared and the mutant leader just received it with a smile. But the bodyguard didn't take it so lightly as he began to move from his corner, but the mutant leader raised his hand to stop him. The mutant leader covered his mouth and chuckled. Your predecessor must be truly dead if he didn't tell you any information about me. Predecessor. As Terry, his eyes widened as he had not expected the word to come up. You don't expect us to believe that you were the dead Batman and came back to life, don't you? It's possible. You mean how the Justice League resurrected Superman before? Or a Lazarus pit? You'd have to have body to do that. The mutant leader was so knowledgeable that Terry was at a loss for words. How do you know that there was no body? Please, what the Justice League buried was just a suit. An Omega beam would disintegrate the entire body. Why do you know so much? Terry asked. Because your predecessor saved me. 14, Chapter 14. Your predecessor saved me. Terry, the new Batman, narrowed his eyes at the sudden revelation. It's true. In truth, I would not have done all this if he had not died. I can survive on my own and be satisfied with a simple life. Stealing from the wealthy and giving it to the poor, that's not what the previous Batman would have wanted. That's not the only thing we're doing. The mutant leader smiled and looked into Batman's eyes. By doing that, we are preventing something evil to come back to power. The evil that Batman saved me from. What evil? Have you heard of the Court of Owls? Batman widened his eyes. So you do know them. They're our targets. We hurt them by stealing away their power, which is their money. The Court of Owls were once Batman's foes. They were a syndicate, a cult, an ancient organization that controlled Gotham from behind the shadows. They had people in every structure of Gotham. Their power and confidence came from their talons. An army of assassins trained by the Court of Owls. He saved you from them? Terry asked. Yes. I was one of the kidnapped children to be trained as a Talon. He said as he looked at his hands that wore gloves. The mutant leader removed the gloves and revealed to Terry his sharp and pointed fingers. The Talons were once children that were kidnapped from their families. They get mutated and become puppets for the Court of Owls. They're weapons. When Batman brought down the Court of Owls, I was 13 and the mutation process wasn't finished on me. That's why only my hands are like this. He wore the gloves again. That was 17 years ago now. He said with a wistful smile. This was also where the name of their gang came from. The mutants. If my predecessor brought the Court of Owls down then dash. Like me, some survived. They were the young of the Court of Owls. I have no doubt that the doctrine was already passed on to them. Speechless, Batman thought to himself. The mutant leader nonchalantly plopped down at the wide couch and waited for Batman to finish contemplating. Finished, Batman faced the mutant leader that smiled at him like the situation was amusing. If what you say is true, Batman said, why don't you ally with us? Us? You have a Robin. No, the police. The mutant leader jumped up. He glared at Batman as he drew near towards him until their faces were about an inch away. Batman stepped back immediately. He got scared not because he was being attacked. It was more like a scolding was about to come. Do you think I would do this in the first place if I could trust the police? The scolding did come from the mutant leader. He wasn't scared of Batman. It's as if he was talking to an equal. Batman pushed him away. I understand what you mean, but when I said the police, I meant the commissioner. She does seem to be trustworthy. I understand that her father, the former police commissioner, was also the previous Batman's ally, but I can't say the same for her subordinates. For all I know, she could very well be surrounded by them. That's what I'm trying to say. You'll both at least have another friend that you know can be trusted. You mean too? The mutant leader brightly smiled and put his arm around Batman's shoulders to signify his approval. Yes, Batman gripped his arm and removed it from him, but don't get too familiar. The mutant leader chuckled as Batman glared at him. Just promise me once we're done with this, you'll disband the mutants. No, why not? If your mission is finished, what do you still need the gang for? They're not just that to me anymore. The mutant leader said with a melancholic smile. When I started this gang, it was just a mere tool for me. But not anymore. They have become something close to a family to me. And like me, they all found somewhere they could belong to. A community that thrives by helping each other and their fellow poor man. Something that beautiful created by these disfigured hands that were designed for destruction. No, I cannot destroy that. Terry closed his eyes. Him too didn't see the gang as a stepping stone like he once did when he was in it. But if they were to do the same things they do after this is finished, then nothing has changed. They'll just be replacing the people that they dethroned. But Terry opened his eyes at the mutant leader's words. I do promise that I'll try to reform them. I'll tell them the truth after we do this. I want them to know that those sins can be forgiven and that they can still change. Terry faintly smiled with his worries all for naught. Good. Just remember that when this is over and you don't do what you just told me, then I will be your enemy. Of course. The mutant leader smiled. Use this so we can contact each other. It can also be a distress signal. You can't trace our calls, so don't even try it. Sure thing. Batman gave him an earpiece. Batman went outside of the room and was met with hostile eyes. The kitchen was filled with the 12 men that got kicked out of the room because the mutant leader decided to talk with him first. They glared at him. It meant nothing, but he was still irritated, especially when he saw Dawn. So, he decided to play a prank on them. He activated the cloaking function again. What happened? Where'd he go? Batman, who was just in front of them, suddenly vanished. He could see them panicking, and that was enough for Terry to get back at them for throwing daggers with their eyes. He went out the door of the kitchen and then went out the main door before he flew up. Lucius. Conference call with Alfred and Commissioner Barbara. Calling Alfred and Barbara. Lucius. I knew he wasn't someone evil. Terry muttered to himself with a satisfied smile as he waited for Alfred and Barbara to pick up. Hello, Barbara. Yes, Alfred. Guys, I have to tell you something. Barbara, I know you won't like this, but I've discovered something. Terry reported to them what he had learned through talking to the mutant leader. You're putting me in a dangerous spot, Terry. I'm the police commissioner. Me working with criminals doesn't make me any different with the rats that are in the headquarters. If our enemies find out about this, they'll do anything to expose it and use it as a reason to get me to resign from my position. Barbara. I know. That's why I'll be your medium. You won't have to get yourself directly involved with them. I acknowledge Terry's discernment. As long as he thinks they are trustworthy. Alfred. Thank you, Alfred. But a response from Barbara has yet to come. She was still organizing her thoughts about the matter. Then Barbara broke her silence by heaving out a sigh. Look, even if I'm not involved directly with them, the other side will still notice a pattern in our actions. So, if we're going to do this, we need to do it fast before they realize what hit them. Barbara. Terry smiled. He got the reply that he wanted. Somebody, help. A scream resonated from a street not far from where Terry was. He narrowed his eyes and just said, I have to go now. We'll talk about it in detail later. Good luck, Barbara. Take care, Alfred. The transmission stopped as soon as he flew to where the scream was. A lady was lying on the floor. What happened? Batman asked her. She widened her eyes out of fright of the being that appeared, but the rush of adrenaline helped her think faster and made her realize who it was. They took somebody away. She pointed at a car that was speeding away in the distance. Terry had more questions, but he saved it for later. Saving the person that got abducted was more urgent. Batman flew and started to chase them. The car was ignoring all traffic rules as it passed by every stoplight, but that was not enough to lose the man chasing them. Just moments later, Batman finally caught up to them. There were 3 men riding the car. The driver and the 2 men at the back. The driver and of the men at the back seat wore ski masks, while the guy that was with them was wearing a frightened expression instead of a mask. They all looked at Batman, who was flying beside the car. The man wearing a mask at the back seat rolled down his windows. He put out his arm that was holding a gun. Batman did not fret and just glared at the man that was about to make the biggest mistake of his life. When he thought that the man was going to fire at him, he got ready to evade, even though his suit can probably protect him perfectly. It was a result of his training to not underestimate anyone. But he thought wrong. The man raised his other hand towards his mask and partially removed it just enough to reveal his face to Batman. Hey! He said, then quickly put the mask back on. It was Mutant Leader. Batman narrowed his eyes at him. 15, Chapter 15. You better explain yourself or the deal is off. I will personally take you to jail right now and send the Court of Owls with you right after. Batman said to the Mutant Leader as he flew beside their car. I know. Follow us and I'll tell you. The Mutant Leader waved him off with his hand that was holding the gun. I know your suit is bulletproof, so, I'll shoot you now. Bang, bang, bang. He shot Batman right in the face after he said that. No hesitation. He didn't let Batman get a chance to get ready. He missed him the second and third time because Batman flew up and evaded it. Ugh. Batman grunted. It didn't hurt so much as it felt just like a light tap on the head because of his suit, but being shot at is still an unpleasant feeling. He gets why the Mutant Leader shot him. It's for the witnesses to see if there were any, so they can erase any suspicion of them working together. Batman flew up so that no one will see that they're together as he followed them while hiding in the night sky. It has been at least only an hour after they met and struck a deal, but it appears that their deal will be over if the Mutant Leader says one wrong thing to him about the current situation. The car stopped in an alleyway beside an abandoned church. The passengers of the car got out and waited for their ally to arrive. Batman glided right to where they were. Who did you abduct? Batman asked immediately. He was impatient to know what was going on. Calm down. This is my informant, Henry Page. The Mutant Leader replied. Then, why was he afraid in the car? It's a natural response, don't you think? A man dressed as a large bat was chasing us down. What normal person wouldn't be scared? Batman, who was doubtful, was silent before facing Henry. the mutant leader's informant. You. He pointed at him. Why yes. Are you working with the mutants? Yes. Henry bit his tongue. Don't be afraid. He's a friend. He will help us. The mutant leader said to calm him down. Henry looked at the mutant leader with a troubled expression but decided to trust him and calmed himself down. It's best to tell the rest of the story now, mutant leader, while I am still being patient. So testy. Ahem. Right. Henry here was also supposed to be a Talon like me. We met when we were 7, at the Owl's Nest. Just a year after that, they discovered Henry has a gift that would be wasted if they made him a Talon. He was gifted in computation and numbers. And so, he was brought back to his parents and they advised them to nurture this talent within Henry. Probably about 2 years ago when the mutant gang started to gain attention, I met him again. I never forgot his face because I was jealous of him being let out early of the nest. When he learned that I was that child he met years ago, he immediately divulged of information about the Court of Owls and their plan to take back their control over Gotham. They already have a foothold in every infrastructure. It was fortunate for us because, before I met him, the targets that I give to the gang were all just assumptions I made based on how the Owls work and whose names I remembered. His presence has helped me minimize the casualties. He tells us where they keep their money they made through illegal methods because they can't put it together with honest money. How exactly do you know that they are a member of the Court of Owls? Batman turned his face to Henry. I am an accountant. Exclusively for them. I've made my name because the members of the court have always been influential people. I do not accept any other clients aside from them. Then, what was the show for earlier? Batman asked, referring to Henry being kidnapped by his allies. He felt that the court was closing in on him. The court has noticed that their members are being targeted by us and was finding the one who has been giving out information. Henry already got his family smuggled somewhere in Asia to hide before he called me. He needed a way to disappear. And because we don't want the court to directly associate his disappearance with us. Wouldn't they still assume he's with you because he is somehow connected to you? The mutant leader made a deep sigh and paused. I didn't want to tell you this because you'll be against it. Tell me what? We shared information to the other street gangs. What information? Batman narrowed his eyes. Information about our targets, Ka. Batman slammed the mutant leader against a wall. He raised his hand to Cedric who was about to attack Batman to stop him. Do you know what would happen if they ever get that kind of information? They're not as organized as you. They don't have the same morals as you. Blood will be spilled. Of course, I know. We're fighting a war here, Batman. Even before you came and offered help, it is a given that we are outgunned, outnumbered, and outclassed. I had to grasp at straws. I needed to use anything that can give us a little bit of breathing room. What was I supposed to do? The mutant leader vented out his frustrations. You don't need to do that anymore. Batman loosened his grip on the mutant leader and let him go. I'm here now. I'll give you aid if it ever comes to that point. But it's already done. Do you have any information about what their plan is or can you get someone to get it? No, the mutant leader replied with a glum look. Then give me the locations. The plan is still set, but I'll have to involve them. Okay. Originally, the plan was to let the mutants get away with the heist, then Batman and the police will investigate the crime scene and try to find any evidence that the money that was stolen was linked to illegal methods. They will do that every time until one by one the members of the Court of Owls can be convicted. It's a loophole so that the police wouldn't even need a search warrant to investigate. Now, Batman has to stop the gang in the act and let the police investigate the crime scene. I need your numbers. From now on, we'll guard every location every night. Call me so I can call in the police immediately. It was to prevent any mishaps in case 2 heists or more were to occur at the same time. By the way, where is he going to stay? He'll move with me everywhere I go. Cedric and I are enough to keep him safe. Everywhere you go. You mean, you're constantly moving from one place to another to hide. You don't have a single base that's safe. The mutant leader smiled. Yes, and no. Don't ask things about my base if you're not ready to tell me about yours. They met eyes for a moment, then Batman left. For a whole month, Batman and the police have apprehended every gang that tried to do a heist on the list of locations that Henry Page gave. Consequently, filing charges to the owners of the safe houses that they broke into for the questionable source of their money. Even the vice mayor was among the people that they arrested. Fortunately, the mayor is clean. It's been a month, Terry. If we are still not finished with this, I'll arrest your friends just to keep suspicion away from my organization. We're almost done. You know that we can't keep these people on hold for long, right? Even if we're done with this, if the investigation on these wealthy pigs don't provide something, anything to keep them locked up, then it is all meaningless. We have a witness to stand trial against them. All we have to do is finish this until we can reveal that card to our opponents. They are inside Wayne Manor discussing about the progress of their plan. They can't reveal Henry to the public yet until they rounded up everyone involved, or they'll just pay someone to kill him before they get to stand trial. Alfred was with them in the living room sipping his afternoon tea. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Terry got up to see who it was. He looked at the screen and saw a woman at the front gate. He turned on the intercom to ask who it was. Alfred Pennyworth residence. Who is it? Tell him it's Amanda Waller. Terry widened his eyes. Of course he knew who it was. It was his parents' old boss. The director of Argus. Alfred, she says she is Amanda Waller. What do I do? Terry turned his head towards Alfred. Let her in. Someone like her won't come here personally if it's not important. Chapter 16. Terry remotely opened the gate to let the unexpected visitors in. He opened the door and welcomed them in. A middle-aged woman wearing a business attire went in the mansion. Her face was indifferent and made her seem unapproachable. Commissioner Gordon. Alfred. Director Waller. Amanda Waller saw Barbara Gordon and Alfred, then immediately greeted them. Barbara also did the same while Alfred just nodded. Please sit down. Alfred offered her a seat. She accepted his offer and sat down on a couch across from Alfred and Barbara. Amanda Waller's subordinates waited outside for her. Terry filled a place behind Alfred as he was his personal attendant. Amanda stared at Terry. It made Terry uncomfortable, but he didn't look away. Alfred noticed this unusual behavior and started the conversation to turn her attention away from Terry. To what do I owe this pleasure? Amanda looked at Alfred and did not answer his question but instead asked another question. Is that him? You know my attendant. Confused about Waller's question, Alfred asked. Your attendant is the new Batman. Terry was surprised by the sudden assertion of him being Batman. Alfred and Barbara didn't know how to answer that question, but their silence was more than enough as Amanda Waller smiled. I understand if you do not want to tell me, but those in the know will probably assume that the new Batman is connected with you. The family of the previous Batman. You wouldn't give away Bruce Wayne's alias to just anybody. Waller said. Yes, he is in fact Batman. Alfred said after pondering. I actually came here for him. Then, I'll get some tea. Alfred got up from his seat. No, I'll dash. Sit down. Our guest came for you specifically. Terry offered to get the tea for the guest, but Alfred insisted that he'll do it instead. Okay, a little hesitant, but Terry took Alfred's place entertaining the guest. Let me introduce myself. My name is Amanda Waller, director of Argus. I knew the previous Batman personally. We were occasional allies. We had a complicated relationship even when I was still an agent. I hope I can count on you too, his successor, Mr. She held out her hand towards Terry. McGinnis. Terrence McGinnis, but everyone calls me Terry. Terry said as he shook her hand. Amanda Waller was surprised. Like she's seen a ghost. She took her hand back and stared at Terry. What is it? Terry addressed his concern at the unwarranted stares he has been receiving from Waller. No. She uttered as her forehead began to sweat. No, what? Terry furrowed his brows in confusion at her reaction upon meeting him. And no, it's nothing. I just remembered who you are. You're Warren and Mary McGinnis' son, correct? Yes. And I'm also very familiar with you. My parents' former boss. It's funny, isn't it? How fate works. A chuckle escaped from Amanda Waller. Terry didn't appreciate her laughing. His bad memories of the past are directly connected to Argus. His parents were working for them at the time of his father's death, and they also fired his mother afterwards. So, what do you want? Terry went straight to business as he doesn't want to exchange meaningless chatter anymore. I need your help. Deathstroke is in Gotham. Terry and Barbara looked at each other with wide eyes. The one Terry has been waiting for came back. When did he arrive? Barbara entered their conversation. We don't know, but he was seen last night in Blackgate prison. His plan was foiled by the warden, but he will most probably come back. What exactly did he want in Blackgate prison? That's why I came here. I do not know who hired him this time or if it was personal. And how do I not know this happened? Barbara's tone had a hint of anger. As the commissioner, she should have been told about what happened inside her jurisdiction, that is Gotham. We isolated the incident. But Argus also has definite power given by the government. It was our fault that he escaped from our facilities twice. The first time resulted in Warren McGinnis' unfortunate death. He escaped last year for the second time. Terry furrowed his brows. He already knew this and blamed Argus for a while for his father's death. It couldn't have been the work of the mob. They don't have anyone in there that is valuable to them. Barbara said in a thinking pose. Do you have anyone that was taken in there lately? Could it be? Barbara faced Terry. Maybe. Terry replied. Could it be what? Amanda asked. We captured a bunch of people and held them in there for money laundering. It's still an investigation. Are these people you captured connected somehow? We believe so. We have been on it since last month. How are they connected? They are part of a secret organization called the Court of Owls. Do you know them? Yes. Bruce has mentioned them before. Then, they have recovered. Apparently. But they are still in a state where they can be prevented from gaining back their power. They have acquired someone formidable if they did hire Deathstroke. Even so, Deathstroke has always been my target. This just makes it more convenient. Terry said with furious eyes. But what could they possibly want in Blackgate? I'm heading there after this. I would like you to come along with me to ask around. I was already planning on doing that even if you didn't invite us, Ms. Waller. Terry said with a grin. Drink some tea to warm yourselves before leaving. Alfred arrived with freshly made tea. Thank you. Amanda took a cup that already had tea in it. That damn Henry Page. He's ruining all our plans by selling information about us to those thugs. A man shouted while he was sitting on a swivel chair with his feet on top of the bloody desk. Are you sure that he sold it or he's doing it on purpose so you can be caught? The man drinking coffee at the couch in front of the desk said. The man had silver hair and wore an eye patch. His swords were placed at the coffee table along with his black and orange helmet. It was Deathstroke. I know the characteristics of our members. He's too cowardly to do that of his own will. That man has been blinded by money and wants a cut from what those goons get from us. If you say so. Deathstroke wanted to rebut, but he didn't want to interfere in the man's business that much. Why would I want opinions from someone who failed doing their job? You couldn't even kill the vice mayor like I told you, and to top it off, you were made to retreat by some warden. You're right, but I killed him instead for you, didn't I? He gestured at the man laying lifeless on the floor. It was the head of the Maroney family. They were in the Maroney family's home and base of operations. The guards that were supposed to be guarding the door were now lying on the floor, headless. Plus, that man was not just some warden. Shouldn't you be doing another attempt at Blackgate right now? Why are you just sitting around? It's not that easy. The security is probably going to be tighter. We won't be able to do anything about it now even if he talks. And now that I know who's the warden, the price for killing a man locked up in there has just gone up. Tisk. Don't be so stingy. You're vice president of Wayne Enterprises. The next Bruce Wayne. Or so they say, right, Mr. Derek Powers? He said, then took a sip of his coffee. Derek Powers cursed and thought that if only he had the talons again, then they wouldn't have to rely on a mercenary. Commissioner Gordon. Director Waller. The large tall man wearing a suit greeted them. Warden Dorrance. Barbara greeted him back and Waller just nodded. Wouldn't you like to come inside? They were outside Blackgate prison. The warden invited them in, but they seemed like they have no intention of going inside. We're still waiting for someone. Amanda Waller stated. May I ask who? That would be me. A figure emerged from the darkness. It was Batman. Ah, the new Batman. Nice to meet you, finally. The large man held out his hand and smiled. This man is Eduardo Dorrance, the warden of Blackgate prison. Barbara made an introduction for Eduardo to Batman. Batman shook his hand and nodded. I was friends with the previous Batman before I was the warden, so I hope we have a good relationship too. He said with a thin smile. Amanda Waller chuckled through her nose. Barbara was also smiling at them. What? Batman asked. Nothing. It's just weird hearing from Eduardo that he was friends with someone who he almost paralyzed by breaking their back. Barbara said. Ah, that was a long time ago. That was before he got me back, then we got to sit and talk with each other. He saved my life. My views would still be clouded and I would probably be unable to walk today because of the side effects of being addicted to venom if he had not helped rehabilitate me. You're... Batman exclaimed. Yes. He's the man that broke the bat. Bane. Barbara confirmed his thoughts. 17, Chapter 17. That was a long time ago. I got rid of that name too. I do not want to be known by it. The large man said with a smile as he scratched the back of his neck. Terry cannot fathom how this large man with a gentle smile was one of the most vicious opponents that his predecessor as Batman, Bruce Wayne, has faced. Isn't he supposed to still be locked up? Batman asked. I helped him shorten his sentence by giving him dangerous missions that we can't afford to send our own soldiers in. Amanda Waller explained. That's probably enough reminiscing about my past. I'm getting too embarrassed about it. Please go inside. The man nervously laughed. He was genuinely self-conscious of his past. They went inside as the warden led the way. This is where I fought him. He was searching for a prisoner and was going through our files to find his target cell. It's the previous vice mayor. We changed his cell now in case of another break-in. Warden Dorrance explained the scene. The counter was wrecked. Terry imagined what went down. Somebody was thrown there. Bane. The warden must have been the one who executed the throw. Deathstroke fell on the counter and immediately got back up and started slashing at the warden. 9mm rounds. The place was riddled with bullets. A semi-automatic pistol was most likely used because of the quantity. Yeah, I used my Uzi. Bane confirmed. What do you think he wanted to do with the vice mayor? He asked. Let's go ask the man himself. Barbara said. They walked past the visiting rooms, the cafeteria, the field, and then through halls of cells. Is that Batman? I know Batman. That's not him. Probably just another copycat. I can take him on. Bah, he doesn't look scary, does he? Sure, he's with the warden. Shut up. The chatter of the inmates entered their ears. They seemed to be more afraid of the warden than anyone else. We're here. Just so you know, I already tried talking to him but he won't listen. Warden Dorrance pointed at a man that looked like he was about to have a mental breakdown. He was drenched in cold sweat. Tang, tang, tang. The warden banged on the iron bars with his large baton that was made to proportion with his size. It looked like a small bat if a normal-sized person holds it. Kee, don't kill me. I didn't say anything. The man in his cell cried out. We're here to talk to you, Vice Mayor. We need your help if you want to be safe. Barbara said. No, you won't be able to keep me safe. I have a higher chance of surviving if I keep quiet. He's been agitated like that since he heard the news of Deathstroke breaking in here and trying to search for him. He won't talk to anyone. Does he have any family? Batman asked. No, as far as I know. Warden Dorrance replied. Commissioner. Batman whispered something to them without the vice mayor hearing it. Okay. Barbara agreed to whatever Batman proposed. If the commissioner approved it, then it's okay. Eduardo Dorrance said. I asked for your help, remember. Amanda Waller took a roundabout way of saying yes. The sound of the rails from a prison door being opened echoed. Vice Mayor Sullivan Clark. Please come out of your cell. Eduardo said. The vice mayor hesitantly walked up to the warden. His anxiety and paranoia was high. Well, what is it? You are free to go, sir. No, you are going to kill me. He shouted as he was about to turn back. Eduardo Dorrance held his forearm and pulled him. If I wanted to kill you, I would have already done it. He said with a menacing smile. What I'm saying is true. You are free to go under one condition. Run away as fast as you can. No one will stop you. Not even me. The man had disbelief written all over his face. That's too easy. He thought in a daze. If it is, then why don't you try it? The warden smiled at him and let go of his arm. The vice mayor looked at the direction where the exit was, then looked back at the warden thinking, this is too good to be true. You better go now before I change your mind. The warden's tone and demeanor changed and became serious. He started walking towards where the exit was. He looked back at where the warden was and the warden just gestured for him to go on. He continued walking. Then, he picked up the pace and started walking faster. Faster and faster, he picked up his momentum and started running. All the other inmates were yelling while they were watching him run away to freedom. The guards acted like they didn't see him. The vice mayor began panting as he continued to run. The doors to freedom were finally in his sights. He pushed them away and a smile began to appear on his face. He already has plans about leaving Gotham and starting a new life miles away from it. But a man suddenly appeared and blocked him. His face hit the man's chest and fell backwards upon collision. He couldn't see the man's face clearly, but he appeared to have horns. Key. You thought you were safer out here? The man asked him. Well, what are you? I'm Batman. The vice mayor's face was then met with a fist. Tell me, vice mayor, are you afraid of the warden in there? The man lying on the floor looked at him stunned. Tell me. Batman shouted. Why, yes. He stuttered to answer. Then, who are you afraid of out here? The owls. He was stunned yet again and couldn't answer. Batman grabbed him by his collar and punched him in the gut. Let me tell you something, vice mayor. The one who you should be more afraid of is me. Batman punched him again on the face. When he was beginning to fall, Batman pulled him up again to maintain his balance. The vice mayor, Sullivan Clark, got knee kicked over and over again before he was allowed to fall to the ground. Batman crouched down and put his face near the man's face. I am Gotham now, not the owls. You won't be safe from me anywhere if you don't do as you are told. You better talk or I will have to remind you again who you should be more afraid of. Batman said as he stood up. The vice mayor was then assisted back inside the penitentiary. Thank you for agreeing to this. Batman said to the two women that was also outside. I perfectly understand. Barbara, if this is the only way to bait Deathstroke, of course I'll agree to it. Amanda Waller smirked. What Batman proposed earlier was to make the vice mayor comfortable talking to them. He was more afraid of the owls and their connections outside that might also have reached Blackgate. What he did was to make himself someone more feared by the vice mayor for him to overcome his fear for the Court of Owls. Unbeknownst to Sullivan Clark, Batman also made him inhale low-dosage fear gas to increase the success in intimidation. The two women weren't new to this kind of game, especially the woman known as Amanda Waller. Vice Mayor, are you ready to talk now? Barbara asked him. His strength finally came back to him as he has rested for an hour. His eyes scanned Barbara then the ones behind her. Eek. He saw Batman among the people behind her. Hey, he won't hurt you while I am here, okay? But I'll leave you and him alone if you don't talk. Oh, okay. Barbara smiled. She finally has a witness of her own instead of relying on someone affiliated to the mutants. The next morning, a headline shocked Gotham. A syndicate has been controlling Gotham from the shadows for years. Witness, Vice Mayor Sullivan Clark tells all. Derek Powers, son of the owner and head of Power Tech and current vice president of Wayne Enterprises, was included in the list of people that the mayor gave. Derek Powers ripped the newspaper apart and cursed. Call Deathstroke, now. He shouted at his assistant. Meanwhile, somewhere hidden in Gotham, an albino man was smiling as he read the news. His friend, Henry Page, was also smiling brightly as he looked at the news from his phone. They both looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They did it. Henry Page shouted. Don't celebrate yet. This is a huge win for us, but it's not over yet. The mutant leader said calmly. But it was clear that he was also happy. Rallying. Inside Terry's bedroom, the alarm clock rung. Ugh, he was still tired from staying up late at night. He wondered how Bruce Wayne ever got used to this. Or he didn't. He recalled Alfred telling him that Bruce used to sleep during his company meetings. Unfortunately for Terry, he was a student. Unlike Bruce Wayne, who was owner and CEO of the company when he was Batman, he can't afford to miss classes. He dragged himself downstairs to get some breakfast before his online class starts. Terry, did you stay up late last night? Didn't I say that you should take better care of yourself? You still have work later, too. He heard it, but the only reply he came up with was a zombie moan. Geez, we're going now, okay. Bye, Terry. His brother, Matt McGinnis said. MMHMMM. Terry mumbled goodbye as he ate his cereal. He got back upstairs to his room after he finished eating and put on his online class on the computer. He crashed his bed as he listened to it. 18, Chapter 18. This is one of the reasons why Bruce Wayne became Batman. Terry said as he was looking at the news projected by the screen. Police has found nothing that can link Derek Powers to the underground syndicate described by the vice mayor. I am innocent. Vice Mayor Sullivan was a family friend of ours. That is our only relation. But as of this moment, I am officially cutting off that link. Derek Powers. The police won't be able to thoroughly search him. The same thing cannot be said about the other people on the list as they too have been searched the same day the news about them being involved came out. The investigation provided solid evidence that they are involved in these crimes. Murder, money laundering, electoral fraud, bribery and many more. Powers was smart. He probably already smelled us coming. He knew Sullivan Clark was going to squeal eventually and had Deathstroke try to kill him inside Blackgate. I am going to thank the warden again later. I need to investigate Powers personally. We still have another trump card, remember. Barbara is talking about Henry Page. I already called the mutant leader. He said Powers was the only one to not rely on Henry. Clever. It appears that way. He keeps his cards close to his chest. That's probably how I would have done it too. What's our plan now? I have some ideas. Like I said, he thinks similarly as me. So, he probably is hands-on with everything. Your point. A week from now, Wayne Enterprises is throwing a charity gala. He would have to attend if he wants to play innocent. I'll also be there as a representative for Alfred. I'll plant a tracker on him then. Ooh, do you need a date? Barbara teased. Terry smiled and said, I need someone younger OOF. Barbara cut off what he was saying by kicking his crotch. I was invited too, anyway. She said as she flipped her hair and walked out of the Batcave. Barbara left Terry who was squirming in pain on the floor while holding his crotch. Then why ask? He grumbled. Are you okay? What happened? Alfred said. He just got back from upstairs. Terry stood himself up and raised his leg up and down to rearrange his arrangements. Yeah, I'm okay. It was just an accident. Well, then, I would like you to try this on. Alfred handed over a garment bag. Terry opened it up and saw a luxurious suit and tie. Isn't this too much, Alfred, for someone like me? For a college student, yes. But you are also my representative at the party and I would like you to represent me well as a major stockholder of the company. There's also a business card in one of the pockets. I want you to go there before going to the event. Terry took out a card from the suit's pocket. A barber shop. Yes. I've already told the barber what to do. Your hair is getting a bit long. But I already have a barber. You'll go to this one now. Just think of it as a job requirement since I really didn't give you any when I took you in. Okay. Terry understood what Alfred was saying but he just felt guilty about changing barbers all of a sudden. There's a bond formed out of trust when you let another man groom you and you end up satisfied. It is a strange phenomenon that no man can fully describe. The day before the gala was uneventful. Terry went on with his daily routine. Attend his classes, do his work as Alfred's attendant, and then training. At night, as Batman, he caught a couple of drug dealers selling fake drugs, muggers, and a group of vandalizers. Nice job. Save some for us next time. The officer who took in the offenders that he caught into the station joked. He didn't reply. It is still a bit awkward for Terry to work with police officers other than Barbara because he used to be on the other side. Batman just simply flew away. The next day, Terry went to the barber shop that Alfred endorsed him to before going to the mansion. You are looking sharp, Terrence. I don't like this haircut, Alfred. It doesn't feel like me. Terry said as he combed the hair at the side of his head with his hands. Instead of his previous modern mullet with messy bangs, his haircut looks more neat. He looks more suited for an office now. A businessman hairstyle called a quiff. With your face, any hairstyle would fit you well. But you should also learn to pick a style that would fit what you do. Your previous hairstyle would fit if you are an artist or you have a job that requires your look to express your personality. You are my attendant now. You should always hide your emotions and be professional. An occasional smile is acceptable every now and then. You mean, like those rich snobs that I'll be meeting later at the gala. Some of them are more sensible than you think. Just like Master Bruce, Master Luke, and many others. Sure. Terry expressed his doubt but did not want to debate. The Wayne Manor was so big that every day, there's a section of the house that needs maintenance. Terry and his dexterous hands were practiced almost every day. He treated it like it was just part of his training. Will you head straight there? I'll be going home first and take a shower. Take care, young McGinnis. Alfred said. Terry waved and set off on his motorbike. Terry, is that you? You look so much like your father. Terry just got home and his mom jumped up from her seat as she gazed at Terry. Thanks, Mom. He replied. Terry saw his little brother staring at him. Matt McGinnis, who didn't get to grow up to know his father, looked at Terry when his mom said that he looked like their dad. This made Terry a little bit rueful. You look show hands home. Mary McGinnis said as she played with his son's cheeks. His mother always said that Warren McGinnis, his father, looked similar to Bruce Wayne when he was younger. black hair and a defined jawline. This made Terry like his new haircut more than before. I'm going somewhere tonight. Are you also going to the charity gala later? I heard of it from the commissioner. Yes. I'll be Alfred's representative. Do you have a suit? Yeah. Terry lifted up the bag he was holding. Alfred gave this to me. Terry went upstairs and took a shower. He put the suit on afterwards and looked at himself at the mirror. Not too bad, Terry. He muttered to himself. Then he made gun poses like the main character from those famous British spy movies. Shaken, not stirred. He said as he copied Alfred's accent and pretended to fix his cuffs as he put on a sophisticated expression. He is now more comfortable with his new look as he immersed himself in his vainness. Terry went downstairs and his mother saw him again. She looked teary-eyed as she drew near to him. You really look hands-home. She played with Terry's cheeks again. I'll even forgive you tonight if you don't come home because you got swept away by a beautiful woman. I won't forgive her though. Humph. She said as she furrowed her brows but then continued fondling her son's face. Yao shou cute. M.O.M. Terry complained. After 5 minutes of his mother teasing him, he finally escaped and sped away on his motorbike. He arrived at the venue of the event. Because he doesn't trust other people, he didn't entrust his ride to a valet and parked it himself. At the entrance, he got stopped by the receptionist and requested him to present his invitation. One SEC, he said as he searched his pockets for the invitation. It wasn't there with him even though he knows that he properly put it in his pockets. Terry looked at the guard who was starting to glare at him in embarrassment. What seems to be the problem here? A woman's voice entered Terry's ears. It was a familiar voice. He somewhat started to feel relieved. He doesn't have his invitation with him, said the receptionist. Did you ask for his name to search for it in the guest list? And no. He stuttered. Then, do your job properly. You can't keep everyone waiting. She pointed at the line of people that was starting to form. Yes, ma'am. I apologize. I'll do it right away. He asked for Terry's name and searched it on the guest list. You're on the guest list, sir. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Please come in. The receptionist said. It's okay, thanks. Terry said as he finally got to enter. I don't have the invitation with me too. Just search for me on the guest list. That's not needed, Commissioner Gordon. Please come in. I apologize again. Barbara entered with no trouble after helping Terry out. Terry waited for her and offered her his arm. Barbara accepted his invitation and linked arms with him. Then they entered the elevator together. The venue is a luxurious penthouse on the top floor of the building. Look at you. I offered you to go here with me but you refused. Now, you're acting courteous because I saved you from embarrassment. Barbara teased. Terry just nervously laughed. Anyway, you look nice. Alfred got this suit for me. I know. A beginner wouldn't know how to pick a suit this nice. She said as she looked at Terry's suit. And then Terry. Her vision blurred all of a sudden as Terry's face overlapped with someone she knew. Bruce Wayne. Are you okay? Bruce Wayne said. Huh. I said, are you okay? It was Terry's voice that she heard this time. It woke her up. Oh, why yeah, I'm fine. You don't look fine. Terry said in suspicion. I'm fine. I just remembered something. She said nervously as she thought, what was that? Ding. They have arrived at their floor. As they walked through the crowd, they were greeted by people. Barbara introduced Terry as Alfred's representative every time. Alfred Pennyworth. How is he these days? Luke took care of his shares in the company very well. What's that about me? An African-American man wearing glasses entered the conversation. Luke. This boy is Alfred Pennyworth's representative. I'm just telling him about how well you are taking care of his interests in the company. The man that joined them is Luke Fox, president of Wayne Enterprises. He didn't inherit his position from his father. It was a well-earned position. Nice to finally meet you. I'm Luke Fox. The man smiled at Terry as he offered him a handshake. Terry obliged. I am very much aware, Mr. Fox. Mr. Alfred sends his regards. You can call me Mr. Luke. Mr. Fox is my father's name. I believe you already have my number. Don't hesitate to call me if you have any concerns. Like your suit. He winked at him. Terry was confused for a second but he eventually got what he meant. It was his bat suit that Luke Fox himself designed and developed. Will do, Mr. Fox, I mean, Mr. Luke. Luke Fox was a very nice gentleman. A great man like him talking to someone like Terry made Terry at awe. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen. Another man entered the group and greeted them. It was the man Terry and Barbara had been waiting for. Vice President. Luke Fox said. It wasn't a cold greeting but it wasn't warm either. It was just neutral. It is understandable that in light of recent events, the president's relationship with him has changed. His name being entangled with the Court of Owls made that happen. And as president, he didn't want his company to be associated with this issue. But he can't remove him either because there was no proof found. President. The man replied. I would like you to meet Alfred Pennyworth's representative for the night. His attendant, Terrence McGinnis. A butler having a butler. Ironic, isn't it? Be nice, Derek. A woman chuckled. I was just joking, of course. Although true, Terry didn't like that joke coming from this man. To him, he was insulting his benefactor. But he didn't let his emotions control him. He took Alfred's advice and took those words to his jaw for now and didn't let any negative emotion show on his face. Terry laughed and said, "No, it's okay. And I am already aware of who you are, Mr. Derek Powers." He was going to get him back later, anyway. As Batman. 19, Chapter 19. What a nice young lad. I wish my son could be just like you. Derek Powers said. "Thank you, sir. Commissioner Gordon. Fancy seeing you here." Derek Powers greeted Barbara Gordon. The atmosphere got cold all of a sudden because everyone knows of the ongoing police investigation of Powers' alleged connection with the criminal syndicate and not anyone dared to mention it. "It's a pleasure, Mr. Powers," Barbara said as she thinly smiled. That was it. They did not exchange words with each other than that and it left the mood sullen. An awkward atmosphere fell upon them. "How is your father doing lately, Derek?" Finally, someone tried to lift the mood up again. "My father is doing just fine. Thank you, Director. Even though he is technically competition now." Derek Powers chuckled. The lights suddenly went out. Then, a couple of lights began to move and gathered at the stage. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are tonight's entertainment. Thank you, Mr. Luke Fox, for setting up this event for a great cause and inviting us." One of the lights shone on Luke Fox. He waved his hand and smiled. Everyone cheered and clapped. Terry was the only one to notice that Derek Powers wasn't smiling or clapping for the president of the company. "The buffet table is now serving, ask the waiters for anything, and the bar is open. I made sure of that, as you can see." The lady held up her glass. Everyone laughed. She looked elegant in her pink dress that glimmered with the lights on stage. "A toast to Gotham's prosperous future. Cheers," the lady said, to which the whole crowd replied cheers. Then drank whatever it was in their cup. "The band and I will be playing some songs. Feel free to request anything. The dance floor is also open to everyone. Let's get this party started." The lady pointed to the band. The drummer counted the band in. They started to play something jazzy. Just like that, the event has officially started. "Did you get to do it?" Barbara suddenly asked Terry. "Do what?" Barbara put her thumb and pointing finger together gesturing to something small. "Oh, that. Yeah. I got it on his shirt when I shook his hand." "Good. I'm going to go get something to eat. You want some?" Terry asked Barbara. "No, I'm fine. I ate before coming here." "Liar. Just say you're on a diet." Terry quickly escaped to the buffet table after saying that. He left Barbara fuming as he laughed to himself. The night went on and more people began to arrive. Almost all of the people in the party were the most influential people in Gotham. Terry would have never imagined to attend something like this in his lifetime. As he drank his martini that he practiced ordering earlier in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but feel that something is wrong. Does he still feel like he doesn't belong to this crowd? He can't pinpoint where the feeling in his gut is coming from. "Hey, you okay?" It was Barbara. She found him after talking to a lot of people. "Having fun? This used to be fun when I was your age. Now, it's just tiring," she said as she leaned on the tall table between them. "Yeah." Terry looked at the crowd of people. They were laughing, drinking, singing, and dancing. Just watching them made Terry more tired. Luck be a lady tonight, luck be a lady tonight. The music from the band filled the whole place. "Want to dance?" Barbara suddenly asked. "Huh?" I said, "Do you want to dance?" She clarified. Terry just made a confused expression. "Come on, let's go." Barbara held his forearm and pulled him to the dance floor. "Hey, wait." It was too late. They were already on the dance floor. "Come on, McGinnis. Have a little bit of fun while you're young." She put Terry's arm on her shoulder and the other on her waist. "I know how to have fun," Terry said. "You were just in the back sulking like an old man. You know, even if Bruce was real uptight, he had fun. Although, I think it was just him pretending to have fun." Barbara smiled. "Fine." Terry gave in and smiled back at her. They danced to the jazzy music the band was playing. "Having fun now? Or would you still like someone younger as your dance partner?" Barbara said with a smug smile. She was obviously still sulking about Terry's joke. "Maybe." Terry teased her a little bit, "but I've been with older women before." Terry gave a daring smile. It made Barbara blush a little. "Wait for a minute after I get on the elevator, then, do it." Terry furrowed his brows at what he heard. It was an intercepted transmission from Powers courtesy of the tracker he planted on him. "What is it?" Barbara asked when she noticed the sudden change of Terry's mood. "It's Powers. Something's wrong." They began to look for him. "There he is. I think he's heading towards the elevator." Barbara found him first. "He's leaving. So what?" "No, I think there's something else." Terry scanned the crowd again. The bad feeling in his chest kept getting stronger. There was something that he is missing. "Can you hear me, Deathstroke?" "I hear you. I'll open fire when you get out of the area." Terry widened his eyes. The final puzzle piece came directly from the enemy. "They're going to kill everyone here," Terry said to Barbara frantically. If the Court of Owls want to take back control in Gotham, they needed to hold the most important and influential positions. They were doing it slowly, but now that they're being pressured, they need to do it fast. Eliminating the people that hold the seat of power and replacing them will be much faster. A method that they didn't consider before until now. You could say that the actions of Terry and the others pushed them to do so. What? You heard me. Deathstroke is here somewhere. I need you to take care of these people. I have to go. Okay, I'll handle it. Go. Terry ran. He ran towards the fire exit. He got outside and jumped into the air. He smacked the button on his belt, then the nanotech was released and covered him. Fire shot out of his soles and made him fly up. Meanwhile, Mr. Luke, we have a problem, sir. What is it, Barbara? Everyone here is in danger. They're going to try and kill us. Luke Fox widened his eyes at her ominous statement. What dash? FFFFFFFFFFF. The enemy didn't give him time to be confused. Smoke and fire were already headed their way. In the middle of it was something pointing towards them. It was a rocket headed straight to where they were. Boom. They closed their eyes by instinct at the sudden explosion, but they know that the rocket didn't hit them. At the last second, they saw the rocket got obstructed by something. And as if to answer what that was, the man that stopped the rocket from killing them was flying above them. Batman. Someone from the crowd shouted. Another rocket was heading towards them, but this time it didn't get close and exploded far from them as Batman threw a batarang at it. They crouched and were all starting to panic. Screams started to ring out. Everyone, listen to me. Head to the exits now. Don't use the elevator. Don't push each other. I promise that we will all be safe. Barbara Gordon controlled the situation before it got worse. Each one of them hurried up and rushed to the exits as soon as the commissioner finished giving instructions. Luke Fox stayed behind with Barbara Gordon to oversee the evacuation and make sure that everyone is safe. Luke, you should have been the first to evacuate. Your position in Gotham is most probably one of the positions that the enemy covets the most. Barbara calls him by his first name without honorifics when they are alone, indicating their closeness to each other. Not until everyone is safe. I invited them here, which makes them my responsibility. Luke Fox adjusted his glasses. Besides, we are the Bat family. No other man is better to have my back other than him right now. He pointed at Batman with confidence. Barbara looked up to where Batman was and smiled. Batman saw this and nodded. Seeing that most of the guests have evacuated the penthouse, he flew towards the direction of the rocket in his top speed. Where are you, Deathstroke? He muttered while searching for his target. His vision switched to thermal vision. It's one of the functions of the suit. Batman scanned the area and found a heat signature hiding behind a structure on one of the rooftops. Found ya, he said. He accelerated his flight towards his target. But then the target revealed himself. Deathstroke was holding a rifle and had a clear shot at Batman. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a. It was dark and so anyone would be able to see the light produced by the rifle as he shot Batman in the air. Batman was stopped and fell between the building that Deathstroke was standing on and another building. Deathstroke uttered. He was seemingly disappointed by the result. He turned around to escape because his mission was foiled. But then, as he turned around, he saw a metal object fall on the roof. Clank clank. It bounced around until it reached the ledge. Tink. It got stuck there. What followed was a dark silhouette of a man dressed as a bat launching into the air and was falling towards Deathstroke. Deathstroke narrowed his eyes and prepared to block the incoming attack. A flurry of kicks from the sky was launched at him as he used his rifle to block it all. He got pushed back by Batman. Deathstroke, seeing the grappling hook launch and the consecutive flying stomp kicks aimed at him, all happened in under 3 seconds. I knew it seemed all too easy. Deathstroke smiled behind his orange and black mask. There was a significant distance between them created by Batman's last attack. Deathstroke immediately aimed his rifle at Batman, but Batman was also quick as he threw smoke bombs on the floor. Poof! Batman let himself be enveloped by all the smoke. Deathstroke laughed out loud. That was a nice introduction, he said as he seemed to be having fun. He turned around and searched for Batman amidst the smoke. He can't seem to feel his presence at all. You'll make the previous Batman proud. A little bit rude for a first meeting, but it damn sure leaves an impression. This isn't the first time we met. Batman's voice echoed throughout the place. Deathstroke turned around to where he seemed to have heard his voice, but Batman wasn't there. This might be the 3rd time that we have met. Really? Deathstroke kept searching for the source of the voice. A batarang shot out from the smoke towards him and he blocked it with his rifle. The batarang got lodged into the rifle, rendering it useless. Deathstroke threw it away and pulled out his swords. He knew a handgun would be useless against his current foe. The first time when you killed my father. The second time was at the docks almost a year ago. Deathstroke widened his eyes at the revelation. You weren't an aspiring mercenary? To think that you wanted to be a masked vigilante instead. Deathstroke chuckled. I even gave you advice. I'm sorry that I went ahead of myself like that. But hats off, kid. You got good at this. Let's see how much you improved. Come at me. A fist came flying towards Deathstroke from his side. He blocked it with his forearm and slashed with his other free arm. Clank. Batman caught the sword with the blades protruding on his forearms and used significant force to break the sword. That left Deathstroke with only one sword. Deathstroke threw the broken sword away and launched a kick towards Batman, all in one motion. That's how you know that Deathstroke has mastered his skills. His experience in fighting is to the point that every move he makes is efficient and not wasted. Arg. Batman grunted. That's how much force that kick carried when it can be felt through a suit that can render guns useless. There was significant distance between the two again. The two adversaries stared at each other as the next exchange might decide the winner. Chapter 20. Deathstroke took a deep breath as he took a stance with his sword. He has chosen not to take an aggressive route and be patient. Batman charged in. He threw bombs at Deathstroke's face to distract him. Pop pop crack. Shweeing. Deathstroke swung his sword blindly, but it cut nothing but air because Batman was now above him and an incoming kick was aimed at Deathstroke's neck. Deathstroke moved and the kick hit his shoulder instead. Ugh. Batman did a spinning kick after he landed and got blocked by Deathstroke. Then, Deathstroke slashed at him again. Batman caught Deathstroke's sword with the blades on his forearm and tried to break it. Deathstroke saw this coming and pulled his sword before Batman could break it. He pulled it out and stabbed at Batman with it. Batman dodged it and countered with a punch to his core and his chest. Deathstroke took a lot of damage and made him lose balance. Batman took advantage of this by kicking the sword in his hands, disarming Deathstroke. He spun and kicked Deathstroke's head. Deathstroke fell on his behind. Batman was about to win. Terry was about to avenge his father. All of his months of hard work in the Batcave was about to be paid off. Whoosh. Something flew at Batman and he dodged it. He saw that something made a hole on the floor and it was smoking because of the heat it generated. Somebody shot at him. Whoosh. Somebody shot him again. And again. And again. And again. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Batman sensed that he can't let it hit him or he will accumulate damage, rendering the defensive capabilities of his suit useless. It must be armor-piercing rounds the way the bullets lodged itself on the floor. He hid behind a structure where Deathstroke was hiding before. He tried to peek where the bullets were coming from. From the distance, he saw someone that was wearing the same colors as Deathstroke wielding a sniper rifle. He hit again to dodge another bullet. The bullet went through the corner of the structure where Batman was peeking his head at just now. Batman turned on his thermal vision to monitor Deathstroke, who was on the other side of the structure that he was hiding at. By seeing Deathstroke's heat signature, he can see that he was getting up. Deathstroke, you coward. Tell your sniper to back off so we can finish this one-on-one. Batman shouted so Deathstroke at the other side could hear. I'm afraid our time is up. My current client is an annoying one, you see. He'll want to see me soon after you messed everything up. Let's continue this next time. Deathstroke turned around and was leaving. Batman felt his rage rising up. He despaired at the possibility that he may never have a chance like this again. You bastard. Batman got out of the corner that he was hiding from and saw Deathstroke on the ledge. He tried to run to him but he got shot on the chest. The suit's defensive abilities handled it but it received significant damage. Ugh. Warning. The suit received significant damage. Defensive systems is now at 95%. He ran again and got shot. Warning. Defensive systems is now at 90%. 85%. 70%. He got shot every time he moved. He felt pain but the suit didn't let him have any grave injuries because it sustained and dissipated it. 50%. Batman panted on the ground because he was exhausted from the pain. He looked at the ledge that Deathstroke was standing on but he was long gone. Meanwhile at the penthouse, Barbara Gordon was about to go down the building. Ring ring. Barbara's smartwatch rang. She answered it by tapping the earpiece that she was wearing. Who is it? It's been a long time, Barbara. Dick. It was Richard Dick Grayson aka Nightwing. Listen, I have no time to catch up. If it's nothing important then dash. No, it is important. One of the Titans went there at Gotham. It's Rose Wilson. Slade Wilson's daughter. Deathstroke's daughter. Yeah, you see, when Deathstroke came here to San Francisco, he wanted to bond with her again as father and daughter. Maybe he missed his family after escaping prison or something. He made trouble for us here before he escaped overseas. Before he left, he said something to Rose. Something like, if I ever find myself in Gotham again, I'll probably die because somebody there has a grudge on me. She was gone since yesterday. Rose probably heard news of her father's appearance in Gotham and went there to try and save him, and yeah, if you ever see her, don't fight her. Okay? You idiot. Why tell me something this important now? Why not sooner? Why don't you come here and pick her up yourselves? Barbara shouted. Ouch. Don't be so loud. We're busy here too because she left her work unfinished and we have to clean up after her. I figured she can handle herself anyway and you, Alfred and your new Batman can welcome her in. Barbara. Someone is shooting at me. I was about to capture Deathstroke but someone stopped me. To think that he wasn't working alone. Damn it. Barbara's other line that was connected to the Bat server started receiving transmission from Terry. TSK. I'm on my way. Barbara muted him and got back to Dick Grayson's line. You asshole. I'm on my way to fix your mess right now. We'll talk later. You better pick up or I'm going to jump city just to kick your face in. She hung up without letting Nightwing say anything. Back on the rooftop where Batman was. Damn it all. He punched the floor that he was kneeling on and made a crater. Defensive capabilities is at 30%. The shooter was still locked on him. He or she wasn't trying to kill Batman necessarily. The goal was obviously to let Deathstroke escape the area. Batman turned his head and looked directly at the shooter. The shooter didn't look away and received Batman's glare head on. They were at a standstill. It was only after a few minutes has passed that the shooter lifted her rifle and stood straight up. Deathstroke must be far away now. Batman did the same. Both were still locking eyes with each other. Then, Batman smiled. The shooter was confused of his sudden amusement, but then, shivers went down her spine when she finally realized why Batman was smiling. Someone was behind her. She wanted to react quickly but couldn't. It was too late. She felt her consciousness wavering until pitch-black darkness surrounded her vision. Batman flew to where the shooter was. There, he found Barbara Gordon, who knocked out the shooter. He landed in front of her and the unconscious woman lying on the floor. "If only I had known there was another one other than Deathstroke," Batman said. "You couldn't have known. There is no record of this woman being connected to Deathstroke. Dick Grayson must have hidden it from Bruce for some unknown reason." "Dick Grayson?" "Yeah, he called me just a while ago when you faced Deathstroke. This girl is a Titan and also Deathstroke's daughter." "What? Everything's not clear. Take her back to the Batcave. I'll meet you there," Barbara said, then walked away. Deathstroke's daughter. Batman stared at the woman. He picked her up and flew away. From the stairs, Barbara saw this scene. She didn't leave right away because she was curious what Terry would do if he was left alone with the relative of his father's murderer. It was a test in a way if he was really worthy of Batman's cowl. She could say that she wasn't disappointed. On his way to the Batcave, Terry couldn't help but feel animosity to the woman she was carrying. He kept glancing at her. The colors on her cowl, which are reminiscent of Deathstroke, didn't help calm him down either. He was fighting the urge to just drop her from high up. But he resisted it and did not give in to these temptations. Because he knows that this woman didn't kill his father. But that doesn't mean he has to like her either. After a few minutes of traveling by flight, he finally arrived in the Batcave. Terry let the woman lay down on a couch in the Batcave. "Deactivate suit." "Deactivating suit, Lucius." He kept staring at her. He was also curious about what the woman looked like behind the cowl. His hand hovered over the unconscious Rose Wilson's head and stopped at her neck. "What am I doing?" He muttered to himself, then walked away from the woman to take a seat at the chair across from her. He stared at her for a long time until he fell asleep. When Terry's eyes opened, his vision was blocked by someone's body standing in front of him. He slowly looked upwards to find out who it was. Terry narrowed his eyes. It was Rose Wilson, aka Ravager. 21, Chapter 21. Rose Wilson stared at Terry McGinnis and Terry stared back at her. Terry woke up with Rose already standing in front of him. But Terry noticed something else. There was a dagger placed on Rose's throat. He traced the arm holding the weapon and found Alfred. It's easy to understand what had happened before he woke up. "It's okay, Alfred. I'm already awake. Plus, I don't think she wants to kill me," Terry said as he looked straight into Rose's eyes. Alfred withdrew the dagger that was sitting on Rose Wilson's neck. "You were at that party last night," Rose said as he scanned Terry from top to bottom. "Is that why you were examining me while I was asleep? I recognized you from last night when I was observing Deathstroke. So, you're the new Batman." "I am. Are you still going to be in my way from getting to your father?" Rose Wilson widened her eyes, then looked away. Guilt and shame was all over her face. But then she closed her eyes and resolutely faced Terry again and said, "Yes. Then we seem to have a problem," Terry said calmly. The atmosphere was tense between the two. Alfred just watched over them without a word. "Morning." Suddenly, Barbara appeared. It was a hologram projection. "Morning, Commissioner." Terry greeted. "Good morning, Barbara." Alfred greeted. Rose Wilson was the only one that didn't greet her. They weren't acquainted yet with each other. Barbara looked at her. The big computer behind Terry suddenly turned on. Everyone turned their heads and examined it. The screen projected information about Rose Wilson. Rose Wilson, aka Ravager. Female. Age 29. Born in Cambodia. Trained in martial arts since she was 6. Traveled to the US to find her father when she was 15 but found the Titans instead and became a member herself. Regenerative ability. Enhanced strength and agility. Heightened senses. Barbara recited the information that was displayed on the computer's screen like she had memorized it. "But the information missing here about you is that you are the daughter of a mercenary named Slade Wilson, aka Deathstroke." Rose Wilson took off her mask and revealed her face. There's no point in hiding her identity anymore. Her hair color is silver. Her face showed distinctly Asian features mixed with Caucasian features. "Why is that?" Barbara asked. "I'll answer that question." The computer projected someone. It was Dick Grayson. His video feed showed his bare face up until his chest and shoulders. "Well, if it isn't Dickhead." "I know. I apologize for notifying you so late." "Hello, Alfred, and nice to finally meet you, Terry. Care to explain what is this situation right now?" Barbara said as she pointed towards everyone in the room. "Ahem. The reason that I withheld this information from Bruce was to protect Rose." Rose Wilson looked down on the floor. "As you now know, Deathstroke is her father and Deathstroke has made many enemies that can use her to get to him. I didn't tell Bruce not because I didn't trust him. I just didn't want him to have that option when he clashes with Deathstroke. I didn't want his burden to get heavier. He already has enough demons to fight with inside of him." Barbara looked at Terry, who must be having that burden on him now. He must be struggling to resist his urges to kill her right now to get even with Deathstroke. "So, what do you want us to do with her?" Barbara asked. I'll talk to her. Dick Grayson said. Please come home, Rose. Not until my father is safe. Rose replied. Terry, who was sitting in front of her, closed his eyes and furrowed his brows. Rose, you know yourself that your father is a manipulative bastard. No one there is going to kill your father. I could feel his intent to kill last night. Rose pointed at Terry. All eyes went to Terry and Terry just glanced back at Rose behind him. I do want to kill him. Terry replied nonchalantly. You see, Rose was trying to prove a point, but Terry didn't let her finish and stood up as he glared at her. Rose flinched backwards. I want to make him bleed. Terry walked towards her as he glared at Rose and Rose backed up. I want to see him suffer. Even now I'm struggling to resist killing you just to hurt him. Every time he moved, Rose took a step back. Alfred tried to calm him down but Terry pushed his hand away. But I can't. I've thought about it so many times. Do you know why? Terry's face drew near to Rose, who had no room left to back up to as she reached the couch that she laid in earlier. Because I wouldn't wish this feeling upon others. Terry said with anguish on his face and his eyes were watery. Rose fell on the couch. Everyone in the room was silent. I'm tired. I'm going home for now. Terry said as he pinched the bridge of his nose and stealthily wiped his tears with his fingers before they dropped. Terry left. Everyone in the room looked downcast. Terry's agonizing face was stuck in Rose's head as she pondered what exactly could her father have done to that man to make him suffer like that. Terry. Barbara took the courage to speak. He saw his father murdered in front of him. Rose's eyes widened, then she frowned. She finally understood what her father, Slade Wilson, did. That should be enough for you to understand, Rose. Come home and don't interfere with them anymore. Rose closed her eyes and furrowed her brows. Terry's sorrowful image still lingered in her mind. No, she uttered. Do you still not understand? It's because I do understand. Rose shouted at Dick with watery eyes. I perfectly understand. That's why I have to stay here. She said, downcast. Then she looked at the remaining people in the Batcave with determined eyes. Slade Wilson is my responsibility. I will do my best to help you capture him. Terry got off his motorbike. He arrived at his house. I'm home. Terry, you didn't come home last night. You didn't even call. Mary McGinnis said as she prepared breakfast. I'm sorry, Mom. I decided to crash at Alfred's last night so I could finish my work early morning and take the rest of the day off today. Terry made an impromptu alibi. He is very much adept at it because he has been doing it since he was in his teens. Really? Or was it a girl? I wouldn't tell you that even if there was one. Terry chuckled as he plopped down on their living room sofa. Why? Hypothetically speaking, if there was one, you should let your mother meet her. I just told you there isn't. Clink clank. Something dropped from the kitchen. Terry widened his eyes and quickly tried to stand up and go to his mother's aid. But then, he saw his mother's head peek from the kitchen through the pass-through window. Is it another man? Mary McGinnis asked with a straight face. Terry plopped down again on the sofa and massaged his temples. No, Mom. You would have known something like that ages ago from me personally. Really? Because sometimes, it doesn't happen that early, you know. Ugh, could you please stop? I am so tired. Terry replied to his mother, teasing. Mary McGinnis chuckled. Have you eaten breakfast yet? No, not yet. Call your brother upstairs. I'm almost finished cooking. Okay. Terry pushed himself off the sofa and trudged up the stairs. Hey, Terry. His little brother that was all dressed up passed by him on the stairs. Hey, Matt, hey, where are you going? Terry was so spaced out, he was late to notice. He followed him downstairs. I'm going to Stacy's. Little Matt replied. You're not going to eat breakfast? Mary McGinnis said from the kitchen. No, Stacy said we'll order something. Okay, just don't eat too much junk food. Who's Stacy? Your little girlfriend. Terry, now standing at the foot of the stairs, teased his little brother. Yep, bye, Terry, bye, Mom. Matt said as he exited the house. Take care, honey. His mother replied before the door closed. Huh. Terry was dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he stared at the door. Terry quickly ran towards the kitchen. Did you know about this? Terry asked his mother. For a while now. Mary nonchalantly replied. But he's only 11. Terry objected. What's the worst thing that could happen? They're not even teens yet. How does that make it okay? Just trust me. I've met the girl and her parents. They're a good family. That's not the point. Huh, Mary McGinnis sighed. Just leave your brother to me. At least one of you has a girlfriend. It's probably because I was too strict with you growing up. That's why I'm changing it up with him. Ugh, my headache is getting worse. Terry's headache couldn't have been physical because he took the Batcave. He took the wonder drug earlier. The only reason could only be accumulated psychological damage. You're probably just hungry. Come here and help me get this to the table. Mary said as she removed her apron. Terry helped out putting the food on the table, then him and his mom started eating. He looked at the food on his plate. It was his and his dad's favorites. Scrambled eggs and bacon. Hey, Mom. Yes, honey. Mary McGinnis put her coffee down and turned the newspaper she was holding. Have you moved on from Dad? His mother put the newspaper down and looked at him with a worried expression. Why all of a sudden? It's just, no, it's nothing. Forget I mentioned it. No, I haven't. Mary said, are you worried that I might be dating someone new? No, it's not that. Terry chuckled. Let's just say that you had the power to kill someone. Would you kill Dad's murderer? Terry. It's just a hypothetical. Then, no. Mary pondered for a while before answering. I would probably want to, but I'd ultimately stop myself. I am glad to hear that. Terry smiled. All the things that he has been through had changed him. He knew that he was on the wrong path before and had reformed himself. Terry was doubting himself if he had really changed, and that's why he asked the most pure person he knows. His mother validated his feelings. Terry, did you get into trouble again? Mary asked him with a worried expression. Don't worry, Mom. Those days are over for me. Terry smiled peacefully. 22, Chapter 22. Buzz. The McGinnis residence's buzzer rang. I'll get it, Mom. Terry stood from his chair and wiped his mouth with a table napkin. Who is it? He asked as he tried to see who it was through the peeping hole. The person outside was a girl with long silver hair. Terry, it's me, Rose. Terry opened the door with force. What is it? Why did you come here? Can we talk? Rose pointed outside of the house. Sure. I'll go get changed first. Terry was still in his suit from last night. Just when Terry was about to close the door. Who is it? Who might you be? Mary McGinnis smiled mischievously. Terry face-bound. Hi. Rose greeted Terry's mother. The timing couldn't have been more worse. Mary McGinnis walked to the door. Aren't you going to invite her in, Terry? No, she was just leaving, weren't you? Terry signaled to Rose. Yeah, I just dropped by to give something to him. What did you give to my Terry? Mary McGinnis pinched Terry's cheek. Nothing. Stop pinching my cheek. Well, would you like something to eat? We have some food left because his brother left without eating. Mary asked Rose. No, she told me that she just ate. Right. Terry said in suggestion. Why yeah. Rose played along, growling. Her stomach growled. Terry and Rose got stiff and Mary just smiled brightly. Rose ended up going into the McGinnis household. Terry changed his clothes in his room and put the belt containing that bat suit in a special container where it charges up and repairs itself. Of all the people that my mom could meet. He muttered. What bad luck. He thought as he left his room. Going down the stairs, Terry could hear the silverware hitting the plates and his mother talking to Rose. You're eating well. You said you already ate. Mary said while watching her eat. Well, I didn't want to impose. Rose replied. Oh. Mary chuckled. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mary McGinnis. Terry doesn't usually bring friends home and I got too excited. What's your name? Oh, I am Rose Wilson. Terry looked down. His mother shouldn't be able to realize the relation to Slade Wilson right away, but it will surely remind her. That's a beautiful name. Mary said with a smile. Terry widened his eyes at her statement. Thank you, Mrs. McGinnis. Please, you can just call me Mary. Or maybe Auntie. Mary said. Or Mom. She teased and covered her mouth as she chuckled. What? Rose said dumbfounded. Terry facebound as he listened to their conversation. I saw how you looked at Terry earlier. You think I wouldn't notice? Mary was so sure of her deduction. And no, you're misunderstanding some T-dash. I know you kids like to be discreet about this nowadays. It's fine, you don't have to explain. Mary was happy in her own little world. But dash, how old are you? Mary asked Rose before she could object. 29. It's not that big of an age gap, as long as you're okay with him. Mary is really selling her son off. Rose was really uncomfortable. She felt like she got trapped by a fearsome foe. Did you meet Terry at the party last night? Kind of. Mary gasped. What did a woman like you see in Terry? A woman like me? Yeah, you must be someone important if you got into that party. Yeah, alright. I'm done changing. Should we go right now? Terry cut in their conversation before it gets too deep. Rose Wilson took a sigh of relief and said yes. She got saved, just when it was getting good. Terry's mother pouted. Terry can't believe he felt guilty from spoiling his mother's fun even though it was a major misunderstanding on her part. But he felt more sorry for Rose. Thanks, Mary. Rose thinly smiled as she went outside of the house. Terry was about to follow but his mom grabbed a hold of his arm. What? He asked. Don't screw this up. She's a nice girl, okay? Terry wanted to say, it's not like that, but he held his tongue and just sighed. Terry caught up with Rose outside and they walked together. I'm sorry about that. He apologized about his mother. No, it's okay. The food was great. Rose said with a wry smile. What did you want to talk about? Terry got straight to the point. I'm sorry for what happened last night. It's my fault that you couldn't capture Deathstroke. Rose Wilson said. Terry noticed that she has trouble calling Slade Wilson her father in front of others. I didn't know what he did to your father. Terry snapped. Don't talk about my father. He scowled at her. I'm sorry. Rose said dejected. Did you just come here to apologize? Terry said as he continued walking without looking at her. No. Rose replied immediately. I came here to tell you that I want to help. You will help me capture Deathstroke. Yes. Didn't you come here to save him from me in the first place? From you killing him, Rose Wilson corrected him, but now I know we got off on the wrong foot. I also want him to atone for all that he's done. TSK. That girl always gets herself captured. Slade Wilson was in a restroom looking at the mirror. He was contemplating on why Rose hasn't found him yet. If she searched for him, he would let himself be found because he wanted to spend some time with her away from the Titans. His conclusion was that she got captured by Batman or his ally. So, he also brought someone, huh? He muttered as he wiped his hands. He walked out of the restroom with his helmet under his arms. Slade, you took so long to get here. Derek Powers shouted at him as soon as he entered the room. Calm down, I'm here. He said calmly. You got stopped again. It won't happen next time. How come you got bested by some freak show? I didn't. What do you mean you didn't? I don't hear the news that Batman is dead yet. In truth, he really didn't get bested in a serious fight. He held back on purpose because he knew that Rose was watching somewhere. He wanted Rose to save him from impending death and come to his arms. But he didn't account that somebody else was there with Batman and Rose wasn't able to escape them. Slade Wilson has a weird sense of family. He doesn't want them to stick around very long because it's dangerous to be near him, but he also doesn't want their dependency on him to be gone. He has made convoluted schemes to get his sons to still recognize them as their father. Because of this, both of his sons died. That's why he has a love and hate relationship with the Titans. He recognizes that he owes them for caring for Jericho, one of his sons, but also loathes them because of their contradicting morals that caused the feud between him and the Titans, which ultimately led to Jericho's death. Then, Rose also joined the Titans. That led to his other son's death. You would think that by the second time, he would change his ways, but he didn't think his actions were wrong. Not one bit. Should I just cancel our contract and just find another mercenary? Ha, you wouldn't find someone that can do a better job than me. Deathstroke scoffed. But you're not exactly doing a better job, are you? I have a plan. Slade Wilson said. And what could this great plan of yours be? Derek Powers said in a condescending tone. Deathstroke rolled his eyes at his provocation. Like he doesn't want to waste his energy on him. I'll lure Batman in and kill him. Only then will your plans proceed smoothly. He said in a serious tone. How sure are you that he will even come? Oh, I'm sure. He has his reasons to get me. And what is that? Apparently, I killed his father. Or so he says. But I don't really know his identity to recall who it is. Slade said. Plus, he has something of mine. He said with a glint in his eye. Derek Powers laughed because he found the situation funny. Good, you're finally getting serious. Do whatever you want to do as long as you can get everyone out of my way. I'll even gift you a larger sum than the one in our contract depending on the outcome. He sent your brother to try and kill you. Half-brother. And yes, he sent Grant to try and kill not just me, but also my mother. I didn't know that Grant was my brother back then. Terry and Rose were sitting next to each other in a park. What the hell? Terry exclaimed. My mother almost got killed because of that incident. In fact, I thought her to be dead for a while. That's why I escaped here to the US to find my father, who my mother told me was a powerful man. I wanted him to help me find my mother's killer. It was a good thing that Dick and the Titans found me first. But because of that, he sent Grant, the previous Ravager, to kill the Titans. I had no choice but to kill him when he pinned them down. It was only after that I found out that he was my brother and that my own father sent him to kill me. All that just so he could spend time with his daughter. I know, crazy right? Rose said with an empty laugh. I'm sorry. Don't be. Rose waved her hand, but you know what? The funny thing is, even though I want to disown him, I can't help but feel worried for him. Terry felt down by the story he just heard. It sounded so absurd to the point that he can pass it off as false, but Rose's emotions were real and so he believed her. Terry looked at Rose. Even now, she was really hurting. Then based on your story, he must have held back during our fight just so you can tend to him afterwards. Rose looked at the dejected Terry. He must have lost confidence in his strength because he was played with just for Deathstroke's benefit. Hey Dash, Rose tried to console him. It's okay, Terry cut her off. I kind of knew it afterwards. I mean, how could someone who just got to this level defeat someone like him without any trouble? I've thought about it when I left Wayne Manor. What now? We wait. Terry said the tracker that I have on Powers sent a location where he is at. Right now, he's in his home, which has already been searched before by Barbara personally. Now we wait until he leads us to an unknown location, then, we strike. That's where Deathstroke will probably be. They both grew silent as they ran out of things to say. The cold breeze blew and they felt the space between them. There was a wall between them before, but it was gone after they opened up to each other. All that's left was a gap. It was awkward. Hey. Terry tried to break the silence. Huh. Terry stood up and scratched his head. Do you want some ice cream? What am I doing? Terry thought. Sure. Rose replied with a faint smile. Terry glanced at her from the side. Now that he got a good look at her, he noticed that she was beautiful. Her silver hair really accented her facial features. Her complexion was a little tanned, which made her pinkish cheeks and red lips stand out. Her baggy clothes couldn't hide her appealing figure. He couldn't deny that her accepting his invitation made him happy, even if his mind wanted to contradict it, because she is the daughter of his enemy. I know a great spot near here. He said to her as he led the way. No, Terry, it's not a date, it's just to make our working environment friendly. He mumbled to himself. Rose, who followed him closely behind, chuckled. Terry turned around. What is it? He asked with a smile. I have heightened senses, she said as she pointed to her ears. Terry became a statue. 23, Chapter 23. It's fine. It's just a friendly date. Plus, I'm not seeing anyone. Rose Wilson smiled at Terry. Terry was still a statue. He is so embarrassed about what just happened. His body creaked as he willed his body to move. Sorry. I told you, it's fine. But Terry was still overcome with shock and couldn't move. You were going this way, right? Rose grabbed his arm and dragged Terry, whose movements were stiff. They got to the ice cream parlor eventually as Terry somehow managed to get over his slip-up. Rose was just kind, that's why. What flavor do you usually get? Rose asked. What? But Terry was still spaced out. Get over it, McGinnis. I told you, it's fine. Stop stressing about it. Now, what flavor do you usually get? She said in a serious tone. I usually get the blueberry cheesecake one. He finally replied properly. Good. Rose smiled thinly, then faced the counter. 2 blueberry cheesecake ones, please. She handed Terry his ice cream after paying for it. Here, my treat. Thanks. Terry said with a wry smile. I knew you'd straighten yourself out if I talked to you all businesslike. Corey does it all the time with Dick. Rose said with a chuckle. They found a place to sit outside the shop and ate their ice cream there. Why are you in the Titans, Rose? Terry asked as he took a spoonful of ice cream. They're my second family. We take care of each other. Plus, all of us has a sense of duty to protect by having these abilities. It's not just because Nightwing does it and you all have to help him because he's your friend. It was like that at first, but after a while, we got why he does it. The trouble that he gets into on his own, though. Rose shook his head with a smile. That guy has a big sense of responsibility despite not having powers like us. He's kind of like you in that way. But I feel like your sense for duty is greater than his. He's kind of lax on some areas. Rose went on talking about the Titans and their adventures together. How Cyborg eats even though he doesn't have a digestive system. Beast Boy's powers getting out of control. Their run-in with Raven's father, who was an actual demon. Corey's familial problems and how she and Rose formed a sisterly bond because of it. Dick being Dick. How Aqualad later joined and others. Terry talked about how he grew up in Gotham. His father's death and how it affected his family. His experience growing up with gang violence and how he somehow survived without getting killed. There are times Rose frowned listening to him, knowing that everything that happened to Terry was caused by her father, but Terry didn't put the blame on her and continued talking about his brother. Matt McGinnis is a special existence in Terry's life that reminded him how he and his father used to be. His little brother made his and his mom's lives bearable because of the joy he brought to them. I think my mother spoils him too much, Terry said to Rose. Rose laughed. No, she just wants to give him what you had. He has a girlfriend and she said she was okay with it. He's 11, Rose. Terry said seriously, like a strict brother, and Rose laughed at him. Terry. Terry looked at the direction of someone mentioning his name. It was his little brother, Matt McGinnis. Matt, why are you here? We're getting some ice cream. He pointed at a little girl about his age next to him. Is that Stacy? Terry asked him. Yeah. Hi. The little girl cutely waved her hand at Terry. Rose's and Terry's hearts melted by sheer cuteness. Rose had her hands to her mouth and chest as she gasped. Stacy was just that cute. Do you want Big Brother Terry to buy you some ice cream? And Terry got overprotective like she was his own sister. I'm already buying her one. Matt raised his arm and stood his ground against his big brother. Well, aren't you a little man now? Terry teased. I am. He proudly said as he thumped his chest. Terry wanted to bully him so bad, but he held back because he doesn't want Stacy to think his little brother is uncool. You owe me this one, he thought. Who is she? Matt pointed at Rose. She's a friend, Terry said and looked at Rose with a thin smile. Rose smiled back at him. Terry didn't see Rose just as Deathstroke's daughter anymore. She's someone he confided with and now is his friend. You liar. You got a girlfriend, didn't you? Matt said as he crossed his arms and made a smug smile. Terry's cheeks got flushed. He glanced at Rose, who couldn't look at him, blushed too. I didn't. And so what if I did? I'll tell Mom. Tack. Terry flicked Matt's forehead. The sound of the flick was so loud. The flick was so strong that Matt's forehead got beet red. Matt crouched as he held his forehead that felt like it was burning. His eyes became watery because of the pain. He looked up at Terry, who was making a devilish smile. Terry didn't want to lose in a battle with his kid brother and gave up holding back for his sake. Are you going to cry? Terry teased him. And no. I guess you and Stacy should go buy some ice cream now, huh? Terry said and took something out of his pocket. Here's some money. Look, Stacy is getting scared because of you. He pointed at Stacy, who was covering her mouth to prevent her from screaming from fear of the being in front of her. Let's go, Stacy. Matt surrendered and grabbed Stacy into the ice cream parlor. Terry laughed out loud. He looked at Rose, who wasn't impressed. What? Don't act like you don't know. Rose rested her chin on her hand and raised an eyebrow. He was being a brat and he knows it. He has to be straightened out like that sometimes. Terry said in a matter-of-fact manner with his arms closed. They left the table they were sitting at and started walking in the direction of Terry's house. Before they knew it, the sky was already getting darker. The street lights started to turn on. "So, you're staying at Wayne Manor?" Terry asked. "Yeah, Alfred gave me a room." Rose replied. "He gave you a room?" Terry widened his eyes. "Yeah, what about it?" "And nothing." Terry was upset about Alfred giving him a couch to sleep on instead of an actual bed when he stayed over the night they met. "I'll give you a ride," he said. "That would be nice. Gotham cab drivers aren't very kind. I had a fight with one earlier before I knocked at your door." Terry chuckled. "Yeah, they really aren't." They arrived at Terry's house. Terry put in the passcode to enter. "Mom." Terry's mother, who was sitting on the couch, turned her head. "Oh, Terry. How was your date? Where's Rose?" "She's waiting for me outside. I'll take her to the place she's currently staying at on my bike." He deliberately ignored her first question. "Okay," Mary McGinnis said happily. Terry doesn't want to know what his mother is thinking now. He ran quickly up the stairs and took the keys to his bike and the utility belt that was already done charging. "I'm off," Terry said as he ran towards the door. He took 2 helmets that was on a shelf near him. "Take care." Mary turned around. "Say hi to Rose for me." "I will," Terry said before he closed the door behind him. "What happened?" Rose asked him after he came back. "She said to tell you she says hi," Terry said as he hopped on his motorcycle and gave a helmet to Rose. "Hop on." Rose hopped on the motorcycle seat just behind Terry. Then they both put on their helmets. "Grab onto me," he said as he revved up the engine. Vroom vroom vroom. They set off towards Wayne Manor. The cold wind was hitting them, but both of them were warm. Rose clung onto Terry as they sped through Gotham streets. Her cheek and chin rested on Terry's back. Rose could feel Terry's irregular heartbeat, but she didn't mind. Terry tried his best to calm himself down and not to increase his heart rate, that's why it was irregular. Rose lifted her head as the motorcycle started slowing down. The large gate of Wayne Manor entered her vision. They slowed down until they reached a complete stop. "We're here," Terry said as he glanced behind him. "Yeah," Rose said in a rueful tone. She didn't want to get off the motorcycle too soon. Rose regretfully hopped off the motorcycle and Terry got off too. They placed their helmets on the motorcycle as they head to the gate. Eek eek eek. The iron door beside the large gate creaked as the wind blows. It was locked but the bolts were loose. "That's noisy," Rose said as she entered the passcode given to her by Alfred. "Yeah, I'll fix that next time." "Oh right, you're Alfred's attendant." Before going inside, she turned her heel and faced Terry. "I had fun, thanks," Rose said as she smiled. "I'm glad you had fun, even though it was just a friendly date," Terry said with a chuckle as he scratched the back of his head. "Oh, right," Rose said with a wistful smile. "Damn it, Terry, you didn't have to say that." But Terry cursed himself in his mind. They stood there in front of each other for a while, both having something to say but couldn't. Well, then, Rose broke the silence first. "Good night," she said with a faint smile. "Why yeah, good night," Terry said as he looked away. Rose also looked away with a disappointed smile. She didn't want it to be over, but it was. Eek eek eek. The noisy creaky door signaled that it was time. She turned around. Eek. The door suddenly opened as the wind blew before she got her other foot to land when she was turning. It hit her shoulder. Ah. Terry noticed this and was quick to move. "Rose." Luckily, he caught her before she fell. Rose looked up at Terry, who caught her. Her hands were on his shoulders and his hands were on her waist. Thanks," she said. "And no problem," he said as he held her up to stand properly. After Rose fixed her posture, they began to stare at each other. Now should be the time they let go, but they didn't. They gazed into each other's eyes as their faces inched closer, until they could feel the warmth of each other's breath. They closed their eyes and shared a passionate kiss. They paused and looked at each other. "We probably shouldn't be doing this," Rose said as she grabbed Terry's head and pulled him close. They kissed again. "We shouldn't," Terry said before kissing Rose again. They both know that if they do this, it wouldn't end well because their backgrounds are complicated, but that didn't matter now. Terry started kissing on her neck. "Should we go inside?" Rose said as she panted. Terry kissed her from her neck back to her lips. Their lips interlocked as Terry replied, "Yes." It was a cold night, but they kept each other warm all throughout. Meanwhile at the commissioner's office. "So, that's where you hide it all, you son of a bitch." Barbara mischievously smiled as she looked at her computer that was connected to the tracer that Terry planted. The location didn't show any connection to Derek Powers on paper, and yet he was there. Knock knock knock. "Come in." The door to her office opened. "Commissioner, someone left this for you." It was her subordinate holding a small package. "We already opened it in case it was something malicious, but it wasn't. It looks like a gadget of some sort. We didn't read the letter that came with it." "Thanks. You can go now," Barbara said as she examined the curious device. She opened the letter. The letter read, "From Deathstroke." Her eyes widened at the contents. 24, Chapter 24. "You two are getting along well." Barbara said as she arrived in the Batcave and caught Terry with Rose laughing together. "See, Commissioner." Terry stood up startled. Rose also stood up even though she didn't have to. Barbara furrowed her brows at this curious scene. "Anyway, Terry." Barbara called Terry's attention. "You may already know that Derek Powers finally revealed his hideout." "Yeah, I figured that was the case when you called." "That's not all." Barbara took out a device from her pocket and threw it at him. Terry caught it. "What is this?" he said as he examined it. It came with this letter addressed to the Batman. Barbara threw the letter like a throwing star and Terry caught it. Terry opened the letter that was already opened and widened his eyes. "It's from her father, Slade Wilson," Barbara said. Rose Wilson widened her eyes at the mention of her father's name. Her and Terry looked at each other for a moment. "The device you have there allows you to communicate with him. He said he'll tell you his location when he's ready and to bring his daughter safe." Barbara made a condescending laugh. "He really thinks we're villains like him." She scoffed. "As if we'd touch his daughter." "Why yeah, as if," Terry said and blushed. Rose Wilson with a reddened face looked away and put her hand in her pocket. Seeing this, Barbara widened her eyes then narrowed them as she looked at Terry. "Tell me something, McGinnis." Barbara drew closer to Terry to take a good look at his face. "What time did you get here?" "Huh." Terry voiced his confusion to Barbara and looked away from her eyes. About 7 in the morning." "Liar. You always come here at exactly 8 every Sunday." Barbara said. I was bored and so I came here early." Terry said. "Really? Then you don't mind if I check the security cameras then?" Barbara said as she walked towards the Batcomputer. The Wayne Manor was littered in security cameras. And no. Terry blocked Barbara from getting to the computer with his whole body. Barbara looked Terry dead in the eye and asked away. "You slept together, didn't you?" Terry looked away from Barbara's gaze. Barbara turned around and looked at Rose who was also blushing looking away. "You did, didn't you?" They couldn't answer. Barbara sighed. Their silence was enough of an answer. Barbara walked down to the couch and plopped down on it. She heaved out a sigh as she pushed back her hair. "We didn't want to hide it from you," Terry started speaking. "We planned on telling you eventually. You just beat us to it. You know, Bruce always advised not to have romantic relationships within the team." She uttered as she stared into space. "It could lead to problems." "What about Dick and Corey? Beast Boy and Raven?" Rose, feeling irritated about her statement, used her Titan's family as an example. "Their parents didn't exactly kill the other, right?" Barbara said as she was sitting on the couch next to Rose. Rose looked away again. "Huh." Barbara heaved out a sigh. "Look, I'm not saying this to forbid you. I understand how you feel. I'm just saying this to make sure you know the complications of what you're doing, especially with both of your circumstances." Barbara combed her hair and looked up at Rose who was standing next to her. "Do whatever you want." Rose was visibly delighted and immediately hugged Barbara. Barbara was surprised by the sudden attack but she just sighed and smiled as she received it. She countered by rubbing Rose's back. Ahem. Barbara cleared her throat before looking at Terry in front. "It's not going to be easy, and it's sure as hell not going to be pretty, but I wish you two the best," Barbara said as Rose continued to embrace her. Terry smiled happily in reply. He slowly turned around towards the computer, still smiling, and proceeded to erase security footage from last night. Because how could he have forgotten such an important detail? Barbara saw this and her eyebrows twitched while still smiling. It was a good thing that the owner of the house, Alfred, didn't notice them sneaking in the night. "Okay." Barbara once again started the meeting after the whole Terry and Rose issue. "This is the plan." Barbara touched her smartwatch and an audio clip started playing on the Batcomputer. "This nerve gas can deteriorate a human being's body until..." The audio clip contains Powers selling weapons illegally to overseas clients. "This audio clip serves as evidence to grant a search warrant, but we need to raid the place with Powers being there physically so it could really stick. That's when you call Deathstroke to separate them. While we handle Deathstroke, you handle Derek Powers." "That's right. Sounds simple enough," Terry said. "It won't be simple on your side." "I know," Terry said as he took a glance at Rose who was carefully listening. "Good morning, everyone." Alfred came in the Batcave and greeted them. "Good morning." All three of them greeted him back. "You all seem to be deep in thought," said Alfred. "We're proofing our plan. We don't want a mishap to happen." "Can I help?" Alfred said. "Sure." Barbara proceeded to explain what they had planned so far. Alfred, the plan is simple enough. Barbara and the police handle Derek Powers while Terry and Rose take care of Deathstroke. There seems to be no holes unless they produce something unexpected. "Exactly. We can't help them and they can't help us and so we need to do our best to hold our end," Barbara said. "You are basically fighting on two fronts without any backup." Terry jolted. "What is it, Terry?" Rose asked. "We do have backup," Terry said to them. All eyes fell on Terry. "I'm home." "Terry, you didn't come home again last night." "Oh, it's you again." Mary McGinnis found a pleasant surprise behind his son Terry. "Hello." It was Rose Wilson being held by the hand by her son. "Oh my," Mary said bashfully. Terry awkwardly smiled as he combed his hair back. "Terry." Matt came down from the stairs as he rubbed his eyes. His hair was disheveled and he was in his pajamas. He widened his eyes as he found the girl his big brother was with yesterday. "You're with your girlfriend again. Why are you just getting up?" Terry replied with another question. Matt got stiff and eked his head towards his mother. "Matt." She was angry. "I told you not to stay up so late playing those games, didn't I?" "Why yes. You can't go out today with Stacy." What? "You're staying here. I'll call her parents. Now, go eat your food." Matt looked at Terry with furrowed eyebrows as he walked towards the dining table. "Don't look at your brother like that. It's your own fault," Mary McGinnis strictly said. Matt continued walking dejectedly. Terry and Rose just laughed. Mary just smiled and invited the couple in. All of them sat down on the living room. Terry and Rose sat down while still holding hands. Mary McGinnis noticed it and smiled. "You're both bold today." She teased. "You didn't even want to show it yesterday. We wanted to make it official first before telling you." Terry said casually when in fact, they were no more than acquaintances yesterday. "Well, I'm happy for you both." Terry and Rose smiled. Mary smiled as she watched her son finally find happiness. "Rose." Mary called Rose's attention. "Yes." Rose replied. "Would you like to see Terry's baby pictures?" She asked her with a smile. Rose's eyes flashed. Terry's world slowed down. He saw everything that happened next in detail after his mother said those words. Rose immediately letting go of his and saying yes as she moved to edge of her seat in excitement. Mary McGinnis quickly taking out a photo album under the coffee table in the middle of the living room. It was all hard copies and not digital, which made it much worse. His face slowly changed from a bright smile to something distorted. Sweating bullets, his hand reached out towards the photo album in his mother's hands, but Rose beat him to it. It was too late. The impending doom has come. Rose opened the cursed baby photo album. Because why do mothers think that showing their children's embarrassing baby photos to their significant others should be an event that must absolutely happen? Rose Wilson and Mary McGinnis laughed as they flipped through the pages of the album, and Mary consequently telling Rose the embarrassing stories behind it. Terry was letting himself be swallowed by the abyss at the other end of the couch as his mother and his girlfriend bonded. "Hey, Terry. I got the new Denizen Evil game. Do you want to come with?" Terry didn't even need to think about it. He wanted a reason to escape from the hell that he is in. He grabbed his brother like a doll under his arms and ran towards his room. 25, Chapter 25. "You look like you had fun," Terry said as he walked together with Rose. "I did." Rose replied as she was all smiles. They were headed to the main door of Wayne Manor where Rose was currently staying. Alfred, the owner of the house, gave her the passcodes to enter. "Hey, Rose. How long do you plan on staying with Gotham?" Terry asked. Rose looked at him. Terry was worried about what she was going to say. "I originally planned on staying here until we captured my father," Rose said, and Terry frowned. She smiled and walked up to him. She put his arms around his neck and tiptoed so her face could be close to his. "But I plan on staying longer now," she said before kissing him. Terry was surprised but gladly received it and kissed her back. Rose pecked Terry's lips one more time before turning around and entering the passcode to the main door. "Alfred," she called as soon as she entered. "Oh, welcome back," Alfred said as he turned his head while sitting on the couch in the living area. "Terry's here too." "Hi, Alfred. I'm just here to drop her off." "I see," Alfred said as he turned his back on them. Terry was about to turn around and leave, but Rose grabbed his arm. He looked at her and she was smiling as she put a finger on her mouth. He was taken aback. Of course, he was happy, but Alfred saw them. He looked at Alfred, who had his back turned on them as he was reading something. Terry pointed at Alfred with a worried face towards Rose. "Let's go before he looks back," Rose whispered. Rose pulled Terry and Terry let himself be pulled towards the stairs. They ran quickly. Alfred flipped a page of the book he was reading, then smiled. "Ah, to be young," he said. He already knew that they were dating after the meeting they had in the Batcave earlier when they had breakfast together. So, he just let them sneak away even after noticing them. He felt like the house he's living in is turning lively again. Beep beep beep. HRMMM. Terry groaned as he woke up to the sound of his alarm on his smartwatch. He reached for it on the bedside table and turned it off. It took a moment for his blurry vision to clear up and see the day. It was Monday. He widened his eyes. Oh shadash. Terry looked around and scanned the place he was in. It was obviously not his room. He looked beside him and saw the only woman he knows with silver hair. Rose Wilson. "Hey, Rose." Terry shook her gently and tried to wake her up. HRMMM, she groaned. "Can I borrow your laptop real quick?" Rose just nodded her head. Terry kissed her cheek and said thanks. Rose made a thin smile and continued sleeping. He quickly got off the bed to find his clothes. Not only was it a weekday, it was also time for his finals. Terry had too much fun over the weekend with Rose and even played hooky with his training. Although, their nightly activities were enough to maintain his muscles because they did it with such exuberance, but he didn't get to improve either. After putting on his clothes, he immediately started the laptop computer and logged onto his university server. Because he diligently studied all school year, he managed to get by without studying this time. The exams are immediately graded afterwards. Thankfully, he passed. Terry waved his fist in the air to celebrate. Suddenly, someone's arms wrapped around Terry's neck. He knew who it was immediately, he only got startled a little bit because he thought he was celebrating on his own. "What are you doing?" Rose said as she rested her chin on Terry's head. "My final exams. I just finished it." "Did you pass?" "Yup." Terry said. Then he turned his head to the side and readjusted Rose's head and pulled her in to kiss her. Terry turned his seat around to face Rose and he grabbed her waist. His hand slid downwards to Rose's legs and pulled them to carry her. Eek! Rose screamed as she got lifted by Terry. They continued to kiss until Terry threw her back to bed. Rose laughed. "What are you doing? Don't you have work?" "I usually arrive here for work in the afternoon anyways," Terry said as he smiled and took off his clothes again. Rose welcomed Terry into her embrace as he dived in. Because Rose didn't want to see Terry working alone, she helped him do his work. Terry refused at first, but Rose insisted because she said that she didn't want to live here for free. Alfred thought it was reasonable and so he agreed. She even tagged along during his training. "Now, just because we're dating, that doesn't mean you get to hold back. If you hold back, I'll hurt you for real," Rose said with a smug smile as she warmed up before they start sparring. "Sure." Terry made a smug smile of his own. A few moments later. "Yuh!" Noise came out of Terry's mouth. He just got thrown onto the ground. Now, he's seeing a fist coming right at his face. Thud. The punch didn't land on him but on the floor. He looked at Rose who was making a smug smile. "I told you to not hold back," she said as she offered her hand to help him up. Terry furrowed his brows and didn't accept her help. He rolled to the side and pushed himself off the ground. "I'll be serious this time," he said in a different tone than earlier. "You better," Rose said. Then she took a stance and taunted him to come at her. Terry hopped around before doing a full dive into a handstand. He spun masterfully like a top with his legs spread open. Capoeira. "Pretty, but useless, unless you know how to use it," Rose said, then ducked and spun around with one of her legs extended. She tried to sweep Terry's hands. Terry saw it coming and jumped using his arms and landing on his feet behind Rose. He kicked her while she was on the ground. Rose blocked it with her arm and dove backwards and did a cartwheel from a very low position, showing her athleticism and flexibility like Terry did earlier. There's distance between them again. They both smiled because they were having fun now that Terry was serious. After multiple bouts, they ended up in a draw. They scored themselves by the rounds that they won and they ended with 4 wins each. Both of them were sprawled on the floor as they both gasped for air. They looked at each other and laughed. Their faces automatically drew close as they shared a kiss. Rose put her leg on top of Terry and proceeded to mount him as they continued to lock their lips. Their atmosphere was getting hotter and heavier, but Terry opted to stop. "What?" Rose asked. "I can't tonight. I've already not gone home thrice. Plus, I still have another set of exams tomorrow." Rose laughed at him. "Lame," she teased. "You're the one who decided to date someone who still has homework," Terry said with a smug smile. Rose rested her chin on her hands. "You're right," she said seductively. She drew her face towards Terry and pecked him on the lips, then rolled her body to the side and got up. Terry followed. After that, he got home. He looked at the house that he grew up in. Somehow, it looked strange all of a sudden. He brushed his thoughts and went inside the house. "I'm home, Terry." His mother, Mary McGinnis, was in the living room on her phone. She put her phone down and stood up. "You're making it a habit of not coming home every night," she teased. Terry just laughed nervously. "It's fine," she said as she put her hand on her son's face. "Pretty soon you'll be moving out," she said with a wistful smile. Terry furrowed his brows. "We already talked about this 3 years ago." They talked about Terry staying with them to help pay the bills and take care of his little brother. "Terry, that was before I got this job. Your brother can more or less take care of himself now. He's just like you at that age." She smiled proudly. "Still." Terry looked downcast. "You don't have to worry about us anymore." Mary put both of her hands on Terry's face. "We can take care of ourselves." Then, she pulled him closer to kiss his forehead, then hugged him. Terry frowned. He finally understood why the house looked different earlier. He hugged his mother tight. He knew himself that it was bound to happen, but he did not expect it too soon. His eyes scanned the interior of the house. His memories of their family's house flooded his mind, good and bad. His eyes started to water. It was then that he found his little brother on top of the stairs. Terry lifted his chin up from her mother's shoulders as he stared at his little brother. Mary turned around as she noticed Terry looking at something and her face distorted. Matt was frowning. He must have heard their conversation. He ran towards his room. Terry wiped his eyes. "I'll go talk to him," sniffed, then he ran upstairs. Knock knock knock. Terry knocked on the open door to his little brother's room. "Hey." Matt was lying on his stomach and playing video games. Rat-a-tat-a-ta. He didn't reply to Terry. He must be upset. Terry decided to leave him alone for a while. But as he was about to turn around. "So, you're leaving?" Matt said. "Yeah. Good." Terry made a wry smile. He decided to sit next to his brother and watch him play. "I'll still be here for a few days, maybe a few weeks," he said. "Whatever. I don't care. I'll still be around, you know. It's not like I'm leaving Gotham." The corners of Matt's lips twitched. "Like I said, I don't care." Terry smiled and patted his little brother's head. Matt paused for a while, but he didn't reject his big brother's hand. You'll take care of Mom when I leave? Terry asked. Of course, I will. Right. You're a man now. Matt thinly smiled. Terry grabbed a controller and they played together like they've always done before as brothers. 26, Chapter 26. Matt McGinnis fell asleep. Terry looked at his little brother sleeping. He lifted Matt up and carried him to his bed. He looked outside the window and saw the bat signal. The bat signal is almost always on every night to remind criminals they're being watched. He neglected it for 2 nights because of his personal affairs. Since he felt like he won't be able to sleep early, he decided to heed the call and become Batman. He jumped up to their roof. Backing up for takeoff, he activated his suit. Then, he ran towards the ledge. He leaped with his arms behind his back. Once he spread his arms, his wings appeared and rockets shot out of his soles to propel him forward. Zoom! Batman was off to fight crime again. In the end, he just scared away some minor thugs trying to pull a robbery. He didn't get them to the police because there was no harm done yet. Then, he went home when he got tired. Waking up, he took another set of his exams and that concluded his school year as a college freshman. It was summer vacation, but he still has work. Good afternoon, Alfred. Terry said as he found him in the living area of Wayne Manor. Good afternoon, Terry. Alfred said as he took notice of him while he was watching TV. Terry took off his jacket and went to the kitchen to make Alfred some afternoon tea like always before he gets started with other things. Suddenly, he heard someone running towards him. When he turned around, he almost lost balance as someone jumped and clung onto him. It was his girlfriend, Rose Wilson. He smiled and hugged her. They looked at each other and shared a kiss. Terry gently let her down on the ground. You missed me that much? Yeah. Rose smiled at him as she still has her arms around Terry's neck. Terry kissed her forehead and removed her arms before proceeding to make tea. You want some too? He asked. I'll have a cup. She said as she lifted her body up the kitchen table and sat on it. She watched Terry making tea. Both of them were silent, but it wasn't an awkward silence. It was a peaceful kind of silence. 2 days went by casually like that. Then, the moment they've been waiting for has come as Barbara called them into the Batcave. Call Deathstroke now. She said. Terry held the communication device reminiscent of an old cellular phone but only lines up to one device like it. Untraceable too. You finally called. I was beginning to think you wouldn't. Slade. I'm busy too. Ha ha ha. The new Batman has a sense of humor. How is my daughter? Terry looked at Rose before replying she's safe. You didn't hurt her? Of course. Good. Meet me where we first met. Or is it the second time according to you? The warehouse. Exactly. The call ended and the device sparked. A bit of smoke rose from it. It short-circuited itself after one use. Suit up. Barbara said as she disappeared. It was her hologram form. Terry and Rose looked at each other and nodded. Rose was already wearing her suit and only had to put on her cowl. Terry pressed the button on his belt and the nanotech enveloped his body. Dick would really want one of those because I sure do. Rose said as she looked at Terry's suit. It's pretty cool, but I have never used that before. Terry pointed at the Batmobile. Sucks to be you. Rose said as she somersaulted over to the Batmobile that was opening up the hatch concurrently. Rose landed at the driver's seat. Whoa, I always wanted to do that. She said as she reminisced seeing the previous Batman do that before when the Titans visited Gotham. The new Batman, Terry McGinnis, only gave a wry smile. Let's go. He said as he flew up. The hatch of the Batmobile closed and began revving. Vroom 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 keef. Zoom. Both of them went out the Batcave through the waterfall. They sped through the streets of Gotham. The Wayne estate is at the edge of Gotham and the docks are also at the edge but in the other end. After just a few minutes, they burst into the warehouse. Deathstroke was waiting for them. His back was facing them. Slade turned around without his helmet. Daughter. Shut up. Rose shouted. This has been a trend in their relationship as father and daughter. Every time she thinks her father is trying to mend their relationship, it always ends up like this. The people who are close to her end up getting hurt. You decided to ally yourself with the enemy again. Not surprising. You have to stop this, father, or I'll be gone in your life forever. Once again, I'm going to have to eliminate the person that put a wedge between us. No one here is ruining your relationship with your own daughter but you, Slade. Batman said. Yet here you are. Slade replied as he put on his helmet. I didn't come here just for my father this time. Your daughter is here. She wants you to make things right with her. And how do you propose I do that? Surrender. Ah, you Bat boys sound so much alike. The one in Jump City is also preachy just like you. We just want to help and you know it. If you want to help, Deathstroke kicked the ground and sprinted towards them as he unsheathed his swords. Then please die for me. Batman and Ravager split up and ran to enclose Deathstroke on both sides. Meanwhile, at a building owned by the Maroney family. This is a search warrant for this property. The police officer said. The man that was guarding the outside of the building was taken aback but he kept his calm. One moment, officer. We'll go get the owner. He signaled to the other men that was waiting outside to get inside the building. We have the liberty to search this place without the owner's permission. Let us through. The police officer said as he pointed to the police cars arriving. Commissioner Barbara Gordon stepped out of the vehicle she was on. I'm afraid we can't let you do that. The man smiled at the officer. Then, we're going to have to use force. He was going to grab his gun but the man in front of him was faster. The officer took off his hand from the gun on his hip and slowly backed away with his arms up in the air. The mobster kept pointing the gun at him as he backed away into the building. The gates started to close. How the hell did they found out about this place? I don't know. Maybe someone's still loyal to Maroney. All of Maroney's men are now controlled by Derek Powers when he got Deathstroke to kill him and took over the organization without letting anyone know that Maroney died. Barbara grinned as she heard the conversation being transmitted to her ears. Commissioner, what do we do? The subordinate said. Make sure to cover all their possible exits. You got the blueprint of the building, right? Yes. Make the assault team bring out the battering rams and get ready. Give me the megaphone. She said as she held out her hand to receive the megaphone. She held the megaphone in front of her and started speaking. Derek Powers. We know you're in there. You are surrounded. Come out and surrender. This bitch. Where's our backup? Derek Powers. We're trying to call them but they're not answering. Mobster. Don't try and wait for backup. We already raided your base. Barbara. F. Did they plant a microphone in here? Powers. Barbara smiled and held herself back from laughing at Derek Powers panicking. What are you all doing? Shoot them down and help me escape. Powers. Barbara furrowed her brows and handed back the megaphone to one of her subordinates. Prepare for gunfire. Assume positions. She said calmly. It was the one thing she avoided the most. A shootout. The glass windows of the building got shattered. The police prepared for the incoming attack. Ravager slashed at her father with her sword. Deathstroke blocked it while simultaneously blocking Batman's attacks and countering both of them. Although two of them were attacking him, Deathstroke gracefully evaded all of Ravager's attacks while also blocking and countering Batman. He is really showing that he is serious this time around, unlike the time when they were on the rooftop. Batman punched and kicked but gets blocked and cut. Defense systems at 85%. Lucius. A normal sword would have dulled or get chipped by Batman's suit, but Deathstroke's swords along with his skills made them an effective weapon against the current Batman. Slade is very carefully countering Rose with non-fatal attacks. He kicked her then turned around and slashed Batman with his two swords. Batman blocked it with his forearms. The blades on his forearms and Deathstroke's swords made sparks when they clashed. Deathstroke's last attack pushed them back. He stood still and waited for them to attack again. Both heroes were breathing heavily. I know that's not all you've got, is it? Deathstroke taunted them. Batman was the first to move. He ran and did a roundhouse kick. Deathstroke caught his leg. Isn't this familiar? I'm having deja vu right now. Deathstroke laughed as he cocked back his other arm to break Batman's leg again. Boom. Something exploded behind Deathstroke's leg. He glanced at his back and he saw his daughter in a post-throw pose. She threw an explosive aimed at his leg. His knee bended. Zoom. When he looked back towards Batman, his other foot was heading straight to his face. The rockets were turned on and it dealt a heavy blow to Deathstroke's head. He ended up falling to his back. Batman flew up and turned off his rockets to freefall directly at Deathstroke. Deathstroke quickly rolled to the side and successfully dodged Batman. Batman's fall created a crater where Deathstroke was. But there was no time for him to feel relieved. Ravager slashed at him on the ground but he successfully blocked it with his own swords. Ravager pushed down. Deathstroke was in a bind. He had to fight Ravager's pushing force along with gravity. His double-edged swords touched his armor. He had to do something before Batman joins in the power struggle. He let go of his other sword and used his other arm to punch Ravager's leg. Ugh. Ravager groaned. Deathstroke used this opportunity to push her off and did a kip-up to stand back up, just in time before Batman's stomp reached him. Now, he was the one panting. Even if he was serious, these two were skilled in their own right and taking them on alone was asking for too much. He needed more information about his enemy to strategize and defeat them. He already knew about Rose but he didn't know anything about this new Batman other than him saying that Deathstroke killed his father. Can I at least know the identity of my opponent? Deathstroke said. You don't need to know. Batman replied. Then, it would be pointless. Why is that? Because I wouldn't be able to know the father who got avenged by his son. He started to walk around. You won't give me something that would make me regret killing him. That would make me say, I probably shouldn't have killed him then, his son wouldn't have come for me. Or something like that. He smiled under his helmet. Ravager held her hand on Batman's chest and said don't listen to him. He's probably just stalling time. I know. Batman replied. Deathstroke widened his eye at the unexpected information he uncovered by the simple interaction he saw from them. It was the way Ravager touched Batman and Batman's affectionate reply to her. Ha 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 ha. He laughed like he has gone mad. Batman and Ravager furrowed their brows at him. So, that's how you got her to your side. Deathstroke threw a snide remark. 27, Chapter 27. So, that's how you got her to your side. Deathstroke made a snide remark. What are you talking about? Batman said irritated by his remark. You're in a romantic relationship, aren't you? Batman and Ravager were both surprised. And that was enough to make Deathstroke laugh again. You couldn't even hide it. He shouted. Ravager frowned. To seduce my own daughter to go against me. That's low. Batman glared at him. Only someone who thinks like that is low. There's only one way to find out. He threw throwing stars at them. As Batman and Ravager dodged the projectiles, Deathstroke was already sprinting towards them with his sword in hand preparing to strike. Deathstroke slashed at Batman first. Batman blocked it. Then, Deathstroke turned around as he stabbed at his daughter's shoulder while simultaneously delivering a front kick towards Batman's core. He looked like a wuxia master as he balanced his body sideways with one foot, or most probably, he really is a wuxia master. Oof. Batman received the blow and got pushed back, but Ravager successfully parried her father's sword and countered with an attack of her own. Clang 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 clang. They masterfully exchanged moves with each other until they found themselves in a deadlock. With their swords pushing against the other, Deathstroke smiled. He was winning. If it was a contest of pure skills, Rose would be on the losing end naturally, but she should be able to hold out on her own against her father if it's a contest of strength, since they both have the same powers. So, why was Ravager losing? It was the seeds of doubt that Deathstroke planted in her heart earlier. She was a victim of manipulation by her own father. She developed a defense mechanism, an instinct, to doubt if she felt like someone was using her. Am I really just being used by Terry to get to my father? That's what's probably on her mind right now. Unknowingly, she began to hold back her strength against Deathstroke. Deathstroke noticed something was coming behind him. Leave me alone with your new boyfriend for a minute, okay? Ravager was taken aback by those words. While she was distracted, Deathstroke knee-kicked her stomach and chopped her neck to knock her out. Now. He turned around towards Batman. Where were we? Rat-a-tat-a-ta. The police and Derek Powers are at a standstill. Luckily no one died. Yet. But both sides still sustained injuries. Is the other unit still not coming? Barbara shouted in frustration at her subordinate. They're still in a shootout with the other members of the Maroney family, ma'am. Damn it. Barbara cursed as she opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. She looked at what she was wearing afterwards. It was times like these that she missed wearing her old suit. I need to do something. Barbara muttered. She started thinking about leaving the formation and somehow find an opening to attack on her own to reduce casualties on both sides. Tink 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 tink. Poof. Hey, who threw the smoke bomb? One of the police shouted. They didn't throw smoke bombs because then, their visibility would be clouded too. There was no openings to sneak into but the windows that the gunners on the other side used. But that was perfect for Barbara. Only she can avoid getting shot at when entering the windows. The problem was after entering. Then all attention would be on her. Kee-ee-ee-een. A car pulled up on the other side of the street where the police was. Everyone looked at them suspiciously. From the driver's seat, a huge man with a horror movie mask on his face came out. That's probably where the rumors of the mutant leader's face being disfigured came from. But he wasn't the mutant leader. He was just the bodyguard. He opened the door of the back seat and a man wearing a fedora hat came out. The man wore a three-piece suit under a trench coat with matching gloves. His lower face was covered by a scarf-like mask. The color of his hair was distinctly white and his eyes were red. He began walking across the street towards the cops nonchalantly. Barbara smiled. She already knew who it was by the description that Terry gave. Civilians aren't allowed here. Who are you? I'm your backup. He said. The police kept the suspicious man in their sights. Let him through. Barbara said. But Commissioner. I won't say it twice. She said as she narrowed her eyes at them. They all lowered their guns but they were still cautious of him and kept glancing. The mysterious man shrugged as he passed through the barricade and walked towards Barbara. Nice to finally meet you personally, Commissioner. He said in greeting. Mutant leader. Likewise. Were you the one who threw the smoke bomb? The police that heard this immediately turned their heads to who they thought was a myth created by street thugs. Yes. Your smile tells me that you already know what I'm planning. This is my type of way to do things. Barbara said in a grin. I'll take the right window. Then, I'll take the left. Both of them started walking towards the wall of smoke. Commissioner. The vice commissioner shouted anxiously. I'll be fine. Get ready to clean up after us when the smoke clears. She ordered. Once they reached their pre-assigned windows, Barbara and the mutant leader looked at each other and nodded. That was the signal. When they broke eye contact, they jumped into the smoke. Somehow, even when they just met each other, they were in sync. Somersaulting into the window and landing on their feet perfectly, they began their attack. What the F-? A man exclaimed as he was about to open fire but didn't get to finish what he was saying because he got kicked on the jaw by the police commissioner. On the other side was almost the same exact scene with the mutant leader. Bang, bang, bang. Shots were fired but it all missed the targets that were too fast for them. Hug. Ka. The police heard all the gunshots inside but they also heard screaming and groaning which made them curious about. What the hell is happening in there? A police officer said as he took off his hat. As the smoke started to clear up, the noises inside the building also decreased. The smoke is clearing up. They got rid of the shooters from the windows. Let's move. The vice commissioner shouted as he gestured everyone to get inside the building. When they entered the building, they found unconscious bodies lying on the ground everywhere. Whoa. The commissioner and that guy did this all by themselves. All of them were in awe as they started to handcuff everyone lying on the ground. I went in the academy the same time as her. The vice commissioner spoke. Let's just say you don't want to F with the commissioner. He said as he grinned. Barbara and the mutant leader went deeper into the building until they finally found Derek Powers in an office. His face expressed all the emotions he felt at that time. Anger, defeat, hate. It's over, Powers. Your Court of Owls is defeated. Don't wait for Deathstroke. I'm pretty sure he's busy. Barbara Gordon said. Bitch. He said in a deep tone. You have ruined us. We were on the verge of taking back Gotham and restoring order. Gotham was never yours to begin with. Gotham rightfully belongs to its citizens. Gotham will be ruined if we left those cretins to their own devices. Someone must take control. How is the police and the mayor different than us? We only hold this power to serve the people, never to control them. And they would never think of taking a child from his family and robbing him of a good life. The mutant leader entered their conversation. What do you know? Who are you supposed to be? Powers glared at him. You probably wouldn't be able to distinguish me from the many children your secret organization have estranged from their families, but this will be enough to explain my existence. The mutant leader took off one of his gloves and revealed his talon-like finger, long, pointy and sharp. Powers kept looking back and forth between the man and his disfigured hands. You're a talon, he exclaimed. Correct, the mutant leader put his glove back on, but not one to be used by you, he said as he narrowed his eyes. Are you going to turn yourself in or are you going to make it harder on yourself? Barbara said to him. Powers laughed helplessly like he has given up. Derek Powers' face produced an evil smile and said, I surrender, with his arms raised up. Barbara didn't pay him any mind and just passed his actions off as being prideful. She walked up to him. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. Powers was still smiling as he slowly turned around. He slowly put his arms down. As he put his arms down, he reached into his jacket's pocket. Hey, don't attempt to do anything stupid. Barbara shouted when she noticed. I was just going to give you something. Thank you, but I have no interest in it. Take your hand out of your pocket. Now. Fine. He revealed his hand holding a test tube. Before Barbara could ask what it was, the test tube that Derek Powers was holding in front of her started falling down. As it was falling down, her got blocked by something just before it shattered on the ground. TSSSSSSS. Ark. Derek Powers shouted in pain. The test tube that shattered released a chemical in gas form that deteriorates any living thing. The process of the deterioration causes unimaginable pain. Barbara was saved from it. She immediately removed what was blocking her vision. The mutant leader's trench coat that he covered her with it. The mutant leader groaned as he grabbed the back of his head. He got exposed to the chemical instead of Barbara. Barbara rushed to his aid. Why didn't you save yourself? She said with a distorted face as she shook his body. Haha, I won't die from this much. I have regenerative abilities because of the mutation process my body has gone through. He pulled down the scarf covering his face and showed her the back of his neck that had blacked. The black regions of his skin started to vanish and regained its pale white complexion. Although it isn't complete, it still has its advantages. He said as he smiled. They turned towards Derek Powers, who is now lying on the ground. His skin was blackened as the nerve gas ate away at his body. He won't survive if we don't rush him to the hospital right now. Barbara said. Isn't that for the best? The mutant leader said. Barbara furrowed her brows at him. I was just joking. The mutant leader chuckled as he covered his face again with his scarf. I'll have someone carry Powers back. Barbara said as she looked at the unconscious Derek Powers, then turned to the mutant leader. Batman hasn't contacted me yet. I'm worried. Their opponent is a formidable one. He might need help. Go to him. I was already planning to. He replied before sprinting towards the exit. He captured the attention of the police as he exited the building swiftly. The mutant leader ran straight to his car where his loyal bodyguard was already waiting for him in the driver's seat. Cedric, you know where to go next, right? Cedric nodded and began to push the pedal down to the floor. Ha, ha, ha. Batman was panting. Blood was flowing down from his busted lips. He wiped it off and readied himself to defend against Deathstroke's attacks. You're pretty resilient. I'm glad that my daughter has chosen someone with a backbone. Deathstroke said as he tapped his sword on his shoulder and circled Batman. But don't ever think you're special. You're probably not her first. So, what? Batman said. Deathstroke smiled behind his mask. Then, she probably has a lover in Jump City too. That must be the worst feeling in the world for men like us. She's your own daughter. Batman defended her. I know, but women will be women. Deathstroke shrugged. Batman gritted his teeth at him. It frustrates him more that Rose's own father would say such things about her than the idea of him being used by her. He stopped himself from thinking for a moment. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Stop trying to play me, Slade. I know your game. Batman said calmly as he opened his eyes and glared at him. Deathstroke laughed. Fine. I don't need to get in your mind to kill you anyway. He said as he sprinted towards Batman. 28. Chapter 28. Batman cleared his head of all emotions and thoughts. He only remembered his training. Deathstroke did an overhead slash. Batman crossed his forearms to guard, then delivered a front kick to Deathstroke. Hug. It was successful. With his forearms still guarding Deathstroke's sword, he released one arm and turned around and delivered a back fist to Deathstroke's head. It got blocked by Deathstroke's other hand. Batman continued to turn and maneuvered his arm to lock onto Deathstroke's arm holding the sword and tried to break his shoulder. Deathstroke saw this and switched his sword to his other hand to stab at Batman. Batman gave up from breaking Deathstroke's shoulder and delivered a punch instead as he dodged the point of the sword aimed at his head. A few more exchanges of moves and Terry, the new Batman, evolved. No, he was still evolving as the fight continued. Batman's continued progress during the fight baffled even Deathstroke. The match became even between them. Both were now heavily breathing as they maintained distance from each other. The next exchange would most probably end the fight. Batman decided to gamble. At the current state of things, even if he continues to learn and evolve from fighting Deathstroke, Deathstroke will still have an edge over him because of his experience. He has no other choice but to risk it all. He took a stance. Deathstroke also did the same. Batman kicked off the ground. He launched a kick. Deathstroke smiled. He planned to cut off Batman's leg that was aimed at him. He figured the progress of the fight was abnormal, but now Batman's fatigue caught up with him and made him make a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. Unbeknownst to him, Batman has baited his own leg to make him move. It was too late when he realized it. His fast thought process wasn't able to catch it fast enough. The sole of Terry's other foot released its rockets and propelled him forward. Now, Deathstroke's sword was slashing at nothing but air. The rockets continued to blast until Batman was lifted through the air and aimed his leg that he used to feint a kick towards Deathstroke's shoulder. Deathstroke's sword barely missed his head as he did so. Batman proceeded to grab Deathstroke's whole arm with his arms and began to pull. It was the move that Barbara did on him during their sparring session. A flying armbar after feinting a kick. Deathstroke began to feel the weight on his whole arm. The force from it made him lay down flat on the ground. And because this wasn't a sparring match but a real life and death fight, Batman broke his shoulder. Crack. Erg. Deathstroke grunted in pain. His shoulder didn't just dislocate, his shoulder blade got fractured too. Batman did it with a force that wanted to tear his whole arm off. Batman got off of him and turned him to lay on his back. He removed Deathstroke's helmet to see Slade Wilson's bare face. Ha. 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 Batman panted as he tried to control his seething anger. The man that killed his father was lying defenseless in front of him. The temptation to kill him right now couldn't have been any greater. Slade breathed out a sigh and made a wry smile as he accepted his defeat along with his incoming death. Batman's fist hovered over Slade. Slade closed his eyes as he waited for the fist over his head to fall like a guillotine. But it didn't fall. He opened his eyes again. The fist that was over his head started to loosen before it withdrew. Batman fell on his behind and supported himself with his arms to sit down in an inclined position. He panted out of relief that he won over his desire to kill. "Are you happy with this?" Slade Wilson asked the man sitting next to him. "Not yet," he uttered in between heavy breaths. "I need you to go to jail first. Then, I'll be happy." Slade Wilson heaved a sigh and looked up at the ceiling. To each his own, I guess. Deathstroke would have never left himself alive if he was in Batman's shoes. "Father." Ravager woke up and rushed to her father lying on the ground. "Rose." Slade smiled at his daughter with such affection like you would never expect from someone like him. Batman stood up from the ground after he finished resting. Ravager helped her father up by wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "I guess, it's Blackgate prison for me, huh?" Slade Wilson said with a wry smile. "No, huh?" Slade furrowed his brows in confusion. "Director Waller asked us to surrender you immediately to Argus upon your capture," Batman said before turning towards the exit and started walking. Slade bowed his head. Ravager followed Batman but Slade, who has his arms around, didn't budge. "What are you doing? Let's go dash." Shwee-ing. Batman immediately turned around. There, he saw Slade with a knife aimed at his daughter's throat. It was Ravager's knife. Slade grabbed it when Batman wasn't looking. Batman narrowed his eyes. "Let me escape or she dies." Slade said to Batman. "Don't you have any honor, Dad? You were already defeated." Ravager said. "Would you really kill your own daughter, Slade?" Batman said as he examined him carefully. "I'll do anything if it means not going back to Argus." Slade shouted as he pressed the knife on Ravager's neck. "Calm down, just tell me what you want." Batman slowly walked towards him. "Let me go," Slade strictly said as he furrowed his brows. "Fine," Batman said with no hesitation. "Let her go, and I'll let you leave." "You're lying. Don't put me in your category, Slade. I'll let you leave if you let her go right now." Slade stared at Batman. "I don't trust you." He pushed his daughter towards Batman. Batman immediately focused his eyes on Ravager to catch her, completely ignoring Slade throwing the knife at him. Luckily, Ravager saw as she glanced to her side where her father was. She took out her other knife and blocked the projectile. Hack. Ka. But Slade wasn't as lucky. The knife that he threw ricocheted towards his neck when his daughter blocked it from hitting Batman. The knife sliced his carotid artery and half of his spine cleanly. Slade kneeled down as he held his neck. "Dad." Ravager ran towards him and supported him by his back as she laid him down. His head was still attached, but his healing factor won't be able to save him because he was losing more blood than what his healing factor can manage, plus his spine that was damaged won't regenerate easily too. Batman stood next to them. "Rose." Slade said as he caressed her cheek. It seems the other structures of his neck that was needed to speak wasn't damaged. I'm sorry. Rose took off her mask as she held her father's hand. Don't be. I'd rather die by your hands than going back to Argus. Slade mentioned his refusal to go back to Argus again. Why do you want to go back to Argus that you'd threaten your own daughter's life? Batman asked him. Slade laughed Batman's statement. My daughter's life was never endangered. I just figured you would consider letting me go if I used her as a bargaining chip, but I was never going to harm her. Even before, when he sent Grant Wilson, his son, the previous Ravager after her, Rose wasn't in danger, but the people that were around her was. And to answer your question about Argus, they're much more like monsters than me. Batman narrowed his eyes. How so? Slade looked at him. You ask a lot of questions. He chuckled. Fine. I'll answer if you tell me who you are. I won't be able to tell anyone else now, anyway. He referred to his imminent death. Batman's nanotech mask creeped down towards his neck and revealed Terry's bare face. My name is Terry McGinnis. My father was Warren McGinnis. The one you killed 9 years ago. Slade Wilson widened his eyes. I remember now. He laughed out loud. Terry glared at him. What's so funny? Fate is funny. Slade said with a wry smile. It's funny, isn't it? How fate works. Terry immediately recalled Amanda Waller's words. Instead of telling you, why don't I just show you? Slade reached towards one of the compartments on his utility belt. Terry readied himself from a sudden attack. Stop being cautious. I have more sense than that. Slade took out a key with a number on it. This key opens a safety deposit box at Gotham City Bank. The money in it is for Rose. The flash drive in there is for you. I originally planned to use it to get revenge on Argus, but I think it will be more suitable for you to utilize it. Slade said as he handed the key to Terry. Terry stared at the key before looking back at him and nodding. Slade laughed again. To think that my daughter would date my arch-enemy's son. What did you just say? My dad is your enemy. Terry furrowed his brows. Slade furrowed his brows as if he's already tired of this conversation. You'll find out everything in that flash drive. Everything in there was what your father died for. I made a copy of it. Now, leave me alone to talk with my daughter. He said as he shooed him away. A few minutes later, the mutant leader finally arrived, but it was already over when he walked in. Slade Wilson died. The strongest mercenary, the Terminator, died. The mutant leader saw Ravager as she cried on Batman's chest and Batman held her tight in his arms. Both of them had their masks back on. Terry put Ravager's mask back on when he heard their car's brakes. Batman locked eyes with the mutant leader and both of them nodded. It's over, Cedric. The mutant leader said as he got back in the car. Let's go home. He said as he tapped Cedric's shoulders. 29, Chapter 29. You said your partner killed him. No, she didn't kill him. She defended me and that caused the accident that killed Slade. Terry McGinnis replied to Amanda Waller's question. They are currently in her office at Argus. Terry was reporting to her about Slade Wilson's death. Where's his body? We buried him. Where? Just trust me that he's dead. Would you like some pictures? Terry sarcastically asked. Yes. Amanda Waller replied unironically. It made Terry, who was maintaining a straight face all throughout, frown. It was a disgusting statement. Immoral even. It's nothing personal. We just want to keep records. Amanda Waller said. Why protect the body of the man who murdered your father anyway? She asked. Terry wanted to burst right there and then. He wanted to finish this game of charades but he can't, yet. You're right, but I know he just followed orders and it was never personal for him and my father. Terry nonchalantly said this to fish for any reaction out of Waller. You're right. Even now, we can't determine whom he took the job from. Unfazed, Waller replied. His words were fruitless. This just confirms how heartless the woman in front of him is. But his true objective wasn't to make her confess. He was just there to stall time and see how she reacts when the main players enter the fray. He had no power over her just by having evidence of her sins. So, they turned to someone with authority over her. Superman just called. He said the president told him that her termination and arrest for her crimes is to be effective immediately. Barbara. Terry faintly smiled at Amanda Waller in front of him as his reaction to the transmission he received in his ear. An odd thing happened. Amanda Waller started to be uncomfortable after he smiled at her even though his words earlier were fruitless. What is it? Waller asked him. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered I have a hot date later. She didn't know how to react to that. Is that all you have to report to me, McGinnis? Terry figured it was time to reveal his cards. Other than Deathstroke providing evidence of your secret projects unsanctioned by the government? No, not at all, Ms. Waller. Terry said as he crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand. Amanda Waller immediately took out her gun and pointed it at him. She narrowed her eyes at him and asked, where is it? What? This old thing. Terry nonchalantly took out a flash drive from his pocket. Bang! Amanda Waller shot Terry directly on the head. Smoke rose from Terry's forehead but the bullet didn't go through him. That won't work on me. Terry said as he smiled at her. Amanda Waller panicked. He shot Terry again and again and again. Can you please stop that? It won't work but it still doesn't feel right when you get shot. Wow! Amanda Waller was dumbstruck. How am I still alive? Simple. Terry transformed into Batman in front of Amanda. I'm wearing my suit. After he said that, the visibility of the suit disappeared again. It was a function of the suit that makes it invisible but not including the user. Give it to me, Amanda ordered. I'll give it to you when you answer my questions. Go ahead and ask. Why? Why what? Amanda glared at Terry. Why am I here? Why did you need me to exist? Just to become Batman? Precisely, yes. Why? There should always be a Batman. Amanda said as she put her gun down on her desk and let her arms support her body. Without Batman, Earth would already have been conquered many times over. I did not like how the Justice League was taking over the power to protect our citizens, but with Bruce, his creation of the Batman persona, his existence was the only thing that I saw as a necessity. Amanda closed her eyes to recollect. Bruce and I often worked together when I was still an agent. We disagreed on many things. He probably would condemn me for what I did in Argus if he knew. He didn't know. Terry said as he frowned. Of course he didn't. He would have stopped me if he knew. Then how did I impregnate your mother with Bruce Wayne's seed? Terry furrowed his brows at her statement. It was a fact, but he deemed Waller's delivery as crude and insensitive. I told you, we often worked together before I became director. Amanda Waller faintly smiled. No. Terry was dumbstruck. Yes. Despite our differences, we were in a relationship at the time. I wanted to bear his seed if I could, to continue his legacy, but unfortunately, my body was not gifted with reproduction. Amanda said with a wistful smile. He used protection every time we did the deed. The only thing I had to do was to rummage through the trash and collect it. Amanda said with a cold expression. Terry felt chills on his spine as he resisted the urge to regurgitate what he ate earlier from what he just heard. The sins of this woman in front of him could not have been any more repulsive. Amanda continued her tale years later. A couple entered Argus as employees. A brilliant couple that were having trouble bearing a child. The man was intelligent and headstrong, and the woman was someone who was also as intelligent and beautiful. Warren McGinnis, the father you grew up with, had the same facial profile as Bruce Wayne. It made them the perfect couple to raise his offsprings without any suspicion. Terry gritted his teeth at Amanda Waller. Why did you have to bring them into your plans? He shouted. Why didn't you just clone Bruce Wayne like you tried to do with Superman? A clone can never be Batman. Amanda Waller said calmly to the furious Terry. As you know, based on the information you have in your hands, she pointed at Terry's flash drive. Project Cadmus is a project we did to make clones of Superman and other superpowered beings to make an army out of them that the government controls. Batman isn't a being to be controlled and someone you can make artificially. We could try and clone Bruce Wayne, but he would never amount to the real one. Batman was born out of genetics and fate. Every Wayne in history has accomplished great things. Some were good, some were evil, but still great. But Batman was born from Bruce Wayne's tragic fate. His parents' death. Terry said calmly as he narrowed his eyes. Yes, we almost did the same thing to you, but the person I assigned to assassinate them refused. Colonel Flagg. Do you know him? I have heard of him from the data I have on Task Force X, the Suicide Squad. Well, he convinced me that the mission he has been given defeats the purpose of Batman. The whole idea of being Batman was to prevent unreasonable deaths from happening. So, you sent Deathstroke instead? Terry furrowed his brows. No, I had given up on the project because of that. It was unfortunate, but your father's death was caused by him discovering the truth about his sons. Amanda Waller said. You had him killed because he wanted to expose your secrets. Yes. Then, me giving this to you would be considered as me betraying him. Terry said as he waved the flash drive. I never imagined you to go back on an agreement, McGinnis. I don't. Terry glared at her because he can't stand an insult, especially from her. He threw the flash drive at her and Amanda caught it. Waller picked up her phone and quickly called someone. Hello, Commander. Please arrest this man in my office and kill him if he resists. She said. Terry was unfazed as he continued to lounge on his chair. I thought you said Batman was necessary. That's what you said anyway. He shrugged. Waller glared at him. Your brother can take your place. I'm sorry, we can't do that right now. Waller widened her eyes at what she was hearing. What do you mean you can't? Are you deliberately disobeying me? Beep. The commander hung up on her. Amanda tried to call again but it didn't connect this time. She plopped on her chair and looked at Terry with frantic eyes. What happened? Terry knew what happened but he wanted to add salt to injury. What did you do? Amanda glared at Terry, feigning ignorance to insult her. I gave a copy to Big Blue. He gave it to the president. You little shit. Everything that I did was necessary. You're not an accessory. Boom. The door to her office bursted. Armed men marched in and the last people to come inside was the Secretary of Defense. Mr. Secretary. She narrowed her eyes at him, then she got off the table and fixed her clothes. The president has approved your termination as the director of Argus and hereby arrested for your crimes against humanity and the country. Accepting defeat, she held up her hands to be cuffed with her chin up high. She was an eyesore for the secretary who never liked her self-righteous attitude. Amanda locked eyes with Terry as she got dragged out of her own office. The White House has given permission for Waller to proceed with Project Cadmus, but a lot of information was withheld from them. The failed clones. The monsters they produced from combining human DNA with alien DNA. The murders to keep silent about the project, and that includes Warren McGinnis. Warren McGinnis' death was finally solved. The information about his death being ordered by Amanda Waller to silence him from blowing the whistle has been given to his family. It was a bittersweet conclusion to his case. Terry decided to not include the truth about his existence in the data he gave away. It was a secret kept by Barbara, Alfred, Rose, and him. The truth about him and his brother, Matt McGinnis, being illegitimate sons of Bruce Wayne. It was his decision to protect his family and his identity as the Batman. And also to not disturb the peace that Mary McGinnis finally got in her heart when the perpetrator of his husband's death finally got arrested. He vowed to carry that secret to his grave. As he drew closer towards Wayne Manor as he rode his motorcycle, Terry thought about his father. He now understood what his last words meant. Dad. Tears were flowing down the 12-year-old's face. Every bit of him was shaking. He felt sadness, pain, regret, and anger. In front of him was his father, covered in a puddle of blood. "I'm sorry, Terry," Warren McGinnis said as he lied down on the ground. "No, no, no, please don't leave." Little Terry pleaded to his dying father. "I will never leave you, Terry," Warren said as he caressed his son's cheek. "Because I love you. Because you are my son. No one can ever change that. Both you and your brother are my sons and I love you boys very much," he said in tears. "Remember that, Terry." Terry heaved out a sigh and made a wistful smile as he took a good look at the mansion. He walked towards the door and put in the passcode. "Terry." Rose hugged him as soon as he got in the mansion. Terry received the warm welcome back to work after finishing his business with Amanda Waller and then his family. Specifically his mother who he comforted along with his brother. "Terry." Alfred greeted him. "Alfred." Terry greeted him back. "After you finish your reunion with your girlfriend, get started with your work immediately. You may be Master Wayne's son, but I am his heir," Alfred said in a smug smile. It was obviously just a joke to make him comfortable with the situation. Terry made a wry smile while Rose chuckled in his arms. Chapter 30. A week after Terry got back to work at Wayne Manor as Alfred Pennyworth's personal attendant, he decided to move out of his family's house. Alfred found out about it and offered him to just stay at the manor. Terry reluctantly accepted the offer because Alfred had already done so much for him. They arranged that his fee for living there is to be deducted from his monthly salary so that he would be less guilty about it. He had his own room but he always ends up at Rose's room. Rose and Terry had been having fun for days, training together, fighting crime together, and sleeping together. But as days continued to pass, Rose's energy began to decline. "You've been so down lately. Is it because of your father?" Terry asked Rose as he noticed her not being so lively lately. "Yes. This place, Gotham, just reminds me of what happened in that warehouse. Plus, I just miss being with my family. Family was the reason I came here to America in the first place." Rose's mom lived in San Francisco and so did her second family, the Titans. Now that her father died, she craved that familial bonding. "Then, why don't you go there to visit?" Terry said as he combed her hair. "I don't think I'll be coming back here if I go," Rose said as she looked him in the eye. "What do you mean?" Terry furrowed his brows in confusion. "Can't you just visit? I'll even go with you since it's summer vacation." He smiled. "I'll want to be close to them, always." Rose said. "You don't want to stay here in Gotham because it reminds you of what happened to you and your father, and you want to go back to San Francisco, but I'm here." "What are you saying, Rose?" "You also remind me of what happened," Rose uttered as she looked away. "Rose, what?" Terry chuckled nervously. "I don't blame you for what happened, Terry. It was all my father's fault, but it was also because I defended you." Terry widened his eyes then, frowned. "You say you don't blame me for what happened, but you're lying to yourself. You just said it was because you defended me from him." "That's not the same." "It is the same." Terry's eyes became watery. "You don't want to stay here in Gotham because of me." Silence fell in the room. "I'm sorry," Rose said as tears fell from her eyes. "I know it wasn't your fault, but maybe a part of me is blaming you." The two of them couldn't look at each other. Terry lied down at the bed and covered his face. "What do we do now, Rose?" "I have to leave, Terry. Sniffs. If I stay here, it will only get worse for us." Still lying down and covering his face, he said, "I don't want you to go. I don't want you to leave. I'm in love with you, Rose." Rose went up to him and removed his hands that were covering his face. She saw Terry's face wet with tears. "I love you too, but I have to leave. We'll just tear each other apart if I don't. It's better if we hurt now," she said as she lied down on his chest. Both of them cried to each other. "When will you go back to San Francisco?" Terry asked after they cried for a long time. "Tomorrow." "Do you want to get away from me that much?" Terry said half jokingly. "I don't think I'll ever get away from you. You'll haunt my memories when I go back to San Francisco." Rose said with a wistful smile. "Will you ever come back to Gotham?" "I don't know." "Will you come back to me again when you finally find it in your heart to forgive me? If I stop blaming you and come back, will you take me back?" "That's unfair. You didn't answer my question." "You can't answer mine as well." "Well, if you do come back, and you finally forgive me for what happened, If I still don't have someone in my life then, you know I'll take you back. Your answer was unfair too. Rose closed her eyes as she buried her face on Terry's chest. You just gave me hope that I still have a place here with you waiting for me. Both of them asked questions that couldn't be answered in the present. The only thing that was clear to them was that their future together is uncertain. Rose climbed on top of Terry and kissed him. They made love for the last time. When Terry woke up, she was long gone. All that was left was her scent on the bed. She couldn't say goodbye properly because she was scared that he'll convince her to stay. Rose had to make the right decision for both of them as the older one. Them being together was already rocky from the start because of their parents, but now there's more wounds that can make their journey together as a couple more awry. Terry buried his face on her pillow and cried his heart out. He couldn't blame anyone but himself. Not even Amanda Waller. In his mind, this wouldn't have happened if he was just stronger. He could have prevented Deathstroke's death and his relationship with Rose could have been saved if he was just stronger. He got up with more determination in his eyes. After the news of the Maroney family being gone from the underworld scene broke out, all other criminal organizations frantically tried to take away the territories that the Maroney family left to get ahead of the other. But they didn't get ahead as another power got to take the territories first. The Mutant Gang. They promised to protect all the territories that the Maroney family left without any compensation. The mutant leader knew a power struggle was going to happen if news that the Maroney family got wiped out. Fortunately, he was one of the first to know along with Batman and he got to act quickly. Ironically, the places they protected gave out more money than they did with the Maroney family simply because they were kinder to them. They get along great with the mutants unlike the threats that the Maroney family did to take from them. The Mutant Gang had good reputation with the police too as they helped them with any illegal activities going around their territory. Their numbers got bigger as well. But because of these big changes, trouble was stirring within the group. Trouble that wasn't easy for the mutant leader to deal with anymore because of the sudden increase of his responsibilities. A presence was lying in wait to take advantage of this situation once it blows up. Remember your training, Matt. Go. Terry shouted as he cheered for his brother Matt McGinnis from the sidelines. It's been a week since Rose left Gotham. They're currently in a gymnasium that was holding a karate competition. Matt McGinnis, Terry McGinnis' brother, is currently participating and is about to win the trophy. Go Matt. His girlfriend Stacy was also there to cheer him on. The winner of this summer's karate tournament. The last match is finally over and the MC was about to announce the winner. He drew it out to make it suspenseful as the drum rolled. Matt McGinnis. Yeah. Terry and little Stacy high-fived as they celebrated in the crowd. Matt bowed to the judges and the audience, then, immediately waved when he saw Terry and Stacy. He was gesturing them to come with him and take a picture with the trophy. After the event was finished, they walked back to the car that Terry borrowed from Alfred. It was gathering dust in the mansion's garage without it being used anyway. Terry figured he can do work on it just like with his motorcycle. It was a green BMW E30 M3. All of a sudden, two men walked up to them and blocked their way to their car. They were about the same age as Terry or even younger. Along with them was a kid that lost to Matt in the early rounds of the competition. Terry narrowed his eyes at them. He knew what they were after. Come on. Terry said to the two kids that were with him as he pulled them to circle around the people that were blocking their way. But just as they moved, the two men moved too. What do you want? Terry couldn't ignore them anymore. We just want that trophy. One of the men spoke and pointed at the kid they were with. My brother over there could have won that if he didn't face your brother. Wouldn't my brother have won it anyway if they met in the last round? Terry asked them. Probably. Probably not. The thing is, it was a bad matchup. Your brother could have lost earlier too if he wasn't fortunate enough to face opponent that he had an advantage on. Terry sighed. I'm still in a bad mood. Please don't do this. It has only been a week since he broke up with his girlfriend. Of course his mood is still sour. He felt a tug from his side. Terry looked at his brother Matt who was furrowing his brows at him. What? He asked Matt in a low volume so the two punks wouldn't hear it. Why don't you just beat them up? Matt asked Terry in all seriousness. That's when Terry realized that his brother's image of him wasn't good. It was his fault for always being involved in trouble when they were growing up. He had to do something about it. Listen, Matt, Terry crouched down while ignoring the goons in front of them. You can't solve all your problems with violence, okay? Let big brother Terry show you how it's done in the adult world. He said as he tousled Matt's hair and got back up. Listen, guys. I know what you're trying to say. That may be the case if that happened but unfortunately it didn't. What are you going to do? He shrugged his shoulders. So, please let us pass through. We still have to meet our mom for dinner. He said in a bright smile to convince them. Not until you hand over that trophy. The man replied. Huh. Terry sighed because he failed to convince them with words. Then, he thought of another way to maybe convince them. Can I interest you in some money instead? You can just say that we bought the trophy from you. He said with a bright smile. But that didn't seem to work either. You must be one of those arrogant rich folks that think they can buy off whatever from anyone. The two took out a stick and flicked it. The stick elongated. It was a friction lock baton. Stacy hid behind Matt. Terry went in front of them both to cover them. Guys, there's really no need for violence. Can we just talk this out? Terry said with a troubled smile. What are you doing, Terry? Just wipe the floor with their butts. Matt shouted at him. Enough talk. The man shouted. Then, he waved his baton to break a car's tail light behind him to threaten Terry. But Terry wasn't threatened. His eyebrows twitched out of anger instead. Terry's smiling face slowly distorted into a demon. That was my car. The demon uttered. His voice was so deep and ominous that you would think his voice changer in his bat suit was on. The two guys instinctively took a step back. Chills went down their spine as they heard Terry's angry voice. They made a big mistake. One thing that Terry hates the most is when someone destroys something he worked hard on. And he worked hard on that car and loved it, so he can take his mind off of Rose. Terry walked towards them and rotated his neck to warm up. A few moments later, the two men were on the floor knocked out. "Ha, you showed them." Matt scoffed as they got in the car. Terry drooped his head down. He had failed from giving his little brother a valuable life lesson by him ending up using violence. He looked at his brother at the passenger seat next to him, who was proud and satisfied of the outcome. The rearview mirror showed Stacy at the back seat looking at him with sparkly eyes. "Ha." Terry sighed as he started the car. Who could have known at that time that incident would lead to a meeting with his old friends? 31, Chapter 31. Ever since Terry moved out, he's been doing his best to still be a part of his family's life. He often visits his mother at work with the excuse of Alfred making him run an errand to give something to the commissioner. Because of that, Barbara gets free coffee bought from his own pocket every time he comes by. After a while, Mary noticed this, but she just let it be because it was nice to see his son regularly. His visits got even more frequent when Rose left. "Alfred gave me the car. He said it was okay because I spent my time and my own money on it." "That's a big thing to give." "I know, right? He's just been so nice to me." "That's because you're a nice person." "Pfft, ha ha ha, I don't know about that," Terry said with a wry smile as he placed his hand on the coffee cup to feel its warmth. Mary McGinnis looked at his son with a wistful smile. "Do you still think about her?" Who? "Who else?" she said with a knowing smile. "Yeah, every day. I don't think I'll be over her soon." "Have you tried meeting anyone yet?" "Mom, that's just too soon for me." "There's nothing wrong with meeting new people. I guess. Meet other people, Terry. Even if it's just to make friends. It will be good for you." "Fine, I'll try when the opportunity comes," Terry replied with a thin smile. Terry looked at the wall clock in the room to check the time. "I have to go now, Mom. I don't want to be late and schedule for another appointment," he said as he stood up. "Oh, is it that?" "Yup." He waved as he walked out of the lounge room. What they were referring to was Terry's application for a scholarship. Because he got good grades in his freshman year, he was eligible to submit his documents and apply for one. He got out of the police headquarters and hopped on his motorcycle to go to Gotham City University. "Here, thanks," he said as he submitted his documents through a window. "Wait in the waiting area. We'll call for you once we're done." "Okay." Terry chose a seat next to a wall where he was comfortable to sit in. He distracted himself with the movie that was playing on the TV in the waiting area. After a while of waiting, Terry initially thought that he finally got called by the office about his application for a scholarship, but the voice came from a different direction than the office. He looked around and widened his eyes when he found who called his name. "I knew it was you," the girl said. Terry immediately got up from the chair he was sitting on. Dana Tan, his childhood friend growing up, ran towards him and greeted him with a hug. "How have you been? It's great to see you." Terry has never forgotten her long black hair and pretty face. She was Asian American just like Rose but a little bit shorter in height. I am okay. How about you?" Terry gently hugged her back. They released from their reunion hug. "I'm doing fine. What are you doing here?" "Oh, I'm applying for a scholarship." "What? That's great. Are you just getting into GCU now?" "No, this will be my second year." "What? But, I haven't seen you here before." "Well, you see, I enrolled for the online program." "Oh, I see." Dana nodded. "Wait, what classes did you take last year?" I'm majoring in mechanical engineering, so I took physics, calculus, chemistry, general biology. I'm also a minor in law and business, so I took philosophy, accounting." "I knew it." Dana Tan cut him off. "Huh. Did you place a perfect score in the finals for the philosophy class?" How did you know?" "You were the only one that did. I thought I placed first in philosophy in our year, but it turns out I was second. I tried to find out who was first, but the only thing they were allowed to tell me was that it was a student from the online program." "Oh, sorry." "No, it's okay. I was bummed before, but now that I know it was you, I'm okay with it. You were always good in school even without trying after all," she said with a satisfied smile. Terry McGinnis. A woman went out of the door of the admissions office. "Your scholarship has been approved." "Oh." Terry walked towards the woman. "Just take this." The woman explained to him the contents of what she was giving to him. "That should be it. Congratulations," she said as she offered her hand. "Thanks." Terry shook her hand. He turned around and him and Dana celebrated. They laughed as they walked around the campus. Dana Tan was giving him a tour because it was his first time physically being in the college. "By the way, why did you sign up for an online course?" "It's just convenient. I work in the house I'm living in as a personal attendant. Going here every day will take up time and energy. That's rational. Where are you working? At the Wayne Estate. Wayne Estate? You work for Alfred Pennyworth, the butler who became a billionaire overnight. Yeah, you could say I'm his butler now. Haha. Is it hard to work there? People say he's a snob. Dana said with a worried expression. Of course it's hard. It's a job, but Alfred doesn't make it any harder. He's actually very nice. He just tries to stay away from the media, that's all. That's great to hear. Yeah. There was a moment of silence between them. They were running out of things to talk about. Although, there is one topic that they haven't talked about yet. It's trippy hanging out with you again. What do you mean? Terry asked. It's just nostalgic, you know. Hanging out with you and my brother after school. Both of you always getting into trouble. You, scolding us. Terry teased her but Dana just made a rueful smile. He got out, you know. Dana said. Doug did? That's right. He was supposed to come out this year. How is he? Terry asked about his old friend. Doug Tan was sentenced to do rehab for 3 years in Arkham Asylum. He got out, but he didn't come home. We've been searching everywhere for him. Do you have any clues to where he might be? No. We already asked the police for help. Nobody could find his whereabouts. I'll ask again. My mom got her old job back in the GCPD. Plus, we're friends with the commissioner. Maybe we can pull some strings and search Gotham thoroughly. Dana looked at Terry with watery eyes and hugged him. Thank you. Sniffs. It's fine. Terry hugged her tightly. He's my friend too. Terry comforted her as she cried on his chest for a while. They both gazed at each other's eyes. A force was drawing their faces towards each other but they resisted it as they both let go. Ahem. Terry cleared his throat. Hey, can we meet again sometime? Dana. A man ran towards Dana. I've been looking all over for you. You weren't answering our texts. We called you too, but you didn't answer. Dana widened her eyes. She looked at her bare wrist. Oh, I must have left my smartwatch at the dorm. Who's this? The man looked at Terry. Oh, this is Terry. He's a friend when I was growing up. I met him today. Turns out, he's an online student in our year. Dana looked at Terry. Terry, this is Nelson. My boyfriend. Dana was confused why she hesitated introducing Nelson as her boyfriend. Hi, nice to meet you. Nelson gave Terry a smile as he held out his hand. Likewise. Terry shook his hand. He noticed that the man in front of him was squeezing his hand with force. Terry smiled faintly as he squeezed back. Ah. Nelson took his hand back. What wrong? Dana touched his shoulder and asked. And nothing. Nelson said as he put his hand in his back pocket. Dana furrowed her brows in suspicion as he looked back and forth at the two men. Terry was just smiling all throughout. So, where are they? She asked Nelson. They're parked outside waiting for us. Come on, let's go. Nelson said as he grabbed her arm. Wait. Dana didn't budge and faced Terry. Do you want to come with us? She asked. No, I still have things to do too. Terry said. You heard him. Nelson tried to pull Dana away. Dana pulled her arm back. I said wait. Irritated, she said. I want you to at least meet them. Maybe they can help you out instead of me. Terry couldn't refuse her anymore and decided to agree with her proposal. Plus, his mother said to meet new people. Sure, why not? Terry said. They walked outside and reached the car parked by the street. Everyone, this is my friend Terry. He's a student here too, but he takes his classes online. What's up? Mason Forrest. What's up? Dirk and Jody. Hey, Bobby Blade Summer. Hi. Chelsea Cunningham. Each of them introduced themselves. The boys are all varsity football players. They're pretty good. Dana said to Terry. They seem nice. Terry said. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? I'm pretty sure. Dana hugged him again. It was really nice to see you again, McGinnis. You too. Dana got on the car and they waved goodbye as they drove away. I thought you'd want to join in to be with your friend. A girl putting her things in her trunk said after Dana's group left. Huh. Terry looked at the person that was suddenly talking to him. The GCU football team and their girls. They run the whole university. She continued as she closed the trunk of her car. I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Maxine Gibson, IT major. She apologized for not introducing herself first before talking to him. She held out her hand and Terry reluctantly shook it. Terry, right. Maxine was African American and her short hair was dyed purple. How do you know me? I overheard your little reunion with Miss Popular before Mr. GCU came and ruined your moment. You were watching us. No, not watching. I said, overheard. I was sitting at the bench behind the bushes. You don't seem to like them. I don't. I thought it would be different after high school, but that's just how society is, I guess. They only changed the names of the cliques into fraternities and sororities. Dana's not like that. Maybe. I don't know her personally, after all. She's probably the only one there with brains to back up her looks. The other girl's father is rich and gives donations to the university. The other girl is a skank. The football players speak for themselves. What about you? Don't you want to be Miss GCU? Terry teased her. Please. She said as she opened her car door. Add me on social media if you need anything. You won't gain anything from them. Thanks, but why do you want to help me? I saw what you did to Nelson. I figured we can be friends. She said before she drove off. Terry smiled and immediately searched for Maxine Gibson in his social media. The sky was still bright in the afternoon as Terry walked to his bike. I'm hungry. He muttered and decided to go to his favorite spot. It was the place where he infiltrated a secret meeting of the mutants as Batman. He often goes there even when he was still part of the gang. That's also partly the reason why he checked that place first when he was searching for the location of the meeting. Luckily for him, the owner doesn't tell his old gang that he still goes there sometimes because he was a patron and likes the food so much. It was mutants' territory, but he didn't worry about seeing them there because they only ever use it for emergency meetings like last time. Plus, they always set the meetings at night. But he was wrong. After he was done eating, he got out and he saw his old division of the mutants. Dawn. He uttered as he narrowed his eyes at the men in front of him. 32, Chapter 32. Hey. A man on a motorcycle said as he tapped the one driving the motorcycle on the shoulder. What? The man replied as he glanced back at his passenger. Look. He pointed at a man across the street from them talking to a girl with long black hair. The driver looked at the direction he was pointing at and widened his eyes. Isn't that? Exactly. The two men smiled menacingly as they looked at each other. Let's follow him. These two were the ones that tried to take Matt McGinnis' trophy by force at the parking lot after the karate tournament. They continued to watch Terry after he finished talking with another girl and followed him when he left on his motorbike. They followed Terry until he entered a restaurant. The two smiled and almost wanted to laugh at the current situation. The place that the man entered into was a place that their gang protected. The mutant gang. Stay here. I'll call the whole team. The driver said. He left his partner there and went straight to call their other members. The man that was left to keep watch of Terry was so excited that they'll finally get to have their revenge upon the fool who beat them up. He's leaving. Where the hell are they? He said as he fidgeted with his smart watch to send a message. Vroom vroom. The man smiled. He looked in the direction where the sound of motor engines came from. His group has arrived. You're just in time. He's leaving. He said. Let's go. Their division leader said as he led the way towards the entrance. But all of a sudden, he widened his eyes and stopped in front of them. The man they were after got out of the restaurant and did the same before narrowing his eyes and uttering their division leader's name. Don. Gary, if that's even your real name. You know him. One of the two men that brought them there said. Of course, we do. He's the previous leader of this division. The two men widened their eyes. The previous division leader made their team so strong and it prospered under his leadership before he became a traitor and was forced to leave. Or at least, that's what they heard from their seniors in the gang. Terry smiled as he recognized the two men. He figured they were probably the ones that brought the gang here. What do you want? Terry stood there casually without showing any fear. These two said you took something from them. Ha! Terry scoffed. They were the ones that tried to steal from me. Don looked at the two behind him. Is that true? The two men looked at each other before one of them started to speak. We dash. Before you lie, but Terry cut him off before he could. I want you to think about the outcome first. If you lie and all of you end up fighting me, it won't end well for you. I'll make sure you two are the last ones to fall. I'll beat the truth out of you both before I finish you off. Terry smiled at them menacingly. Both men shook. It seems they still have PTSD from the incident. It's true. Don said calmly while glancing at his two juniors. He'll make it happen one way or another once he says it. That's just how he is. The two were forced to tell the truth that they were in the wrong. The other members of the team glared at them and Terry smiled proudly. Ha! Don heaved out a sigh. I apologize in behalf of these two idiots. They're part of the new recruits that was handed to my division. You'll leave me alone just like that? What about what I did before? The mutant leader said to let it be bygones as long as you stay away from our affairs. That's just how much he respected you. Don said with a hint of anger and regret. Terry just made a wistful smile. Let's go. Don said as he turned his heel. All of them turned around and began to leave. The two were ashamed for what they'd done and was readying themselves for punishment. Don, wait. Terry called his attention. What? Don faced Terry again and so did the other mutants. Terry gave Don a serious look that only they can understand the meaning of. Don turned towards his division and said, go ahead without me. Don't wait up. As the whole division started to leave one by one, Terry walked closer towards Don. The look that Terry gave him meant that he wanted to talk to him alone. It was nonverbal communication formed from being together as leader and vice leader when Terry was in the mutant gang for over a year. What's up? Terry said. What do you want? Don replied. Nothing. I just want to catch up with you. Terry thinly smiled but Don didn't receive it very well. Us being friends never happened. You were just a rat trying to get information from us for the police. You know that's not true. And that's why you're still here. Because you want to listen to what I have to say. Terry said. Then, what do you have to say? Terry smiled. Do you want some coffee? My treat. Sure. Don hesitated but he could never resist free coffee. Terry knew this. They rode their bikes together like in the old days and went to a nearby coffee shop. Once they went inside, Don was surveying the place out with suspicion. They made their orders and chose a table to sit on. This place is filled with cops. Don said. Relax. The coffee here is great despite the suffocating atmosphere. Besides, the old gang has a better reputation from the police from what I've heard. So, why did you want to talk to me? I told you. I just wanted to catch up. You were the person I trusted the most back then. I considered you as a real friend. But you were a fake friend, weren't you? Don still felt betrayed for what happened. We tried to search every record for anyone named Gary but none of them matched your face. That's because my real name is Terry. I'm sorry for lying to you. I just have a lot of things I needed to protect. Is that why you betrayed us? Don said as he searched for answers in Terry's eyes. 2 coffees for Terry. The barista broke the tension between the two. Terry got up to get their coffee and when he came back he started telling Don about what happened. How he had no choice back then. How he chose the welfare of his family first. He didn't want to bring shame to his mother. But he only agreed to do it because he saw no harm will be done to the mutants. I understand. I think I would have done the same thing if I had a mother. Don was an orphan who grew up in the orphanage. Most of the original members of the mutant gang were orphans. Thanks, it's great that you understand. What about you guys? I've heard great things about the gang. You're all clean now. This information came from none other than the police commissioner herself. That's just on the surface. Because of the new recruits and the fast increase in numbers, the whole organization is getting harder to control. We might help the police and keep our territories peaceful, that's how we changed our reputation, but inside, we're crumbling. Most of the new recruits always take advantage of the power they have. Like those 2 earlier. I see. Both of them took a sip of their coffee in silence. Come back. What? Terry furrowed his brows in confusion to what Don said. You should come back to the mutants. We need someone like you to help us lead, Terry. Terry's face was downcast. I have a job now. It's something that gives me purpose. So, I can't come back. He said with a serious face. Don made a wistful smile. When you have that look in your eyes, no one can change your mind about it. Ring ring ring. The bell at the door rang as the door opened. Step step step, step step step. A man walked up to their table. Don, Gary. Both of them looked up to see who it was. The man had long white hair up to his shoulders, even his eyebrows and eyelashes were white. He had red eyes that seemed ominous. He's wearing his signature 3-piece suit under his trench coat. It was the mutant leader. Terry made a complicated face when he saw who it was. Because he already got used to seeing him as Batman, he needed to adjust to how he should act as an exile of the gang. The mutant leader smiled at them. Mutant lead dash. SHHHH. He covered Don's mouth before he finished. Just call me leader when we're outside. He said with a smile. Hi there, Gary. He said as he faced Terry. Hi. Terry made an awkward smile. He always didn't know how to act around him because he was eccentric. It was probably a side effect of the mutation, or probably not. 33, Chapter 33. Don't be so nervous. I forgave you a long time ago. The mutant leader said as he patted Terry's back. Scoot over, will you? Terry moved to make room in the 2-person seat. How have you been? Did you two keep in contact after you left our group? He asked Terry as he put his arm around the backrest of their seat and pointed back and forth between him and Don. And no, leader. We only met again today and invited me to some coffee. Don said. Oh, that's good. Did you tell him what's our current situation? Why yes. Good. It's time to come back to the mutants, Gary. The mutant leader smiled at Terry. It wasn't an invitation. It was an order. No. Terry almost fell for it because the mutant leader keeps distorting the situation with his unusual actions. Come on. We need someone with your brain, Gary. The mutant leader glanced at Don. No offense, Don. You're suitable for a division leader, then faced Terry again. But what I'm offering you is the position of general. Terry and Don widened their eyes at the sudden proposal. You'll basically handle half of the mutants. He said with a bright smile. It's Terry. I said my real name is Terry, and I appreciate your kind gesture, but I already have a job. Lame leader rested his chin on his hand. Terry is lame. Just go back to being Gary. He complained like a child. Terry's eyebrows twitched because he got irritated. It has always been like this even before he formed a relationship with the mutant leader as Batman. You could never tell if he was serious. Why are you here, anyway? Terry asked him. I was in a meeting with the commissioner. I always come here for coffee after meeting her. The mutant leader replied. Terry heaved out a sigh. Look, I can't accept your offer, but you can still call me if you need any help with anything, as long as it's something doable. Then, the mutant leader started to reach to his pocket. Would you know something about this? What he took out was a card. Terry took the card from his hand and examined it. What is it? It's just a normal Joker card. Terry said. Am I that old that you don't know what this means? The mutant leader frowned. What does it mean? Don asked. Don't you guys know who Joker is? Don and Terry looked at each other and thought for a while before reacting in unison. Oh, they said as if they finally got it. The mutant leader sighed in defeat. This is something like a calling card. He leaves it so everyone will know that he was there. Where did you get it from? Don asked. From one of our hideouts. Don widened his eyes. Come on, Terry just looked at them unimpressed. That guy has been dead years before Batman died. There are many copycats running around. Someone new from the mutants probably left it there like a fanatic. Maybe so, but I have a bad feeling about it. The mutant leader's eyes turned serious. His playful smile was gone. I brought it up with the commissioner earlier today. The commissioner just dismissed it as a joke. I'll talk to her later about it. Terry said. That's right. You probably know the commissioner personally too, don't you? Isn't she beautiful? He locked his hands as if he was in love. Terry squinted his eyes at him. He decided to ignore his last statement. I do know her because my mom works for her now. Terry glared at them both. You two better not tell anyone about what I just said or I won't help you out. That's fine by me. The mutant leader said. Then suddenly, he lifted his nose up into the air. Sniff, he was sniffing for something like a hound. He looked at Terry and drew his nose over his neck. Sniff sniff. Terry immediately backed away from him. What the hell are you up to, man? You smell like him. What? Who? Terry furrowed his brows. It's nothing. The mutant leader pondered about something before answering him. Damn creep. Terry looked at him with disdainful eyes. Don's forehead was sweating from nervousness. Terry has always been like this with the mutant leader even when he was in the mutants, but the mutant leader always just tolerates him and smiles. He probably liked Terry for how he acted indifferently with him, like an equal instead of a hierarchy being established between them. That's probably the reason why he was the only one whom he told his name to. Fletch. I met the mutant leader today. I think he has a crush on you. Terry chuckled. What's so funny about it? Barbara raised a brow at his statement. And nothing. They're currently in the Batcave having a meeting. What else did he say? Barbara asked him. He said he wants me to join the mutants again. I declined him. Oh, looks like our friends are having a rough time dealing with their new muscle. I figured this would happen. That's why I advised him early on not to take up too much of the territory that the Maroney family left behind. Looks that way, but I'm sure he can handle it. He'll figure things out eventually. Let's just hope that no one will see this weakness to strike them. Yeah, he also bugged me about the Joker card he found in one of their hideouts. He told me that too. Yeah, he said you didn't pay any mind to it. What do you really think about it? Exactly that. There's no use being cautious about a dead man. I don't know. Somehow, he has a sixth sense about these things. Maybe it's part of what he got after getting mutated, but, one time, we were supposed to do a job, he called us back immediately. We don't know why he called the job off. The next morning, there was news of a factory explosion the night before. That factory was where we were supposed to do the job. Our team could have all died. Barbara carefully listened to Terry's story. That still could be a coincidence. Barbara said. I know, but it also wouldn't hurt to look into it just to be sure. A copycat doesn't mean he won't be as dangerous. Fine. Anything else? Well, there's someone close to me that went missing a couple of days ago. Who? A friend of mine from high school. His name is Doug Tan. I met his sister by chance when I passed my scholarship application this morning in GCU. This case came to my desk recently, so I'm familiar. There's no sighting of him anywhere in Gotham. Maybe he left to another city. There's something I want to tell you that I didn't tell anyone before. Go ahead. Doug Tan was a Joker fanatic. I didn't think of it too much until the day he was arrested for attempted murder. Terry licked his lips as he recalled an event from his past. I was there that day too. He was laughing as he was beating this kid to death. We caught a couple of kids harassing his little sister, and so we planned to teach them a lesson in front of the whole school. I thought he would stop once they were knocked out, but he kept going. His little sister, Dana, couldn't stop him for his own sake, and neither could I. Luckily, the cops arrived before that kid was killed. Doug Tan was admitted into Arkham instead of juvie because he was diagnosed with a psychotic disorder. You're saying this to me, why? The mutant leader's gut feeling and Doug Tan's disappearance. They may be connected. You think your friend could be the dangerous copycat? Yes. Terry uttered with a troubled expression. I'll ask if there are any incidents where a Joker card was left recently. Thank you. Terry said and instinctively looked at the empty seat of the couch that Barbara was sitting on. Barbara noticed this and made a wry smile. That empty seat was where Rose would always sit. It was natural because only weeks have passed since she left. Are you going out tonight? Barbara asked Terry. Yeah. Okay. See you next time. Barbara's hologram turned off afterwards. Terry pushed the button on his belt and activated his suit. He shot up and flew out of the Batcave. There were many things occupying his mind as he cruised through the night sky. Doug Tan, the mutant gang, the Joker card. He felt the need to gather more information to make it all make sense. He felt that somehow he might get more hints if he goes out tonight as Batman. Ah! It was a woman's scream. Batman immediately flew towards the direction where it came from. After he landed, he saw a group of people. Among them were the two men that tried to harass him earlier but failed. They were carrying two people, a man and a woman. The man was someone Terry just met earlier, Nelson Nash. The moment he recognized him, Batman quickly tried to identify the woman. The woman had long black hair exactly like Dana's. He couldn't see her face because it was being covered by her hair, but the chances were high that it was her. Batman fought his urges to go to them immediately. He tried to analyze the situation first. He decided to follow where they were going first and find out their intentions. Because of his decision to do so, he noticed that the two men were with people that were not part of Dawn's division. In fact, he doesn't recognize them from other divisions too. Either they're not part of the mutants or they were all new recruits like the two were. They lead Batman into a dark alley. Once they arrived, people appeared from the shadows. They all wore clown makeup. Batman squinted at them. They obviously have something to do with the Joker card that the mutant leader found. The group that carried Nelson and the woman that Batman suspects as Dana dropped them on the ground. That girl is close to him. One of the guys that tried to harass Terry said. Then, who's the other one? One of the people wearing makeup asked with a wide smile. Somehow, the person that spoke seemed familiar to Terry. The dude is just someone she was with at the time. We didn't know what to do with him because he saw our faces. Wake them up. I want to see some reactions before I carve them. See, couldn't we just hide them somewhere to lure Gary? Batman widened his eyes at the sudden mention of his alias in the mutant gang. You want to join us, don't you? This should be a good audition for you. The man said, wearing a devilish smile, while the people behind him laughed ominously. Oh, okay. The men that brought the couple nudged them until they regained consciousness. The two groaned as they opened their eyes. Both of them crawled backwards. They were frightened of what they saw as soon as they woke up. The girl tried to shout, but the man with makeup on covered her mouth. Batman had enough of just watching as soon as he saw the girl's face. She really was Dana. As he was about to come down from the building, the man's next word stopped him. We have a problem here, gentlemen. He glared at the men that brought the couple. The girl you got is my sister. All of them there were taken aback at the sudden statement. The man with makeup slowly released his hand from Dana, who was still in shock. Doug. She uttered. Hi, Dana. Doug smiled. 34, ch 34. Doug caressed his sister's cheek, then looked up at the two men that instigated Dana's abduction. Grab those two, and bring them to me. The men that were with the two immediately turned on them. Hey, wait. The man shouted as he was grabbed by both his arms. They did the same to the other one. I'm sorry. It's nothing personal. Just orders. One of the men that grabbed them said so. The two men were forcefully taken in front of Doug. Hug. Both of them were thrown down on the ground to kneel in front of Doug. Doug helped Dana stand up as he rubbed her back. Apologize. We're sorry. Doug lifted Dana's chin to let her see the two kneeling. Do you forgive them, Dana? Doug smiled at her. In her heart, she still had animosity towards the two, but the fact that it led to finding her big brother trumps it. Dana shook her head. That's enough. Come back home, Doug. Mom and Dad are very worried. She said with a worried expression. Doug's face distorted after Dana mentioned their parents. What's going on, Dana? That's your brother. Nelson asked nervously. He is obviously terrified by the dangerous people surrounding him. Is that your boyfriend, Dana? Doug asked her as he pointed at Nelson. Yes, his name is Nelson. Doug Tan walked up to Nelson. Nelson instinctively backed away until his back reached a wall, preventing him from backing up any further. Do you love my sister? Doug asked him with a menacing smile. Nelson couldn't answer. It was partly because he was afraid for his life. Why aren't you answering? Doug took out a switchblade from his pocket and pointed it at Nelson. Doug! Dana screamed at her brother. Gah! Nelson closed his eyes as he trembled in front of the knife. Ha 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 ha. Doug laughed. I was only joking around. Then he stopped pointing the knife at him. Nelson took deep breaths and felt relieved, and he literally relieved himself. His pants started to darken in color. Doug saw this and laughed. His posse, who are also wearing clown makeup, laughed in ridicule at the poor man who wet himself. Ha ha ha. Doug wiped his tears, then waved his hand at Nelson. You can go. I'll take care of Dana. Nelson's eyes trembled and looked at Dana. Dana nodded at him. He turned his heel and started sprinting out of the alleyway. That was some guy you have, Dana. I can't let you be with a loser like that. I'd be always worried sick when you go out. Doug said with a smile. His eyes showed delight as it mimicked the shape of his smile. Hey! He suddenly shouted. Did I tell you to get up? His gaze turned towards the two men who were kneeling earlier and were about to get up. Commercial's done. Let's get on with the show. He said as he walked slowly towards the two with his knife. But she already forgave us, one of them said before getting his face kicked. He fell down on his behind. I didn't. He said with a smile. The two gulped. Please stop this, Doug. I'm all right. Dana said with a worried face. She didn't want to see her beloved brother like this anymore. These two touched you, Dana. I could never forgive that. Doug said with a devil's smile. They will die here. Then, he faced the two again. I said stop. Dana grabbed one of his shoulder and Doug shook her hand off. Get your hands off of me. Just leave if you don't want to watch. He scowled at his sister. Dana was terrified at the sight of him bursting. If she tries to stop me again, stop her. He said to the others. Stop. A man suddenly appeared behind Doug. Where did he come from? I didn't notice anyone coming here. The men near the entrance of the alley were shocked at the sudden appearance of this man. Dana gasped at the man suddenly being in front of her. Doug widened his eyes. Stop this, Doug. The man that suddenly appeared said. We don't want to see you go through this again. Doug smiled. Well, if it isn't Terry McGinnis, my old pal. Terry. Dana uttered his name. The two men that were about to get killed weren't expecting the one who they had a grudge on to save them. Terry appeared as himself and not as Batman to try and talk his old friend out of it. It's me they're after. They just used Dana to get to me. You don't have to do this. I'll handle it. You're gonna let them off easy like before, won't you? F that. Doug looked at his men. Hey, handle him. The other men that brought Dana and Nelson started to surround Terry. It was 4 against 1. One of them rushed Terry and got kicked in the face. 2 of them rushed him and Terry dodged and countered them gracefully. While his back was turned, the last one rushed in with a knife. Terry didn't need to turn around to see him. He spun with his leg lifted up and did a spinning hook kick and slammed him on the floor violently. Dana widened her eyes at this sight. Doug glared at him. Please drop that knife and come home. Your parents have been worried sick. I don't want to. Why? You don't know them like I do. All they do is try to ruin my fun. Doug slowly turned his scowl into a smiling face then laughed. It was an abnormal scene, but Terry didn't flinch. He was genuinely worried about his friend. Doug put back his knife in his pocket. Let's go. He spun his heel but glanced at Terry for a second. When did you become such a party pooper? He said as he walked away towards the shadows and led the other clowns. Terry. Dana called his attention. Dana. I'll take you home after I ask these 2 idiots what they know about Doug and his group. Terry stared the men down. You too. Who were they? The 2 men looked at each other first before speaking. We can't tell you. We're lucky we're even still alive. I don't know why, but maybe it's because of you that they left us alone. What do you mean? Terry's brows furrowed. They kill people so word doesn't get out that they exist. Terry gritted his teeth with rage at that statement before calming himself down. What else do you know? I told you dash. I could just take you back to them and have them kill you if you're not willing to cooperate. Terry said with a serious tone. The 2 men shook with fear at that thought. Terry. Dana shouted at him but Terry didn't stop locking eyes with the 2 to deliver his intent to do what he said. We'll tell you. Just don't bring us to them. Terry grinned. Good. Start talking. What they told Terry was something serious that knowledge of it should be passed on to his allies immediately. They've been taking out people that wanted to inform the mutant leader about them. That's how they've been kept secret under the mutant leader's nose. They call themselves the Jokerts. A ring of murderous group of individuals within the mutant gang. I'll inform the mutant leader of them right away. Barbara. Thanks, Barbara. After the call, Terry looked at Dana who was waiting patiently while the other 2 were shaking because of paranoia. He walked up to them from the entrance of the alleyway where he just called the commissioner. You 2, get on your bike and race to Dawn. I can't do it because I'm an outsider now. Tell everything to him and pass on the information with the other divisions of the gang. There should be a reason why the Jokerts left you alone. The worst case scenario is that they already gained the majority of the group. Terry looked at the 2 men who nodded and started to walk out of the alleyway. What are you doing, dipshits? Run. He shouted at them. Terry. Dana uttered his name. Terry looked at Dana who had on a worried expression. Will my brother be okay? She asked. I'll make sure of it. Terry said with determination in his eyes. Come on, let's get you home. He said as he held her by the hand and led the way out of the dark alley. As they were walking in the direction towards the Tan's residence, not a word has been said between the 2. Terry's mind is currently occupied with the mutant gang and the Jokerts. He was thinking of the people who could have possibly joined the Jokerts except the obvious ones who are the new recruits to the gang, and most importantly, who arranged this and took advantage of the mutant gang's unstable footing. The only possible suspect right now is Doug Tan. Meanwhile, Dana's thoughts were full of worries about her brother, and Terry. Her mind can't stop thinking of what Terry did earlier when he was fighting. The move that he used against the last person was reminiscent of the masked vigilante that saved her before. The back-spinning hook kick. It could just have been plain coincidence, but she couldn't stop linking Terry to her savior. We're here. Terry uttered as he stopped in front of a house. Huh. Dana was pulled out of her little world and brought back to reality. This is still your house, isn't it? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just so tired. Terry looked at her with a wry smile. It will be okay. He said as he patted her head just like he used to when they were growing up together. It immediately brought her back to those days when the 3 of them used to hang out. Dana, Doug and Terry. It was but a fleeting memory. She shook her head and walked towards the door. Thanks. She uttered before going inside. This is serious. The mutant leader said with his back towards the division leaders. The mutant gang held an emergency meeting at the news of the Jokerts. They'll probably want to take over our new territories. I wouldn't worry, boss. They're just a little club. What can they do to us? One of the division leaders said as he put his hands behind his head and laid back. Even if they are but a quarter of our number, the fact that they have no qualms about killing makes them dangerous. Our numbers won't be a problem for them. Then, we should just kill them first. It's self-defense, ain't it? Another one of them said. Don just observed the mutant leader and waited for his decision. If it ever comes to that, he turned around and faced them. I'll disband us immediately. He said with a serious face. Everyone got quiet. The thought of losing their place of belonging made them scared. These hard-headed, tough, and gritty individuals were scared. Why? They are orphans. Having somewhere to belong to is what they cherish the most. The mutant gang is a paradise to them. We get it, boss. No killing. But what do we do now? Discourage your members from affiliating with this group. Cut off the new members. No exceptions. Trust your gut if you suspect someone other than the new members to be affiliated. Guard your assigned territories and don't hesitate to call the police like usual. It's going to get harder because we lost our muscle, but we should have made ourselves work tighter as a group first before we started recruiting. The mutant leader sighed. It is my fault. We don't blame you, boss. We'll never blame you for anything. Don made a wry smile as he looked at everyone in the room who put their trust in each other. This is their family now. The mutant leader also made a wry smile. What do we do now? A big man wearing overalls asked. It won't be a problem even if they know. We only use them for their infrastructure and their ability to bring in members. Our group is already established. They can't change anything. Doug smiled. Right, boss. He said as he turned his head. Very good, Doug. You remind me a little bit of my young self. A man said with his face hidden in the dark sitting on a throne-like chair. Only his menacing eyes and wide grin can be seen. 35, Chapter 35. Inside the Wayne Manor's living area, Barbara, Alfred, and Terry were having a conversation about the current events of the mutant gang and the Jokers. They seemed to have gone into hiding after the mutant gang cast them out. Terry said, "They'll resurface eventually." Barbara replied, "They left with no qualms about the whole thing, like they were done there. We can't be lax about this. The fact stands that the mutant gang were infiltrated. People's minds can be swayed. They should be very vigilant of a possible traitor amongst them. A spy. They are being vigilant about it. Give it some time and they'll eventually show gaps. That's what I would do anyway if I was leading the Jokers." Barbara shrugged. "But no matter how hard we analyze the situation, only they can protect their assets. This situation blows. If they really are aiming for the mutant gang, that is. Unlike with the Court of Owls trying to climb their way back up to power, this time, Terry, the police, and the mutant gang don't have any information about their new enemy. It can make them paranoid about when and how the Jokers are going to make their move. The best move they can do right now is wait for more info. It will be much better if they can prevent anything that will come at them but they can't. Then, we can only wait until the other side reveals more of their cards. We don't even know their plans." Alfred said before finishing his tea and standing up carrying his cup and coaster. "Until then, I'll retire to my chambers." Then, he left the living area. "Good night, Alfred." "Good night." The sound of his steps and his cane echoed through the halls as he walked on the stairs. "I still can't believe that guy is 80. Terry said with a wry smile. "I know. I need to have some of those bat pills too." Barbara replied as she faintly smiled. Terry cringed at the mention of the word bat pills. It seems Barbara has no problems with the coined word unlike him and Alfred. "What's with that facial expression?" Barbara asked after noticing Terry cringe. "And nothing. Ahem." Terry covered his mouth with his fist and cleared his throat. "To be honest with you, I'm more worried about Doug than anyone else right now. Your friend Doug is a menace, Terry." Barbara furrowed her brows. "I've known people like that my whole life. You don't want to keep a friend like that." Terry furrowed his brows with worry and looked down at the floor. "I've known him since middle school. We fought the first time we saw each other. I may be good at fighting because I had some training, but that guy was brutal and tenacious at the same time and more than made up for his lack of skills. He didn't care if he'd get hurt. I won the fight though. After that, he never left me alone. He always tries to pull me into some mess. I thought it was annoying at first, but over time, hanging out with him became natural." Terry chuckled. "Thinking back, I think I got the idea of getting money by stealing from him. I really needed the money back then just to get some load off of Mom's back, but Doug, he did it just for the heck of it. Sometimes, he would purposely ruin our plan just so security can chase us. His sister, Dana, would always scold us about it, but we both just laugh it off and take her somewhere with the money we got so she can forget." He made a wistful smile as he reminisced. Terry sighed. "You may be right about him, but can you blame me for having hope that he can change, like I did?" he said as he looked at Barbara. Barbara Gordon closed her eyes. "Unfortunately, he won't." When she opened her eyes, she locked eyes with Terry. "Like you just said, you may have done the same things, but the goal was never shared, wasn't it? Your foundations as individuals are completely different. You can't say that you and him are entirely the same." Terry looked downcast. Because what Barbara said was true. Doug Tan may really be a lost cause. If your new girlfriend can't sway him, what makes you think you would? He tilted his head. "Girlfriend. Dana Tan. His sister. Don't pretend, McGinnis. I noticed the way you talk about her. That's how you used to gush about Rose too." What are you saying? It's not like that. Plus, she already has a boyfriend. "But you do like her, don't you?" Barbara raised a brow and smiled. Terry furrowed his brows in annoyance. "Fine, maybe I do have a little crush on her. What about it? No need to be so testy. It's just normal." Barbara said with a victorious smile. "How would you know?" I've had my fair share of romance. Can't imagine it. Terry said with a smug to jab back at her teasing. Barbara's brow twitched, but her smile never faded. Ha, ha, very funny for a white man who likes to prey on Asian girls. Terry froze. Barbara used the fact that his ex and his crush were of the same ethnicity. It was a direct hit and made Terry think of his preferences. Barbara laughed. It's good that you finally got over Rose, though. The mention of Rose brought Terry back to reality. I'm not sure about that. She was my first actual love. My past relationships weren't like that. And currently, Dana is dating someone else. I don't have a real chance with her. Don't be so sure. I dated in college too. It didn't end well. Obviously. Terry chuckled while pointing out the fact that she is still single. Barbara glared at him. Ahem, what happened? Barbara straightened her expression before answering. I didn't have the same feelings as he did. You broke up with your boyfriend. He broke up with me. I cheated on him. He found out and left. Terry widened his eyes at her sudden confession. Barbara made a rueful smile. The other guy was the one I really had feelings for, but it was one-sided. That's why we eventually broke up too. I was such a fool. Terry had no words. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. I was the one who pushed myself onto him anyways. I deserve it for what I did to Dick. Barbara put her hand on her mouth, but it was too late. Her tongue had already slipped. Terry's eyes were already in disbelief. He had heard it. Dick Grayson? He asked. Yeah. Barbara drooped her head down in remorse. That other guy must be some stud if you chose him for Dick. Who was it? His adoptive father. At this point, Terry's eyes might as well pop out of his skull. Be Bruce Wayne. No way. It was terrible, but I had to follow my heart. Damn. Is that why Dick went to San Francisco? Yeah. He already left and became Nightwing before that, but Bloodhaven wasn't as far from Gotham as San Francisco is. But you still talk to each other like it never happened. He already forgave me and Bruce long ago. What about Bruce? Couldn't you have stayed with him until he had feelings for you? It doesn't work that way. That man has only ever truly loved 3 women in his life. I'm not part of them. Terry looked down and pondered. He compared his situation to Barbara's story. How did you get over him? He wanted to know if there is any method to get over Rose. Barbara made a wistful smile. I didn't. She got up from the couch. But I can teach you the best next thing. Terry tilted his head at her. Follow me. Barbara said as she started walking towards the entrance to the Batcave. We're going to train. Terry heaved out a sigh and made a wry smile as he decided to follow her. After working out a sweat, they decided to spar. Ha. Hua. Both of them smiled while they exchanged punches and kicks. They were having fun. Barbara did a punch combination and Terry parried all of them until he caught the last punch and manipulated her arm to hold her in a lock. Barbara jumped and flipped to untwist her arm while delivering a drop kick towards Terry. He had no choice but to let her go so he can dodge the attack aimed on his head. After landing, Barbara did a roundhouse kick and Terry caught her leg. Before Terry could manipulate her leg, she pulled her leg and jumped to propel her closer to Terry and launched a front kick at his chest. Terry blocked it, but she got her feet back and did a back somersault. Both of them smiled, did a Wing Chun stance, and decided to draw closer. They needed to get the other one to slip up. As they exchanged a flurry of punches, grabs, kicks, they studied each other's movements. They observed each other even to the smallest details like their breathing. Barbara patiently waited for her chance that Terry slips up. She's the more experienced fighter and so she decided to just wait until she finds a gap. And there it was. Terry made a misstep when his foot landed after a kick and threw his body a little bit off balance. An amateur won't be able to notice it, but for Barbara, it was the chance she was waiting for all along. She quickly aimed for the side to completely throw him off balance. Ha! Terry scoffed like he planned what happened. He caught Barbara's leg and grabbed the collar of her GI. I learned how to make traps when I fought Deathstroke, he said before lifting Barbara and throwing her. He planned on using his strength to win the spar. Unfortunately, Barbara knew how to counter this. She let herself be thrown, but she also never let go of Terry's arm. The force of the throw made her spin around Terry and took him down on the ground with her. They rolled around before stopping with Terry in a headlock while Barbara was above him. Kahak. Terry struggled while Barbara smiled menacingly. I'm not going to lose again, Terry thought. Terry scrambled until both of his hands found their way towards Barbara's collars. He pulled on the collars and got Barbara in a chokehold like himself. Ah. Both of them smiled as they looked at each other's eyes. The one that passes out first is the loser. As time went on, their eyes and faces got red. None of them were willing to let go. A minute later, Barbara's hold on Terry started to loosen and so did Terry's hold on her. Both of them ended up gassed out. A few seconds passed by and they quickly regained their consciousness. It was a draw. Ha, 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 ha ha, ha ha. Both of them started laughing. That was fun, thanks. Terry said as he tried to catch his breath as he lied on the ground. Barbara was lying above him catching her breath. She got up with her arms pushing off the ground. Their visions were still blurry, maybe, because Barbara started to see Bruce again in front of her instead of Terry. She furrowed her brows at him. What is it? Terry asked Barbara. Instead of replying, something odd happened. She closed her eyes as she swooped down and kissed him on his lips. Terry widened his eyes as he felt her soft lips touch his. The fragrance of her hair and face entered his nose. Barbara's eyes bursted open. She immediately withdrew her face from Terry. I am sorry. I didn't know what came over me. She said as she made reasons for the sudden attack. Terry looked at her while she panicked. He always knew Barbara was beautiful. He just didn't see her in this light before because of their professional-like relationship. Isn't she beautiful? The words of the mutant leader entered his head. She is, Terry said softly. Huh. Terry pulled Barbara in and kissed her again. This time, Barbara was the one who was surprised, but eventually she gave in. Amidst the roar of the waterfall, they could hear nothing but the sound of their lips colliding and their heavy breathing. They both took off the top part of their GI and continued kissing passionately. Terry's hands slowly went down from Barbara's back to the back of her leg. He pulled her leg and changed their positions. He was on top now. Is this still part of the next best thing you were talking about earlier? He said as he chuckled. Barbara's brows furrowed. Shut up. Then, proceeded to pull him in for a kiss. 36, Chapter 36. Shit. Barbara said as she sat on a chair near the bed. She looked at the young man who was naked under the sheets, sleeping peacefully. Barbara grabbed her head in remorse for what happened. She could vividly remember what had happened last night. Their moans, the heat created by the friction of their warm bodies rubbing against each other. She was already somewhat dressed because she immediately did so after she woke up. Barbara regretted it immediately. It's not because she didn't like it, but because of who she did it with. A friend's son. An ex-boyfriend's biological son. A coworker in a sense. Too many things that would complicate their relationship. Not to mention their age gap. She reminisced about Bruce Wayne and how both of them also had a wide age gap when they went into a relationship. Their relationship back then was similar to this. Oh God. She helplessly chuckled. I can't believe it happened again. There were only two things left to do. Leave now, or stay to explain what happened. She opted for the former. HRMMM. Unfortunately for her, Terry woke up. She was scared. All she can do now is hope that he will think nothing of what happened. After groaning and stretching his arms, Terry opened his eyes and waited for his vision to unblur. Once his vision was clear, he saw Barbara sitting in front of him near the bed. He smiled tenderly and said hey. In an affectionate tone. It was bad news for Barbara. The worst possible outcome has presented itself. She clenched her teeth and bit her lips to gain courage for what she's about to say. What happened last night, it was a mistake. Huh, what do you mean? I'm not about to have a relationship with someone who just got out of his teenage years. Get real, McGinnis. It's okay, don't worry. Terry calmly smiled. His sentence gave Barbara hope that she could escape this situation gracefully. You don't look a day over 25 anyway. But that hope got destroyed immediately. TSK, this conversation is over. This whole thing never happened. We should both forget about it. Barbara said as she angrily walked out the door. Hey wait. Terry got up quickly and noticed he wasn't wearing anything. He clumsily put on some shorts and chased her outside. What are you angry about, anyway? You look like you had fun too. He cut off his sentence. Barbara was standing still in the hallway. In front of her was Alfred. Barbara was staring at Alfred with a guilty expression while Alfred was just wearing a straight face. Both of them were silent. Alfred started walking to her direction. Barbara broke eye contact with him and looked down in shame. Alfred stopped just beside her and said, I didn't see anything. Before he passed her by, Barbara ran towards the stairs to go down and exit the building. Hey, Terry reached out his arm towards Barbara and noticed Alfred looking at him. I am sorry about this. He said as he scratched the back of his head. Like I said, I didn't see anything. Terry made a wry smile. Thanks, Alfred. She probably won't talk to you for a while. Leave her alone. But trust me, you'll get your chance. Next week is the fundraiser party, right? Oh yeah, for the dude running for district attorney. Keep your distance until then. Thanks, Alfred. Alfred stopped before continuing. Please understand her situation and think about it for the meantime. Then, he walked away. Is Terry in love? No, it's just pure sexual attraction. Barbara just assumed that it was like her situation at that time and felt bad if she does the same thing to Terry what she did with Dick Grayson. It was all just a big understanding. The nights went on without Barbara ever contacting Terry, but that doesn't mean that Terry went on with his life meaninglessly while waiting for them to meet again. He religiously went to his classes, do his work for Alfred, trained, and at night, roamed Gotham as the Caped Crusader. It's bad, Don. One of the men from Don's division came running towards him. They got him. Don tilted his head at his subordinate. What? Who got who? The Jokerts. They got Joe. Joe is his second in command. Although, he wasn't very good at fighting, he's a little bit better than him when it comes to strategy. Don stood up from his seat. Where? In the abandoned amusement park. Gather everyone. Don pointed at the other members of the gang. One of you send a text to the other divisions. This is war. We already did. The messenger said. The mutant leader is already headed there. Fuck. Why would you head to him first? I don't know. That's what Joe told us to do. In Don's mind, something wasn't right. He knows the mutant leader can handle himself pretty well, but his instincts are telling him to make haste. God damn it. Don ran to his bike and the other members of his outfit followed suit. They sped through the streets and ignored every traffic rule. When they arrived, other members of the mutant gang were already there. They were standing outside an attraction called the North Pole. Why is everyone just standing around? Where are your division leaders? Don demanded answers. We only just got here. The heads made us stay here to guard the exits. Don looked at his subordinates to signal them to do the same before heading inside. As he got inside, he felt the cold breeze hit his skin. He ignored the cold and quickly walked ahead. It was an odd thing that an abandoned amusement park would still have a running attraction. He walked until he reached a doorway covered with blinds. Don weaved the blinds to the side to reveal a big room with ice and snow all around. In the middle of it, the leaders of each division were standing in a circle. Don ran towards them. Hey! He shouted. Each one of them turned around to see who it was. Once they have recognized Don, they glared at him. Seeing this, Don slowed down and did a full stop. What is it? It was unusual for them to be hostile to him. He instinctively turned around but no one was dare to receive their gazes but him. Don't play around. One of them said. You're part of them, aren't you? He said as he pointed a golf club at Don. Don raised his hands. What? I just got here. Can anyone tell me the situation first? The man holding the golf club walked to the side and revealed who was in the middle of the circle they formed. He pointed at the man lying on the ground with a bloody face. Your vice leader did this. The man lying on the ground was Cedric. He was clutching his torso with one hand and is visibly struggling to breath. What exactly happened? Don started taking steps forward. Stop right there, Don. The man pointed his golf club at Don again. What the hell? I genuinely don't know what's happening. Don shouted at them. He's not part of them. Cedric turned his body to the side and used his other arm as a crutch to get up. Ack. His face contorted as he used his strength to get up. Two men rushed towards him and helped the large men up. How are you sure? I'm positive. I asked Joe himself. What if he lied? He has no reason to. TSK, fine. The man lowered his weapon. Don swallowed his anger and decided to ask again calmly for the sake of Cedric. He walked over towards them. Can anyone please tell me what happened? Where's the mutant leader? Everyone's brows furrowed and gnashed their teeth in guilt and remorse. Don swallowed his saliva in nervousness after seeing this sight. He was scared to know what happened but he has to. Cedric was lying on the floor when we got here. We were too late. One of the division leaders said. Joe was a traitor, Don. Cedric stated. He sold us out to the Jokerts and baited the mutant leader to come here. Don clenched his teeth and finally burst. Where is the leader? They captured him. I don't know how, but he knew his weakness somehow. Who did? He's back. Cedric said with grim eyes. At the roof deck of Gotham Royal Hotel. Terry, it's a pleasure seeing you again. A black man wearing glasses greeted Terry as soon as he saw him in the party. Mr. Luke. Likewise. Terry warmly greeted him with a smile. They're in the fundraiser event that Luke Fox arranged for the running district attorney. We didn't get much chance to talk with each other last time. How are you doing? A lot has happened since the last time we met, as you know. A waiter walked by to them and they both grabbed a glass of champagne from the tray. Luke Fox put his hand in his pocket as he took a sip of the champagne. Terry did the same. Tell me, how is old Alfred doing? Luke started walking, nodding as he greeted the other guests while Terry followed closely behind him. He's fine. I think he'll be that strong until he reaches his 100th year. Terry chuckled. That's good. I never get a chance to visit anymore. It's unfortunate. The mess that Powers made took so much work to clean up. Luke sighed. It was nice for you to set him up for treatment too. After walking across the crowd, they finally reached the lounge and sat across each other. He's just lucky. I needed to research on the nerve gas he made to make a cure for it. So far, the radionuclear therapy we use for cancer treatment is working to a certain degree. Luke Fox's eyes turned cold. If it wasn't solely for that, I wouldn't waste any of my resources just to save his life. I guess. Luke Fox faintly smiled. You don't agree. Don't get me wrong, I understand completely. It's just that lately, I always think of what would Bruce Wayne would have done. I understand, I think Bruce wouldn't have hesitated saving his life. Luke said with a wry smile. He may seem like a cold-hearted man, but that was only on the surface. He is easily misunderstood. Did you ever think he was a cold-hearted man, Mr. Luke? I did, especially because of the media and how my father was always working late hours. That was until I found out what he did for my father. He helped him rise in a company dominated by white men. Terry listened to his tale intently. My father was an engineer. He was hired, but was immediately thrown to an essentially abandoned department. Luke fixed his glasses by pushing it with a finger. He was hired just to take up space. It paid well, but that wasn't what my father applied for. He asked for a reassignment many times and always got declined. Until Bruce came back from his travels and took notice of him. I heard you discovered their secret when you were playing with your father's computer. Luke Fox laughed. I was curious. There was an encrypted folder that seemed to be out of place. And to think my father would use my name as the password for it. Terry faintly smiled. I haven't congratulated you yet for your scholarship. Oh, that. Terry raised his hand and shook his head. It's fine. It's all thanks to you and Alfred for getting me into GCU. Still, that is impressive. Your father would be proud. Terry made a complicated smile. It was because he didn't know who Luke was referring to. Taking notice of this, Luke just made a wry smile and cleared up what he meant. I was referring to Warren McGinnis. But I'm sure Bruce would be proud too. Thanks. Terry said in a wistful smile. He would have wanted to meet his biological father too. Luke. A man walked up to them and called Luke's attention. Terry McGinnis turned around and saw Barbara Gordon with him. I've been looking everywhere for you, man. Sam. Luke stood up and Terry did as well. This is Terry McGinnis. Alfred Pennyworth's representative tonight. Luke gestured towards Terry. Terry, this is Sam Young, the man of the evening. Terry held up his hand to offer a handshake. Nice to meet you, Mr. Young. You too, Mr. McGinnis. Terry couldn't help but take glances at the woman beside Sam. 37, Chapter 37. Why are you with Barbara, Sam? Luke asked. Huh. Sam glanced at his side. Oh, I was looking for you and found her. She ended up helping me look for you. He said with a smile. The police commissioner and the future district attorney. You'd make a great couple. You're both single too. Luke Fox teased. Please, Luke. Sam Young scratched his cheek. We're both busy for that kind of thing. He tried to reject the idea but he couldn't hide the fact that he was a little interested. Luke faintly smiled at his friend. Then, he looked at Barbara who was keeping a straight face about it but was glancing at Terry. He noticed Terry was also glancing at her. Come with me, Sam. Luke put his arm around Sam and pulled him in the direction of the crowd. He read the mood and made an opportunity for the two to talk alone. Where are we going? Sam asked. This fundraiser is for you. I'm a businessman. Think of yourself as a product. I need to sell you in front of my friends. So keep a smile on at all times. Luke glanced at Terry and Barbara as he pulled Sam and made a concerned facial expression. He heaved out a sigh before facing forward towards the crowd. Barbara. Don't talk to me that way. I said to forget what happened. I had hoped that when we meet each other tonight, you'd already have forgotten about it. Barbara said before turning her heel. Wait. Terry grabbed her by the wrist and stopped her from leaving. You're not listening. Terry sighed. I don't have feelings for you either if that's what you're worried about. He said straight to her face. Barbara faintly smiled. Good. Is that all? No. Terry fixed his hair before fixing his posture and looking straight at Barbara's eyes. I can't deny that I am attracted to you. I was thinking that maybe we can continue seeing each other. Didn't you just say dash? When I held you that night, it really helped me get my mind off of Rose. Terry drew close to her and gently placed his hands on Barbara's waist. I was thinking if I could help you out too. He pulled her back towards him and talked near Barbara's neck. Barbara immediately drew her eyes at the crowd outside of the lounge. Terry. She's still the commissioner. It would be a scandal if someone here caught them. They're busy. Terry gently said. Barbara felt his warm breath brushing on her neck. Her body moved on its own as she placed her hands on the arms holding her waist. She turned her head to look at him. Their faces were close. She felt the violent thumping from Terry's chest on her back. They shared a kiss. Terry led her into a secluded space near the restrooms. Their atmosphere got hotter and heavier each time their lips locked and their bodies bumped into each other. Barbara looked at Terry as he slowly kissed her from her neck to her chest and then to her navel. She held his hair and pulled his head towards her body. Lots of things were going in her mind right now. She was thinking that this is wrong. The man kissing her thighs is the son of one of her subordinates, Mary McGinnis. The biological son of the man she loved, Bruce Wayne. But she couldn't resist the way her body was feeling good. That moment, she decided to continue this casual relationship with Terry. Terry slowly got back up, using Barbara's breasts as support. Just when he was removing his belt. Ha ha ha. A laugh rang out. Barbara and Terry stopped and furrowed their brows. Ha 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 ha. They could hear the crowd murmuring outside as the laugh echoed. Both of them quickly fixed their clothes and ran outside past the lounge. There was smoke everywhere on the stage. The people were obviously terrified. Suddenly, a man appeared from the smoke. He had a wide grin and his eyes were open wide. That's Dash. Barbara gasped. It was the Russian mob boss. The man moved forward violently. No. He was pushed forward and flailed as he dropped off the stage still wearing his wide grin. He was dead. Terry, Dash. Barbara looked back at Terry to order him to go, but he was already gone. Barbara made a wry smile. She understood that he already left to do his job. She looked back at the stage and moved towards it to calm the whole crowd. Stay back, everyone. Don't go to the exits. Stay calm and move far away from here. She's been in this situation before. If the bad guys showed up here, then all the exits are already blocked. The only thing left to do was to listen to the demands of these criminals until help arrives. She had already sent a signal to the police. As the smoke began to clear up, 5 silhouettes appeared. One of them walked out of the smoke. A man with long black hair that had makeup on to make his face look like a skull. Another one came out of the smoke wearing a mask with green hair. His whole outfit recreates the signature look of the Joker. This time, a big man with pale white skin came out wearing overalls. Another one came out with black and white clown makeup. Strands of green hair popped out of his head. It was Doug Tan. Lastly, the one in the center finally revealed himself. Ha ha ha. A deep-toned laugh bellowed out from him as he held his stomach. Ha 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 ha. Barbara widened her eyes. Rarely does she get this shocked from a surprise, but this one made her question reality itself. No. She uttered. That's right. Joker's back in town. You missed me. The man looked at her with the widest grin anyone has ever seen before. Ha 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 ha. I saw you burn. Barbara still in disbelief. I'm reborn. Stronger than ever. Like a phoenix rising from its own ashes. The Joker chuckled before jumping down the stage. He glimpsed at the dead man they threw off earlier. Why did you kill him? Ha ha ha, I didn't kill him. Joker lied down and aimed the Russian mob boss face at Barbara to let her see it. I just brightened up his day. Ha ha. Barbara furrowed her brows in disgust. That's why I came back. He spread out his arms in front of the crowd that was watching. I came back to bring joy to this depressing city. As he said that, his men that were with him closed in on the crowd and brought out their weapons. The crowd eked out. Barbara glared at them. Sheesh. Like father like daughter. Joker remarked. We only came here to have some fun. Relax. Settle down. Let me in on what I've missed for the past 17 years. The Joker tilted his head and raised a brow. You couldn't have just read an almanac. A deep voice spoke right behind the Joker. Joker widened his eyes and immediately threw an elbow towards his back. The man, clad in all black, dodged it and headbutted Joker's chin before somersaulting backwards to get space. The four men with Joker started running towards him. Don't. The Joker shouted as he rubbed his chin. We didn't come here for him. He chuckled. What did you come here for? Ha ha ha, the new Batman. The Joker said as he analyzed the man before him. No cape. I always loved the cape, but the red is a nice touch. He chuckled. I just came here to announce that I'm back. No one cares. Batman glared at him. Oh. He took out a gun and pointed it at Barbara. Barbara just glared at him without any fear. She looks like she cares, doesn't she? Click. Batman rushed towards Barbara's direction immediately after Joker pulled the trigger. But he stopped because it didn't fire a bullet. Only a flag that has the word bang written on it came out of the barrel. Ha 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 ha. Joker waved the gun with a flag proudly as he laughed. Then, he pointed it at Batman. Click. He pointed it at the dead man lying on the floor right before pulling the trigger. The flag shot out and got embedded itself into the corpse. Batman glared at him and took a step forward. Joker wagged his finger. If you come close, I'll make us all blow up, he said as he took out an object with a button on top. Lie, Batman said as he took a step again. Don't. Barbara shouted and made him stop. He won't lie about something like that. Ha 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 ha, she's right. Joker turned towards the crowd again. If you need proof, I could just push this button right now. Hey, boss. One of the men that dressed up in a signature Joker purple suit said, visibly terrified at the Joker's last statement. Sure, don't disturb the man. Doug said to him. Chuff 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 chuff. A helicopter was heading towards the hotel. All eyes automatically went to it. It looks like our ride's here. The Joker said. Don't worry, we'll get to play next time. He winked at Batman as a ladder dropped down. The Joker let his men go first before going on the ladder himself. By the way, you have to get out of this building before it blows up in, oopsie, I wasted too much time. Joker said as he looked at his watch. There was supposed to be 5 minutes left but now you only got 2. He laughed as he hanged on the heliopter's ladder as it flew away. Guh. He grunted in frustration. Batman can't do anything about it. He needs to deal with the immediate threat to these people first before he can think about chasing after the Joker. The crowd started panicking. Everybody, stay calm. Don't run to the exits. Barbara shouted. We'll die if we don't escape from here. What do you expect us to do? Somebody from the crowd shouted as he ran towards the exit. No, dash. Boom. The door exploded as soon as the man turned the knob. Shit. Barbara shouted as she dropped her arm that she used to cover her head from the explosion. The man that tried to open the door fortunately didn't die yet, but he sustained grave wounds and needs to be brought to the hospital eventually. The crowd got even crazier. That's why I said to calm down first. Barbara shouted to get their attention. Don't head to the exits. Stay put. We'll handle this situation. Barbara said then. She looked at Batman who was scanning the area. You done? I've already located the bombs. Batman flew up. I'll disarm them now. Backup is already heading up the stairs. Barbara nodded and Batman flew towards the balconies. He gathered the bombs that were planted first before he started disarming them one by one. He didn't need to do it manually because Lucius and his suit were doing it for him. The bombs were disarmed with 30 seconds left on the timer. 1 minute and 30 seconds. It was enough time for the Joker to escape. Soon after, the exits were eventually opened by the police after disarming the bombs there. Batman carried the injured man personally to the nearest hospital before coming back to talk with the police. The Joker. Didn't your dad confirm he was dead? Barbara's vice commissioner asked. Yeah, why was there 2 to watch his cremation? I don't know how, but that definitely was him. Barbara cupped the hot cup of coffee with her hands as she felt the cold breeze. 38, Chapter 38. After the Joker incident at the party, the media wouldn't stop pestering the people involved to ask for more details about it. They didn't delve into the fact that Wayne Tech got infiltrated that same night. It was where Wayne Enterprises developed new technology. It was a distraction. They knew every important person in Gotham was going to be there and make them the priority. Terry said. He is in the police commissioner's office talking to Barbara the morning after the incident. Barbara stared at the photo of a corpse on her desk. It was the Russian mob boss that Joker brought into the party. The Russian mob circulates all the illegal drugs in the city. The Jokers just got more dangerous. They're saying they got the Russian mob and all its assets now. She said as she tapped on her desk. You're still not telling me how the clown came back from the dead. Terry stated. Do you think I'd keep that kind of information a secret if I knew? Barbara furrowed her brows as she faced Terry. I watched him turn to ash. Terry. I am still baffled how I saw him last night. Lazarus Pit? Dionysium? You'd need his ashes to resurrect him. My father and Bruce were the only ones that know where the Joker's remains were buried. Bruce didn't even keep that information in the Batcomputer. A fake, then. No, he's real. I analyzed his voice, his facial expressions, his mannerisms. All of it matched with the data we have on the Joker in the Batcomputer. She said as she fiddled with her smartwatch. Although the Joker was wearing an all-black uniform rather than his signature purple suit, everything matched the real one from more than a decade ago. Then, the mutant leader's hunch was right. Yeah. Have you called him yet? Not yet, but I was going to. She clicked on her smartwatch and put it on loudspeaker. Rying, beep. He's not answering. I'll try. Rying, beep. It was the same thing. They looked at each other. Their thoughts synced up as they both widened their eyes. Don. One of the mutant gang's division leaders, Don, was in the restaurant that they protect with Terry. He was sulking about their leader going missing and was pinning the blame on himself. Terry looked at the man clutching his head with worry. It's not your fault. How could you have known? You're wrong. If it was you, then maybe you could have figured it out before it got to this point. You're overestimating me too much. I wouldn't be able to figure it out without any evidence, you dolt. Terry said with a rueful smile. You're the smartest person I know, man. That's why we tried to get you back in the gang. Terry could only make a regretful expression as a reply. We don't know what to do now. We don't even know if the leader is still alive. Can you get me to meet Cedric? Is he okay? He's in Gotham General recovering. I'll come with you. Both of them left the restaurant for Gotham General Hospital. You. One of the mutant gang leaders shot up from his seat when he saw Terry. It's okay. He's with me. Don said as he lifted his hand. Fine. He got the pardon from the leader anyway. He said as he sat back down. He was guarding the hospital room along with his team. Come on. Don gestured to Terry with his head as he pushed the door. Inside the room, Cedric was laying down on his hospital bed wearing a patient's gown. The bandages on his torso and limbs were visible. There were also cuts and bruises on his face as well. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see who came in. Don, Terry. He uttered. Hey, big guy. Don said. Hey, thanks for the visit. I brought fruits. Terry said with a faint smile as he lifted a bag filled with fruits. Cedric faintly smiled as well. Terry placed the fruits on a table near the bed and started talking. You may already know why I'm here. You want information on our encounter with the Joker and the Jokers. Yeah. I don't know if it can help. Any kind of information is important right now. We'll find the mutant leader together. Terry said with determination in his eyes. Yeah. Last night, before the rest of the mutant gang came to the amusement park. Is this where they said they were holding Joe? The mutant leader asked me. They said it was an ice attraction. I replied. The North Pole. He muttered, let's just make this quick. Grab Joe back and let's go. We don't even have to fight them for real. This feels like a trap. What do you feel about this, boss? Same. He closed his eyes. But we still need to save Joe. He said with determination in his eyes. Of course. I said with a wry smile. Both of us went in the attraction until we reached the large room. In the middle of it, we saw Joe tied up while he's being guarded by 3 men with clown makeup. You're finally here. One of them said. We were worried you wouldn't come. Why did you kidnap one of us? What do you want? The mutant leader said. We want you. A man revealed himself from the shadows, walking forward with his hands behind his back. Both of us were taken aback. It was the Joker. Us. The mutant leader furrowed his brows in confusion. Just you. He chuckled. The mutant leader. I was about to charge after that statement, but the mutant leader stopped me with his hand and blocked my path. I can't hand myself over. I have people relying on me, you see. The mutant leader said in a smile. Can we have another arrangement? Ha 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 ha. I like you, if only you weren't a thorn on our side. I'll take that as a no. Still smiling, the mutant leader glared. I guess we'll just have to force you to give him back. He charged and I followed. I was immediately blocked by the 3 men that were there while letting the mutant leader go to the Joker. One of them launched a kick. I grabbed his leg and threw him far away so I can take care of the 2 that were left. Ha ha ha. One ran at me with a bat and I dodged it, but the other one launched a kick at my stomach at the same time. It didn't do much damage but it halted me from attacking. I dodged and countered as I kept my eye on the mutant leader who was fighting the Joker. The mutant leader dodged every attack and countered perfectly. "Too easy," he said. The Joker fell back on his behind and panicked as he crawled backwards in fear. His wide grin turned and looked more like a frown. I didn't even have to watch him anymore as I saw the mutant leader slowly walking up to Joker to finish. He grabbed Joker by his collar and lifted him up. "So much for making me worry," he said as he smiled. "Ha, ha ha." The Joker started chuckling. "Ha ha ha. You really are as crazy as the stories say," the mutant leader said with a curious smile. "Ha ha ha, I think." Joker continued to chuckle. "Sanity is overrated." He lifted his hand and touched the mutant leader's face. "Bzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Erg." The mutant leader's face contorted in response to the pain. He dropped the Joker and backed off. "No," I shouted before heading in their direction. "Gah." I was hit by a baseball bat behind my leg. "Ugh." Then, I got punched in the face. "Where are you going? Let's have our own party over here." As I dodged their attacks, I saw the other one I threw earlier coming back. I glanced at the mutant leader who was being pummeled by the Joker mercilessly. "Hang on, boss." I caught the guy wearing overalls fist and I headbutted him. It made him dizzy but I couldn't finish him off because the man called Doug swung his bat at me and made me back away. "I'm back." The man whose face was drawn on to look like a skull tackled my waist. I didn't go down. I put my two hands together and dropped it on his back. He let me go then. I lifted him up from his waist and threw him at the other two. They all fell over. As I turned towards the mutant leader to help him, he said, "Don't. I can handle it. Free Joe first so he can help us." He was dodging and regaining his momentum to attack. I almost laughed that I was worried about him. I walked up to Joe who was still tied up to a chair and untied him. As I was setting him free, I noticed that he was wearing a purple suit. "Thanks," he said as he tidied up before he stood. I turned back and I saw the three men that had already recovered. They were smiling at us. "Hey, I know you're not good at fighting, but I need you to at least distract one of them." I glanced back at Joe. "Huh." I furrowed my brows at him. He wore a mask unlike earlier and was lifting the chair he was tied to. "Ugh." I groaned from the pain as he smashed the chair on my back. "What the foo dash?" Joe jumped on my back and tied the rope he was in earlier around my neck. I struggled to get him off of me. "Joe, Gug, what is this?" I couldn't shake him off my back. "Call me J-Man now," he said in a smile. I helplessly watched as the three men rushed to where we were. As they launched their attacks at me, I glanced back to where the mutant leader was. "Cedric," he shouted. He couldn't dodge Joker's punch because he was distracted by me. I furrowed my brows at him with worry as I fell down. "Ugh." The mutant leader grunted as he got punched. "You're getting tired, aren't you?" The Joker laughed as he threw a barrage of attacks. "You probably thought you can handle the cold as long as it's quick. Ha 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 ha." The mutant leader widened his eyes. "That's right." Joker made his already wide grin wider. "I know your weakness, Talon Jr." The mutant leader clenched his teeth as he faced the attacks head-on to launch a punch of his own. "Gug." Joker got hit and stopped for a second as he wiped his bloodied mouth. "Ha ha ha ha." Even when the mutant leader hit him so many times with his full strength, the Joker just took it and laughed. He laughed as he looked at the mutant leader who looked worse than him. He was sweating and panting as he struggled to stand up straight. I couldn't do anything but watch him as I got pummeled on the ground. Moments later, they finally stopped hitting me and they got the mutant leader tied up. I glared at J-Man as I lay on the ground, exhausted from the beating I got. "You, traitor." I tried to eke out the words from my mouth. "Is Don in it too?" He noticed me and chuckled as he crouched down near me. "No, I went with them on my own. I couldn't handle what the mutant gang has become. We became like police dogs or something. It just got so boring," he said with a playful smile. "Why, won't you finish me off?" I asked them. They all laughed at me. "No one will be able to tell the tale if you don't survive." Doug said. "Come on, boys. We'll be late for the party." Joker said. I watched the unconscious mutant leader tied up and carried like a sack as they left. There was nothing left for me to do but to wait for the others to arrive. I've never felt so useless in my entire life. Boss, the mutant leader, was my family, my brother, and I couldn't protect him. Tears flowed down my eyes as I stared at the ceiling hopelessly. 39, Chapter 39. After Terry finished questioning Cedric, the mutant leader's bodyguard and second-in-command, he immediately passed on the information to Barbara. "What do they plan on doing now?" "Barbara." Cedric advised them to keep their territories protected and stay there. But I don't think they would abide by his orders for long. They're not loyal to him like they are with the mutant leader. To them, he's just a bodyguard that failed on his job. Terry said with furrowed brows. He was the one that said it, and it was the truth, but it still troubled him. Then we won't share any information to them for now. That's probably for the best, but I think it's safe to tell Cedric and Don at least. If you insist. Cedric and Don are probably the only two leaders of the mutant gang that they can trust to keep their cool and won't do anything stupid once they get information on the Jokers. Because of their impulsiveness, they will probably be willing to spill blood in response to the Jokers' intent to kill. Especially, now that their beloved leader who established the no-killing rule of the gang is gone. That's what Terry and Barbara are trying to prevent. Do you know anyone who could have told the Joker the weakness of the Talons? Terry asked. As far as I know, only Bruce, Dick, and Alfred would have known about it. They were the ones that fought them off. Damn it, everything's still in the dark. Don't rush and keep calm, Terry. The Joker likes to leave clues. That's how he likes to play. You want me to wait and see one of my friends get hurt again just to get more clues? Terry snapped at Barbara. Terry heaved out a sigh. I'm sorry. It's fine. I understand. All we need to do now is be more vigilant. They probably won't show up again for some time. What? Barbara Gordon was interrupted. Barbara. What's this? Who are you talking to? Barbara seemed to be talking to someone else while on a call with Terry. Hello, Terry. Yeah. They sent me a Joker card. I think the Joker card that the mutant leader found was meant for him just like this one is meant for me. Stay there. I'm on my way. Terry ended the call and made haste to leave the hospital. Commissioner. If this also happened to your contact, you should stay here. Barbara's subordinate insisted upon hearing what happened to the mutant leader. I'm not safe anywhere. Here or at home. Barbara said as she checked every corner of her office if there's any device planted to observe her. But it's better here with us guarding you. Barbara chuckled. I'll be fine by myself. Worry about yourselves if you really care for me. I need you to be vigilant in your surroundings. Barbara finished looking for bugs and looked at her subordinate straight in the eyes. You guys will be in danger now because of me. You'll be considered as my weakness. That's why I need you to pair up and get ready to call for backup anytime you go outside. The vice commissioner gulped. Knock knock knock. A police officer knocked on the door of her office. Come in. A detective peeked inside without setting foot in the room. Ma'am, I think your ride is here. Barbara and her subordinate tilted their heads at her. Ride. Barbara uttered in confusion. All three of them went outside and saw the Batmobile parked in front. Batman was standing there waiting for her. Many police officers were watching this scene. Barbara palmed her face. I don't need an escort to go home, she said to him. Batman threw something at her and she caught it. All of them there widened their eyes as soon as they realized what it was. Is that a bomb? Barbara's vice commissioner nervously asked. I found it under the commissioner's car. Sweat began to appear on their foreheads. I already scanned it for fingerprints. No matches on any database. Barbara gave it to the vice commissioner. Put it in the evidence room. Are you still going to decline, Commissioner? Batman made a smug smile. Barbara furrowed her brows at him. It's true that it would probably safer to be with Batman as long as she has a target on her back. She'll come. The worried vice commissioner eked out. What are you doing? Barbara turned her head to face him. I'm sorry, Commissioner. It's the best option we have right now. I was planning on sending men to follow you anyway and you wouldn't like that either. Barbara sighed in defeat. Please have someone get my things. I'll do it. The detective volunteered and ran back to her office. Barbara walked over to Batman and looked at the Batmobile. She smiled. I missed riding in this thing anyway. Batman smiled. It's my first time using it too, he said in a whisper. They both got in the Batmobile when the detective came back with her things. Zoom. The Batmobile's engine sounded more like a jet's than a car's. The vice commissioner sighed in relief as he watched the Batmobile drive away. Clap clap. All right. Listen, everyone. He started giving out orders to ensure the safety of everyone while their commissioner is being targeted. While that was happening, Barbara and Terry were having a little bit of fun in the Batmobile. Barbara mounted him as the Batmobile drove itself. I always wanted to do this. She chuckled. Terry had already deactivated his suit as soon as Barbara moved from her seat to his lap and started kissing him. Take it easy. He chuckled. Can't you wait until we arrive? I was turned on when I saw you parked in front of the building, Barbara said as she removed her top and resumed kissing him. You're being pretty honest unlike before. Terry teased and started removing his top also. As they embraced each other, Barbara looked up to see where they were headed. Wait, this is not the way to my house. I know. I put in the coordinates of the Batcave instead. Terry said with his voice muffled by Barbara's chest. What? Barbara pushed him away. Barbs. It's the safest place where you can hide right now. Whoever said I wanted to hide? I can take care of myself. You don't know that. This is the Joker we're talking about. Tisk. Barbara massaged her temples. Terry lifted his legs and pulled Barbara's waist to get closer again. This is the best for everyone right now, even for the police. Terry kissed her again. Barbara was still upset but she eventually gave in and they resumed their activity in the Batmobile. 2 indicator lights in the Batmobile turned off. Good evening, Alfred. Both of them greeted Alfred as they got out of the Batmobile. Good evening. Alfred greeted back. I hope you don't mind, but I suggest that you should mute the microphones and turn off the video cameras first before you have fun in the Batmobile or anywhere. Terry and Barbara stood frozen in front of Alfred. Both of them perspired cold sweat. Please be understanding of this old man. I had to turn it off remotely from here myself. I'm too old for this. He said then, he walked away from. I'm not chastising you. You're both grown, but just make sure both of you don't get hurt in this affair. He said as he left the Batcave. As they stared at him walking up the stairs to the mansion, they couldn't hear Alfred muttering to himself, for someone so vigilant, Master Bruce had the same problem. He was talking about how Terry forgets the cameras around him to think that gene would be passed on to his son. When Alfred was out of their sights, Barbara glared at Terry. What? Terry lifted his hands as he backed away from her. You were the one that jumped on me first, that's why I forgot. Barbara heaved out a sigh and went into the training room. Terry followed. No action happened for them for the rest of the night because of their guilt. The next morning, Terry was woken up by an unfamiliar black dog licking his face. Ugh. He shot up and wiped the slobber from his face. Alfred walked into Terry's open room. There you are. Woof. The dog ran up to Alfred to be petted by him. You got a dog. I never planned to. I saw him yesterday in the woods. He had no collar. I took him to the vet to see if he had a chip. He had none, and so, I ended up adopting him. Alfred said as he smiled while stroking the dog's head. He's big. Terry remarked as he combed his hair and sat on the side of his bed. I know, the vet said he's a Great Dane mix, just about a year old. What's his name? I named him Ace, after Master Bruce's late dog. That's a good name. Terry whistled and clapped to call the dog. Ace immediately turned around and ran to him. Whoa. Terry almost fell back down on his bed as Ace mounted his lap and his head drew to Terry's face. That's not good behavior, Ace, sit. He pushed the dog off of him. Ace was just staring at him. I said sit. The dog yelped as it slowly landed his behind on the floor. Good boy. Terry patted him on the head. You're good with dogs. I'll leave his training with you, then. He's smart. It should be easy. Terry said as he played with the dog. Don't forget to make breakfast. Alfred said as he left them in the room. Terry made his hand flat and pushed the air down. Lie down. Ace slowly lied down. Good boy. Terry said as he patted his head. It made him curious if he was already trained before this or he's just really that smart. Chapter 40. 2 days passed by with no signs of the Joker making a move. He's a smart one, isn't he? Barbara said as she patted Ace that was lying down on the floor of the Batcave where she's staying currently. She even does her work from here since she keeps the files in her computer in her office and already synced it with the Batcomputer. Her meetings were all done online. Yeah, it's unlikely that he had an owner that trained him before Alfred found him. He must have survived on his own in the woods. Terry said as he looked at Ace. Once this blows over, I'll personally put him up for K9 training. Terry made a wry smile. That's probably for the best, he's too smart to just know basic tricks. Terry looked at Barbara this time. You're planning on going home today, aren't you? I can't stay here permanently, Terry. It's not normal to stay in this dark and glum place all the time. I have a job. And let's face it, we can't round up the Jokers anytime soon. We can't cower in fear for our lives here when the people of Gotham is out there in the open for them to terrorize. I'm the police commissioner and not a princess for God's sakes. I acknowledge this setup is temporary since the beginning when I agreed to stay here. You're right. I was just so frustrated that I can't anticipate their moves and got too paranoid. I know what you mean, this just means that it's necessary for them to get me out of the picture first before they proceed with their other plans. Terry stared at the ceiling and pondered over the situation. You're planning on being bait. Right, the Joker isn't patient. He'll be bored soon and start killing randomly just to snuff me out. As Terry continued to stare at the ceiling, a glint of light caught his attention. It made him smile. He looked at Barbara and said, You don't have to go outside to be bait. Barbara tilted her head and furrowed her brows. Hey, look, it's her. The man in a van shouted to alert his companions and pointed at Barbara entering her house. Should we go in now? One of them asked. Boss said to let her settle in first for a couple of minutes. Okay, in 5 minutes, we'll go in for the kill. The men in the van waited patiently for 5 minutes. Let's go. They all put on their clown masks and cocked their guns. They ran across the street towards the house in perfect formation. On 3. The leader said as he ready to open the door. 1, 2. He took a deep breath before shouting 3. When he opened the door, there was no one there. Key 8. 3 police patrol cars came right after and blocked their escape. The 8 men gulped and immediately dropped their guns before lifting their hands up. Batman came swooping down. Is the commissioner safe? The vice commissioner asked him. Yes, she's staying with a friend. Batman replied before looking at the thugs. The hologram worked. We got them. No, he's not here. This is a diversion. Where do you think he's going to hit up next? I don't know. We're completely blind until we figure out what exactly their plan is. Batman furrowed his brows. Did you send men to Powers Tech like we planned? 5 units are already standing by there. They assumed Powers Tech would be next after the Jokers hit up Wayne Tech. Vice Commissioner. It came from his radio. What is it? The Vice Commissioner replied. We got a call from Arkham. The Jokers broke in, sir. The Vice Commissioner widened his eyes then. Batman shot up into the sky and flew towards the direction of Arkham. Meanwhile in Arkham Asylum. You must be Harley Quinn. The big man in overalls said as he looked at the person inside the room. We're here to break you out. It looks like the rumors are true. Mr. J is back. She smiled and got up from her yoga pose. Her blonde hair was neatly tied up into a ponytail and she wore nothing but her patient gown over her underwear. As she got out of her cell, the members of the Jokers made way for her. "What's your name, big man?" Harley asked. "My name is Bonk, ma'am." She scanned each one of them. "Is this all of you? You broke in with just 10 people." "Yes." Bonk said proudly. "I'm guessing we're going to fight our way out of here as well." Harley raised her brow as she smiled. Bonk nodded in reply. Harley held out her hand. Bonk looked at it and shook her hand. Harley made a disappointed face as she slapped Bonk's hand in full force. "Moron, I meant give me a weapon. You don't expect me to fight my way out of here with my bare hands." "Why yes." Bonk looked at his subordinate and asked him to hand a gun over. "Here you go, ma'am." "Sorry," he said as he handed a pistol to her. Harley cocked it and put her hand on her waist and made a pose. "All right, I'm ready," she exclaimed with a wide smile. "I'm assuming you also hacked the cameras, right?" "Yes, ma'am." Bang, 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 arg, hug, ngh. She immediately shot down the Jokers that were trying to break her out after confirming the cameras are off. Bonk was the only one left alive, but only because Harley missed and hit his shoulder instead of his neck. "Ugh, what the hell are you doing?" Bonk shouted in resentment. Harley quickly shot his arm which was holding a gun before he could point it at her. "Arg. Oopsie, I guess I've lost my touch for being in the slammer too long." She chuckled. "We were trying to break you out." Bonk shouted. "Who said I wanted to be broken out of here?" Harley started circling around him. "I have only 1 month left until I get out of here. You want me to get another case?" She shouted. But don't you want to see Joker again?" "Fuck him." Harley glared at Bonk. "He never really cared anyways." Harley frowned. "I'm turning over a new leaf. Boss Eduardo down at Blackgate already came by and assured I have a job once I get out of here." She smiled proudly. Bonk's face paled as he felt hopeless of his current impending death. "So tell your boss not to bother me again." She shouted at him. What Harley said made Bonk's face turn bright again. Harley scratched her chin with the gun she was holding and made a thinking pose. Wait. What she says next once again took Bonk's energy away from him. "That would mean I'll have to let you go and Mr. J would get back his thug. I can't do that." Bang. Harley walked up to the fallen Bonk. "Just in case," she said as she smiled. Bang, bang, there. She threw away the gun and skipped back into her cell and locked herself in. La 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 la. "Hey, you must be the new Batman. I'm Harleen Quinzel. You can just call me Harley. Harley Quinn," she said as she reached her hand out to him from her cell. "What happened here?" Batman ignored her offer to shake hands. In front of Harley's cell were dead members of the Jokers. "Well, they were trying to take me out of here. I refused and they got mad." She tried to look sympathetic. "They tried to attack me so, I defended myself." He narrowed his eyes at her. In Batman's mind, he doubted her statement. But what can he do? Soon, the police arrived. "Batman. The Vice Commissioner. Vice Commissioner. Everything here has been dealt with. You should review the footage and question Dash. Don't worry about that. I just got a call that the Eye of Anubis was stolen." Batman narrowed his eyes. The Eye of Anubis is a yellow diamond the size of a fist being kept in maximum security by a jewelry company. "I already sent my men, but the Jokers were gone when they got there. There's nothing we can do but to instigate the crime scene. That's probably what Joker was really after. Damn it. Did anyone got hurt?" "Just some minor injuries." The Vice Commissioner looked around. Unlike what happened here, Arkham looked like a complete mess. There were wires hanging above the ceiling, busted pipes, holes on the walls, and dead bodies or the guards and the Jokers lying around. "I'll leave this to you," Batman said. Sure T-Dash. When the Vice Commissioner turned to face him, he was already gone. As Batman flew, his frustration piled up more. Was the threat to Barbara's life just a diversion tactic? What will they do with a big yellow diamond and the piece of tech that they stole from Wayne Tech the other night? Sell it? The Joker sometimes does that, but would he really have no intricate plan upon returning? Where are they hiding the mutant leader? All of these things occupied his head as he flew. Everything is not clear. He decided to call the Batcave to inform Barbara and Alfred for now. "Hello. Dash. Hello, Barbara, Alfred. Dash. Shit. Zoom." Batman increased his flight speed to the maximum. There is no way that Barbara and Alfred wouldn't be able to answer him. Something must have happened in the Batcave. Swish. As he passed through the waterfall, the Batcave came into view. He immediately scanned the place to find Barbara and Alfred. The chairs and tables were rearranged and there were shards of broken glass everywhere. There was even blood on the floor. How? Batman was speechless. The safest place he knows, and it was infiltrated. There seemed to be no sight of Alfred and Barbara in the common room where the Batcomputer is. He turned on his thermal vision to find them faster. And there they were. Barbara's and Alfred's heat signatures laying down in the infirmary. But they weren't the only ones there. An unknown heat signature was standing next to the two. Batman ran to where they were and pushed the door. He saw Alfred connected to a life support while lying on a bed unconscious. Barbara was on the bed next to him and she was drenched in sweat as she laid unconsciously. Standing next to them was a man wearing a brown trench coat and a red helmet that covered his whole face. Batman glared at him and asked, "Who the hell are you?" 41, Chapter 41. While Terry went out as Batman, Barbara and Alfred were in the Batcave monitoring his situation through the Batcomputer. They can see and hear everything he does. "Do you think it would be that easy?" Alfred asked her. "No," Barbara said as he glanced at Alfred, "but it's at least worth a try rather than doing nothing." On the screen, Terry suddenly flew away. Barbara pushed a button to communicate with him. "What happened, Terry?" "They attacked Arkham Asylum. I'm going there right now." Barbara and Alfred looked at each other with curious facial expressions. "What do you think he wants there?" Alfred asked. Barbara widened her eyes. "Harley Quinn." Then she smiled. "Why are you smiling? Isn't that bad?" She chuckled. "Harley hates his guts now. There's no need to worry." She made a confident smile. Suddenly, woof, woof, woof. Ace barked in the direction of the stairs leading to the manor. "What is it, Ace?" Alfred asked the dog. Then, Ace ran away towards the stairs up to the mansion. "Ace." Alfred ran after him. Barbara followed and clicked her tongue. "This is bad," she muttered. Just as she said that, clink, clank, clonk, poof feet. A smoke bomb was thrown from the stairs to their direction and it released a green smoke. "Back away, Alfred," Barbara said as she grabbed Alfred and pulled him backwards. Both of them instantly knew it was Joker toxin because of the peculiar color of the smoke, and so they covered their mouths as they backed away from it. "I always thought every rich man had skeletons in their closet." Emerging from the smoke was the man with pale skin and the widest grin you will ever see. The Joker. Or in this case, a basement. Before Barbara and Alfred could react, Joker had pointed a gun at Alfred. "No!" Barbara shouted. Bang! NGGG. Arg! Barbara took the bullet for Alfred and got shot in the back. She clutched her aching back as she fell down. "Barbara!" Alfred caught her and laid her down slowly. Barbara was squirming because of the very intense pain she's feeling from her back. She couldn't hold back her tears. The Joker went over to them. He scratched his head with the nozzle of his gun. "If you only told me you wanted to be first, I'd probably still shoot him first anyway. Ha 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 ha." Flipping over the chairs and tables as he walked over. Crash. The chemistry set that was on table fell along with the table and pieces of glass scattered on the floor. Laughing as he did so, Alfred looked at Barbara, who he thought of as a daughter, convulsing in pain. He felt hurt, anxious, but most of all, he felt rage. He stood up and glared at the Joker as he clutched his cane. "Ooh, what are you going to do, old-timer?" The Joker taunted him. As Alfred was about to unsheathe the hidden blade in his cane, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Irk. He held his chest as the pain began to throb and made him fall down. Soon, he lost consciousness. Even though he is a healthy man courtesy of the wonder drug, he's still over 80 years old, after all. Stress like that is bad for his heart. "Alfred, Gug!" Barbara shouted, but she couldn't do anything right now. The Joker put his palm to his face in disappointment. He heaved out a sigh as he looked at Alfred. "What a bummer, you just took out the fun in killing you. This feels like a whoopee cushion with no fart noises." Then, he looked at Barbara and stood over her. "You don't look so well," he said with a menacing grin. "Fuck you." Barbara defied him. "Aw, honey." Joker reached for her face. Barbara turned her head to try and evade his hand, but she couldn't. He gently caressed her. "Don't worry. I'll make the pain go away. Ha 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 ha." He said with an ominous laugh and pointed his gun at her forehead. Swing. Something sharp flew towards the Joker. Clink. Ugh. It flew to his hand and made him drop his gun. The Joker clutched his hand and immediately ran away for cover. Step step step. The sound of footsteps drew near towards Barbara and Alfred. Barbara opened her eyes and found a man wearing a brown trench coat and a red helmet standing next to her. The man looked at her and said, "It's going to be okay now, Barbara." In response, she found comfort in his words and let herself pass out. The man ran towards the direction where the Joker ran to. He pulled out his gun and cocked it. "Where are you, Joker?" "Ha ha ha ha." The Joker's laugh echoed out. Thud. Something hit a table. Bang. The man in the trench coat immediately shot at it. Ha 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 ha. He turned around to find the source of the laugh. Joker was already on the stairs waving at him. Bang, bang, bang. He couldn't hit him. The Joker got away. The man in the red helmet didn't give chase and decided to stay and tend to the victims of the incident. The video paused there. Batman looked at the man in the red helmet. "You still didn't answer my question." Instead of answering his question earlier, the man in the red helmet insisted Batman to play the footage of what happened in the Batcave while he was away to prove he's innocent of the matter. "So, who are you?" he asked again. "I'm the Red Hood." His hand reached for the back of his head. Click. His helmet started contracting until it became a red iron mask that only covers his face. When he removed it, there was another mask underneath, but it only covered the area around his eyes. It was something familiar to Terry, the new Batman. It was a Robin mask. Batman's eyes widened. "You'll probably know me better as the second Robin." He smirked. It left Batman's mouth agape. "Jason Todd." "That's right. You're supposed to be." He covered his mouth before he finished what he was about to say. "Dead. I'm here, aren't I?" How? I don't want to answer that. I'm leaving. I don't want Luke to catch me here when he arrives. He said before putting back his helmet on. I don't like cheesy reunions. That's not what I came back for. Then, what did you come back for? Justice. He said after pondering for a while, then walked over to the stairs. And by the way, your dog is also injured up there. He just has some trauma, but he'll be okay. He turned around and faced Batman again. Scan him for nanochips. He peculiarly added before turning heel and resumed his exit. Batman furrowed his brows in confusion about his last statement, but he decided to take note of it. Just like that, the former Robin, Jason Todd, now calling himself the Red Hood, left. Terry finally deactivated his suit and went back to the infirmary where Barbara and Alfred were staying. Jason Todd had already given them first aid. Alfred was connected to a heart monitor. He just passed out because of the stress and will be able to recover after he rests. Barbara is also connected to a heart monitor and a blood bag. She had a pack on her back for her bullet wound. It's something Bruce Wayne made for bullet wounds. It helps with alleviating the pain and stopping the blood. They have to wait for Luke Fox to arrive and deal with the removal of the bullet. He isn't a doctor, but with his knowledge, he can probably pass as one. Why can't they just go to a hospital? It will cause a frenzy in the media that the Joker got to the police commissioner. Plus, being investigated about it might jeopardize the location of the Batcave and their secrets. I'm here. Luke Fox finally arrived in the Batcave's infirmary. Mr. Luke. Terry turned around and faced him with a worried expression. Luke Fox walked up to the patients with his jaw dropped. Thank God, they're still alive. They were properly aided right after what happened, that's why. It's a good thing you got here just in time. No, I wasn't the one who treated them. What? Who else could it be? Terry looked at Luke Fox's eyes and observed him for his reaction once he reveals the answer to his question. It was Jason Todd. And he got the reaction that he was expecting. Luke was in disbelief, angry even. Terry should have already heard the tragic story of Jason Todd from Alfred or Barbara. It's something hard to talk about, let alone joke about. It's the truth, you can review the footage later. Terry added. Luke looked at Terry and scanned his face. His face says that he believes what he's saying is the truth. In the end, Luke chose to believe him. I will, after this. He brought out something to tend to Barbara's bullet wound. It's an invention of his that extracts the bullet from the wound while initiating regeneration with nanotechnology. He looked at Barbara's back and removed the pack that was used for first aid. She was hit on her lower back near the spinal cord. He sighed. This kind of injury can paralyze her from the waist down for the rest of her life. Terry widened his eyes. What? His face contorted in worry. Don't worry. Luke glanced at him. That used to be the case before I invented the treatment for this because I had the same problem. Back then, the treatment used to last for months and the patient will be paralyzed for that time period as they get better. Now, with the help of nanotech. He injected Barbara's wound with something to clean it. Then, Luke Fox embedded a device that looked like a crab on her back. It looked like an exoskeleton that covered the part of her spine that was wounded. She'll be fully healed in 3 days. Clink. The bullet that was lodged in her spine got out on its own. It looked like it was sucked from the wound and got spat out by the device. Terry was astonished. That's amazing. Well, it became my passion ever since that mishap happened to me, just like how you decided to become Batman. Luke smiled at Terry. Now, show me that footage you were talking about. He got up and led the way out of the infirmary towards the Batcomputer. That punk. He came back from the dead and didn't even went out of his way to see me. I can already imagine his face when he sees me walking. He chuckled. When Jason Todd was Robin, Luke Fox was still paralyzed from the neck down. Despite that, they became good friends. Terry made a wry smile. You go on ahead. I'll check on the dog upstairs. He said as he ran towards the stairs leading to the mansion. But Terry has a tight feeling in his chest. There's something wrong about Jason Todd when he met him. And Terry has already learned to trust his gut because of his past experiences. He decided to keep this to himself until he finds basis for it. 42, Chapter 42. Zoavyvyvyu. The noise coming from an electric wheelchair moving sounded out in the Batcave. The controls are simple enough. Barbara said as she tried out the electric wheelchair. Terry looked at her with concern. Even though it's temporary, Barbara was still pitiful to look at. The thought of somebody being paralyzed forever gave him chills. If Luke Fox had not invented the treatment to repair damaged nerves, Barbara's fate would be this for the rest of her life. Stop looking at me like that. Barbara furrowed her brows at him. Anyone would be uncomfortable when you are being pitted, especially if you think your current situation is temporary and would like to look ahead instead. Sorry. Terry straightened his face and stopped staring at her. Barbara heaved out a sigh. Can you brief me again about what happened? Terry already gave a summary about what happened after Barbara passed out. The reappearance of Jason Todd with a new alias and Luke Fox treating her. Didn't Bruce forbid them to use guns? Seems like he was really trying to kill Joker. Seems so. Barbara said while doing a thinking pose. You said you found a nanochip on the dog. Yes, Terry replied to her. Ace had a nanochip implanted on him. Kind of like the one they put on Derek Powers. It can't be detected by the vet. That's how the Joker knew I was here. I already destroyed it as soon as I found it. Terry glanced at the poor dog who didn't know he was used. He was lying on the floor and looked like he was feeling sorry for what happened. Terry crouched down and petted his head. It's okay, Ace. You couldn't have known. I'm not blaming you, Ace. Barbara smiled warmly at the dog. What do we do now? I'll rest here for a while and then, I'll go home once I'm better. What? But the Joker is targeting you. I doubt it. The guy gets too bored easily. Once he does something, he rarely does it again. He won't be after us. The Joker never does the same thing twice. He sees himself as an artist in that way. Still, how could he have known where to send him? Maybe he had similar dogs scattered around Gotham. That's unlikely. Terry looked at Barbara. The most probable reason is he knows your past as Batgirl just like he knew Bruce as Batman. And now he knows who I am because it wouldn't be hard to connect that the personal attendant of Alfred, Bruce's butler, was hired almost at the same time Batman reappeared. Barbara couldn't look Terry in the eyes. It had something to do with the third Robin, isn't it? Terry said. I don't want to bring him into this again, especially when it comes to the Joker. She said with a remorseful expression. I know what you mean, but we have to. There's a dark past between Tim Drake, the former Robin, and the Joker. It costed the life of Joker himself. Terry already knew his story in Gene Reel based on the information from the Batcave, but he has to learn more of it in detail. I'll send you his work and home addresses. She tapped on her smartwatch. Be nice, okay? Bloodhaven. A 30-year-old man was maintaining a circuit board. He lifted his eyes when he noticed a presence. Turning his head to the right, he saw his coworker leaning on the doorway. You finished? His coworker asked. Not yet. He went back to what he was doing. You can go ahead without me. Okay. As soon as his coworker left, he said, what do you want? There seemed to be nobody there, until Tim Drake. A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Tim glanced at him before continuing his work. You must be the new Batman. Let me guess. It's about the clown, isn't it? News of Joker's return has also reached Bloodhaven where Tim Drake is now residing in. It's a city that's near Gotham. It is, it's okay if you don't want to talk. Batman said. Tim Drake furrowed his brows. Did Barbara tell you that? Listen. He put back the circuit board in its slot before facing Batman. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just please don't treat me like I'm some fragile thing like everyone does. What happened is already distant history. I'm much better now. After hesitating for a while, then, I'd like you to tell me everything from your perspective. Batman finally got to what he wanted to ask. The information from the Batcave didn't give much details. Tim chuckled. Typical Bruce, I bet what's on there is just a summary of what happened and seemed cold and emotionless. That's just probably him trying not to recall it as a way to shield himself from the pain. Which I understand now though. I didn't before. He stated before starting to tell his tale. Every man has their breaking point. Everyone except, maybe, Bruce. I, on the other hand, took a week of torture before breaking. Tim made a regretful smile. He was 13 when he got kidnapped and got tortured by the Joker. He was electrocuted, given some drugs, made to eat his own feces, and was prevented to fall asleep while watching horrible clips like bestiality and beheadings. The eyes of the heads moving left and right as they tried to find their bodies was ingrained into his memory. Faces of bodiless strangers haunted his dreams. Terry's face contorted as he listened. I offered him any information I have if it meant being free from that hell. Tim's head drooped down from his shoulders. I should have known that he didn't want any information from me. He just truly wanted to make me suffer. He even got angry when I told him Batman's secrets including his true identity. Because of that, I was subjected to more torture. Every day, my body got battered, but I didn't scream. I laughed because of the Joker toxins in me. It made every broken bone, bruises and cuts much more painful as I laughed. Tim Drake was visibly sweating as he told Batman his story. He wiped his forehead and took deep breaths as he held his head with his two hands. It's okay if you want to stop here. No. Tim faced Batman with determination. I'll do this if it will help you get that son of a bitch. He said as he panted. Batman couldn't do anything but respect his wishes. In the end, he said that killing me like the previous Robin before me would be unoriginal. Instead, he made me submit and brainwashed me into thinking I was his and Harley's adopted son. As a joke. As a fucking joke for Batman. Tim licked his lips and grabbed a bottle of water nearby and drank. When the day came that he confronted Batman, he wanted me to kill Batman myself. It was a way of asserting his victory. That's when you killed Joker instead. Batman helped him finish what he wanted to say. Yes, I overcame his brainwashing and shot him instead. Tim swallowed his saliva. But that's not how the story ended for me. Batman looked at Tim who made rueful smile. In the end, Bruce made me surrender my uniform and prohibited me from being Robin again. He still provided for me, but it felt like I was a long-term guest at his home. That was how I grew up. I left as soon as I got the opportunity to. Alfred said that Bruce was just feeling guilty for what happened to me, but I didn't believe him back then. He chuckled. Would you know anything about how Joker came back to life? No. Batman made a troubled expression. But I'll tell you a secret of mine. Batman's eyes immediately gleamed with interest. After Tim Drake told Batman his secret, Batman decided to try and dig for more information if there were. One more thing, did you ever mention anything about the Court of Owls to Joker? What about them? Didn't you take care of the remaining ones just recently? A friend of ours was a former Talon. The Joker knew about his vulnerability to cold. Tim closed his eyes and tried to remember. I'm not sure if I did. He looked at Terry again and said, but it's probably best to assume that I did. Thanks. Batman looked at Tim Drake. His physique doesn't look like he stopped his training. There's a difference to the physique of someone who just works out and the physique of a martial artist. Tim Drake had the physique of an accomplished martial artist. Batman didn't want to meddle in his affairs. By the way, Tim called his attention. Jason also came by here days ago. News of Jason appearing in the Batcave has also reached Tim Drake. I was shocked too. What did he say? He said that everyone would pay for what happened to the both of us. Is that all? Yup, and then he left. If what I heard is correct, if he's really not shackled by the old man's no-kill rule anymore, then he's more dangerous than ever. Tim chuckled. It sucks for you that you might have to protect both the Joker and Jason from each other. Batman furrowed his brows. Just like that, he vanished into thin air. Tim Drake stared at where Batman was to confirm that he's gone and made a wry smile. Then, he frowned. He looked at his calloused hands and clenched them into a fist. I probably should have given him my number just in case. He clutched his bag and strapped it on his shoulder. I guess I'll just have to visit when shit hits the fan. Then, he left his job. Terry arrived in the Batcave. You've been gone for 2 days. Barbara walked up to him. Where have you been? He smiled as he watched Barbara walking again. I took my time and went to see the sights in Bloodhaven. He shrugged. Terry didn't comment on Barbara's recovery because he knows it would just make her uncomfortable. Well, while you were taking your sweet time, the Red Hood took over the mutants. Terry widened his eyes at the abrupt news. What? Cedric came to my office and left a message for me. The division leaders took a vote to appoint him as the new leader until they get back the mutant leader. Only him and Don didn't support it. How did this happen? I don't know the details. You should check up on our friends to find out. What else happened? There were 2 incidents of drug dealers getting killed. No clues were found to lead us to the killer. Terry looked at Barbara with a grave expression. That's right. Barbara locked eyes with him. I also think it was Jason. 43, Chapter 43. A member of the mutant gang ran into the hideout of his division. Don's division. Don. He exclaimed as he tried to catch his breath. The second division is being attacked by the Jokers. They're in trouble. All of them quickly got ready and rode on their bikes. In Don's mind, his negative thought began to flood. Is this how they plan on wiping us out? The Jokers have already declared war against the mutant gang when they abducted the mutant leader. But even though the mutant gang has the advantage of numbers, they'll still be separated because of the divisions and the territories they each have to protect. Since most of the members of the Jokers were from the mutant gang, it's natural that they would know every hideout. It's a greater advantage to the Jokers who have yet to reveal their base to the mutant gang. Don and his division finally arrived. The hideout is an unfinished construction site that was halted in its progress because of illegal documents. Other divisions arrived at the same time. Don nodded to Cedric and the other division leader before they ran in the hideout. When they arrived, they found the division that was attacked were safe. They had injuries, but they were safe and were resting their backs on the wall. The same thing couldn't be said about the Jokers. They were all lying on the ground, lifeless. Their blood formed a giant puddle. In the middle of it all, standing there, was a man in a brown trench coat and a red helmet. What happened here? One of the division leaders asked. We were attacked by the Jokers. The division leader that was attacked clutched his broken rib as he forced himself to speak. He came and saved us. He pointed at the man with a red helmet on. Who's he? I don't know. Who are you? Don asked him as he pointed with his chin. You can refer to me as the Red Hood. Why did you help them? Because they needed it. Red Hood said. And because I need you to join forces with me. Cedric furrowed his brows. Why do you need to join forces with us? No. Why would you think we'd want to? The Red Hood chuckled in his mask. Do you still think that you have the advantage with numbers? Exactly. No matter how much you outnumber them, as long as they don't play with you directly, you'll be targeted like this every time until none of you are left. Then what do you propose? The Red Hood approached them. You are currently leading this gang, am I right? Yes. Cedric stood tall and claimed his current position. But only because your head got taken away, correct? Yes. Cedric's brows twitched. I want to hold your seat until we take back your real leader. If I help you defeat the Jokers, that will help me get to the Joker. That's what I want to propose. Cedric furrowed his brows. It's true that he cannot lead the gang as good as the mutant leader did, but for a stranger to openly covet his position is irritating. How could this stranger even be sure that he can lead the gang better than him? Who are you to say that you are fit to lead this organization? You're nothing but an outsider. Cedric scowled. You're right. I'm nothing but a stranger. He reached for the back of his helmet and clicked a button. The red helmet contracted until it became a mask that only covered his face. Once he removed the mask, he revealed another mask on his face. Let me introduce myself again. I was Robin. Trained by the original Batman, not the one you know now. The division leaders widened their eyes and murmured. Robin was also as famous as Batman for helping the Caped Crusader fight crime. Only Cedric and Dawn weren't fazed by the sudden revelation. So, what? Cedric said. Red Hood scoffed. You could certainly use my knowledge and training to help you defeat the Jokers. Then why don't we just approach Batman? Red Hood furrowed his brows. That kid, he could surely help you win this war with the Jokers, but it will be a prolonged fight. You will sustain many casualties as the war drags on, mainly because of one problem that your gang also has: you aren't willing to kill. That's what the mutant leader has imposed on us ever since. Are you saying we should abandon his rule? The Red Hood looked at the eyes of everyone there as he walked. You are at war. This isn't some petty game of cops and robbers like you used to play. He walked back and forth. You need to be willing to take a life, or else it's yours they will take. It's kill or be killed. You won't survive for long if you don't listen to my advice. The mutant gang were visibly shaken by his words. All of them had faces of worry. They won't listen to you. Cedric said to the Red Hood, because you still haven't given up your seat to me. Red Hood pointed at him and looked at the reaser of the mutant gang. You see, this man will lead you to your ruin. Do you expect him to bring back the mutant leader? A man who was appointed as his right-hand man and personal guard but failed when it mattered the most. Cedric widened his eyes at his statement. He took it personally and glared at him. Right when he was about to take a step forward, his arm was grabbed and pulled him back. He looked back and saw that it was Don. Don shook his head as he gestured with his eyes to look at the other members of the gang that was looking at him with discontent. Cedric had to clench his teeth and take it. Red Hood continued on. As I understand it, the mutant leader gathered you but didn't appoint himself as leader, didn't he? You yourselves took it upon yourselves to officially make him the leader. That means we could take a vote right now, to appoint me as your new leader. Red Hood smiled. He looked at the faces of the mutant gang. He already knows that he has won them over. Raise your hands if you want me to take over Cedric's current role as leader. One by one, hands were raised. Some raised their hands with full conviction, and some with guilt over their faces as they glanced at Cedric. The majority has spoken. Red Hood said. Only Cedric and Don's division didn't raise their hands along with a few other members from other divisions. Don patted Cedric's back as they watched the mutant gang transition into a merciless vigilante group. That's basically what happened. Don said before taking a bite of his chili cheese fries. He was talking to Terry about the current situation of the mutant gang inside a burger joint. Terry furrowed his brows as he stared blankly at the food. Don looked at the dazed Terry. I told you, you should have come back. Terry looked back at him and shook his head. It wouldn't have made a difference. What could someone considered as a traitor do? Don chuckled through his nose. I think you underestimate your reputation too much. You don't know how influential you are with the other division leaders. Terry frowned. Then, I should have probably come back even if it was temporary. Don looked at the contemplating Terry with a wry smile. Don't worry about it. What's done is done. Terry looked at him with a wry smile as well. What are you going to do now? Don wiped his mouth with a napkin before leaning on the table. Me and Cedric are planning to leave the gang. Terry's mouth was agape. You can't. That would make the group's situation hopeless. Terry. Don looked at him with a serious face. To stay in the group, we'd have to soak our hands in blood. We won't be exceptions. It's what the mutant leader has always advised us not to do. Terry leaned on the backrest of his chair in defeat. What will happen to the mutant gang now? It's not the mutant gang now, not the one we knew. They're really straying from what the mutant leader has created, after all the hard work that he's done to keep us from going on that path. Where will you go? Leaving the gang means they'll have to give back their protected territory. Cedric said he has a base. Could it be the secret base of the mutant leader? The mutant leader's personal hideouts are not known to other members of the gang except for Cedric. Maybe. Don shrugged. After eating, both of them walked together and continued to chat for a while. Their relationship as friends improved because Terry is now being more open to Don, unlike before when Terry was overly cautious on who to trust when they were criminals. Terry suddenly stopped walking. Don raised his brow and looked at Terry. What is it? I know that girl. She goes to GCU too. Terry replied. Just a couple meters ahead, a girl with purple short hair looks like she's being harassed by 3 men. The girl was Max Gibson, someone who Terry befriended when he visited his college. Don gave Terry a smirk. Should we rough em up a little bit? Terry raised a brow and smirked back at him. What are you talking about? We're not thugs. We're just going to talk it out with them. Don chuckled. I know how your talks go. Both of them started approaching the 3 men who were harassing Max Gibson. I told you, Carter. I won't give you any more favors. If you were so smart, why don't you do your own paperwork? The man named Carter grabbed her wrist and pulled her by force. I told you. I'm just too busy for that. If I wasn't, our roles would reverse and you'd just be second best. Carter grinned at her menacingly. Hey. Terry suddenly entered the fray and pushed Carter away from Max Gibson. Max widened her eyes. Terry. Terry glimpsed at Max and said, Hey, my friend and I were just passing by and saw you with these guys. He said as he glared at Carter and his friends. This doesn't concern you. Carter glared back at him. He and his friends lined up and prepared for a fight. Leave, if you don't want to get hurt. That's cute. Don chuckled. I'd love to see you try. He put his hand on Terry's shoulder and put his other hand in his pocket to project his leisure in this situation. He held his chin high and made a smug smile. Terry heaved out a sigh and made a wry smile. "Stay back, Max. Don and I will handle this." He reached his hand towards Max and pulled her towards her back. "What?" Max didn't like Terry's meddling and yanked her arm back. "I don't like people doing things for me." She went back and lined up with Terry and Don. "She's spunky. I like her already," Don remarked. As they readied, Don noticed Carter widening his eyes at him. Like he realized something. "What? You got scared now that the fight's even?" Don scoffed. Carter stopped spacing out because of Don's snarky remark and fixed his facial expression into a straight face. "We give up." Terry, Don and Max tilted their heads and furrowed their brows in confusion at him. 44, Chapter 44. "What? Are you crazy? We can take these guys on," one of his friends said. "No, I'm worried about what comes after getting involved with that guy." Carter pointed at Don. Don, who was already confused, furrowed his brows. "That guy is part of the mutant gang, which means the other one is too. Even if we win, they'll come back for us with their whole gang," Carter said. His friends looked at each other and their foreheads started sweating. "For you to call the mutant gang for help?" Carter looked at Max and chuckled. He turned his heel and, "You better watch your back, Maxine." He started walking away and his friends closely followed behind him. "What? You won't even win if it's just me," Don protested as Carter left. "Calm down, Don. He's a bit conceited, but it's better for it to end this way." Although Terry was keeping his cool, he couldn't stop his brow from twitching at Carter's comment that they'll win against them in a fight. Don noticed this and just held his laughter in. What were they after, anyway? Terry glanced at Max, who was just by his side, but is now gone. He turned around and saw Max walking away. "Hey!" Terry started chasing after her. Don rolled his eyes and followed. "Stop following me. You just made it worse," Max Gibson said without looking back. Terry was stunned by her reaction. "We just helped you." "I never asked for help." Max glanced back at him. "I could have handled it myself," she said as she started crossing the street. "Wait!" Terry shouted and reached for her. Beep beep. Max turned towards the source of the horns and widened her eyes. A truck was speeding towards her. She closed her eyes as her life began to flash before her. Fortunately, she got pulled back by her arm just in time before the truck hit her. Beep beep. Max started panting as she reflected on how close that was. She turned her head and looked at the truck speeding away into the distance. She sighed in relief and faced forward. Max was taken aback because her view was being blocked by someone's chest. She lifted her head and saw Terry staring at him. "That was a close one." Terry chuckled. "What did you say just now? You don't need help." She looked around and finally realized that she was around Terry's arms. Her cheeks turned red. Max got flustered and pushed Terry away. "Thanks," she said as she looked away from Terry. Don watched the two. "Ugh, what the hell is this?" He narrowed his eyes in disgust at the rosy scene he was watching. "Can you tell me what happened earlier? Who was that guy?" Terry asked her. Carter Wilson. He's part of the football team and he's also in my class." "What did he want?" "He was trying to get me to do his paperwork. At first, I only helped him out because I thought he was nice, and there's no denying that he really is good in our field of study. He needed help because he was balancing his career as an athlete and his studies. But then, he turned lazy and kept on asking me to do everything for him. He got too used to it." Max nodded. "If you ever need us again, just call us." Terry glanced at Don. "This is Don. He's my friend." "Hi." Don waved at her. "Carter said both of you are part of the mutant gang." Max said. Although the mutant gang has better reputation nowadays, the days that they were notorious for criminal activities hasn't been long. "Well, it's complicated. I left the gang, and Don is also leaving the gang." Max made a wry smile. "Don't worry. You don't have to lie to me." "I'm not lying. We're really ex-members of the mutant gang," Terry said with a straight face. "Oh okay," Max said with a little doubt. "Anyways, where are you going? We'll take you there," Terry offered. "You brought a car?" Max asked after thinking about it. "Because mine broke down the other day. We got our motorcycles. You can ride with one of us." "Sure," Max replied. They walked towards where they parked the motorcycles and Max hopped on Don's bike. Don furrowed his brows and glanced back at Max. "Why didn't you get on his bike?" Because Max was Terry's friend, she should have chosen his motorcycle to ride on. It was the obvious choice. And no reason. Max said as she blushed. "Alright, so where are we headed?" Terry asked as he revved his motor. "I'm meeting my girlfriend at her job." The two widened their eyes. "What?" Max furrowed her brows. "And nothing. We just didn't know you were, you know." Terry stuttered. "I'm bi. So, what?" Max said irritated. "You already have a girlfriend." Don smirked at her. "So, that's why you chose to ride with OW." He clutched his side. Don was pinched by Max before he could finish his sentence. Terry glanced at them. "What happened?" Don waved his hand. "It was nothing." Then, he glared at Max. Dawn figured out that Max was attracted to Terry and was distancing herself from him because she already had a girlfriend, and that's why she chose to ride with Dawn instead. Okay. Terry tilted his head. I'll just follow you guys. And ignored what just happened. They followed Max's directions and finally arrived at her girlfriend's job. It was a restaurant. She's a waiter. Dawn asked. Yeah, we got here just in time too. She'll be coming out soon. Max said. Oh, there she is. A girl with short red hair and tinted glasses came out of the restaurant. Max and her girlfriend hugged and kissed immediately after seeing each other. Who are you with? Her girlfriend asked as she looked at the two men she was with. I'm Terry. Dawn. I'm Carrie Kelly. She introduced herself. They helped me with Carter. Carrie furrowed her brows. That mother dash, why didn't you tell me he was bothering you again? I don't want you to get hurt again, Carrie. Max said. Carrie furrowed her brows and looked away as she bit her lip. They hurt her? Terry asked Max. There was no evidence that it was them, but they were the only ones that had the motive at the time. Carrie fought them off one time and the next day, masked men ambushed her after her job. Dawn and Terry locked eyes as they listened to the story. Put our contact numbers on speed dial. If anything happens, don't hesitate to call us, okay? Max nodded in reply before she put Dawn's and Terry's numbers on hers and Carrie's phones. Are you going with us to the party? Carrie asked the two. Party? Terry asked. Yeah, one of the largest fraternities are hosting a party tonight. Max explained. Oh, Terry scratched the back of his head. I'm an online student and Dawn isn't even a student at GCU. That's okay. Carrie said. Outsiders come all the time. She smiled. Is Carter also going to be there? Terry asked. We don't know. We're only going because our sorority will also be there. Dawn and Terry glanced at each other and smirked. Then, we're going. Terry said. I can't remember when was the last time I went to a party. Why not? Dawn shrugged. You're not coming. Inside a sorority house, Dana, Chelsea, and Blade were in the same room. Dana was reading a book while Chelsea and Blade were dressing up. We have exams coming up, I can't believe you guys are going to the party. Dana glanced at Chelsea sitting beside her while she lied down on the bed. Everyone will be there, Dana. Everyone except you. Chelsea looked at Dana with worry. Isn't Nelson going to be there too? Just because I'm his girlfriend, doesn't mean I have to be with him all the time. Dana said as she continued reading her book. Chelsea and Blade looked at each other. Blade just shrugged before continuing to brush her hair. Chelsea looked down and pondered to get her friend to go to the party. After a while, she widened her eyes and smirked. Hey, Chelsea called Dana. What if you invite your friend to be there? Dana turned her body and was now lying on her side as she faced Chelsea. Who? You know, that boy you introduced to us just before the start of the semester. Chelsea said with a smirk. She already noticed that Dana had a crush on Terry. Right after she introduced Terry to them, she couldn't help talking about him even if she tried to. Oh, yeah, the cute guy with blue eyes and black hair. Blade suddenly became interested in the conversation. Chelsea couldn't help but furrow her brows at her. Oh, Terry. Dana looked back at her book and feigned ignorance. He's probably too busy, or at least she tried before she stuttered and combed her hair to the back of her ear. Chelsea grinned. She knows that she only needs to push more before Dana gives in. It won't hurt to just ask. Dana started staring at her smartwatch. After fighting the itch to call for a moment, she eventually gave in and searched for Terry's name on her contact list. Chelsea made a satisfied smile. Hello, Terry. Dana. What's up? Chelsea and Blade perked up their ears as they listened into their conversation. Well, there's this party held by a fraternity in their house later tonight. I was wondering if you want to come. Oh, we're also going there. Dana tilted her head. Who's we? I don't know if you know her. My friend Maxine Gibson invited us. Oh. Yeah, see you there. See you. Click. Dana immediately stood up and got dressed. Dana, are you okay? I'm fine. She said with an empty smile and started walking towards her wardrobe to start searching for clothes. Are you going to go to Dash? Isn't it obvious? Dana didn't shout but her anger was very much felt. She was jealous. Do you two know who Maxine Gibson is? I am not sure. Chelsea said. Gotham City University has a high population of students. Wait. Blade fiddled with her smartwatch. Let's find her social media. She scrolled for a while until she finally found it. The smart TV suddenly turned on. It was connected to Blade's smartwatch. On the screen, it projected Maxine Gibson's social media profile. A beautiful African-American girl with short purple to pinkish hair. An IT major in GCU. Chelsea read out loud the information from the bio section of Max's profile. They kind of suit each other, don't you think? Blade tilted her head. They have the same punk rock kind of vibe. She based it on the way they dress. Dana was just irritated more. Chelsea released a nervous chuckle. 45, Chapter 45. Bump bum 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 bump bump. The loudspeakers filled the whole fraternity house with noise. It was more of a mansion than a normal house. Flashing lights illuminated the dark. There were already people drunk walking around, or more like flailing around. Drinking games were being played everywhere. The pool was already filled to the brim with people. Some danced, and some just sat while conversing with each other. There were people making out in every corner. Whoa! A half-naked guy screamed as he just passed by Terry and the others while he held 2 bottles of liquor. College kids are crazy, bro. Don remarked with a fascinated smile. Let's go. I'll introduce you to our friends. Max said as she gestured to follow her and Carrie. The two held hands as they walked through the crowd. You weak. Whoa. Terry held out his arm and stopped Don beside him. He saved him from getting puked on. The girl that puked in front of them wiped her mouth and looked at the two. She smiled before walking their way. Terry and Don separated to make way for her. The two watched the drunk girl get lost in the crowd. Holy shit. Don said. Don obviously has a misconception about college. He thought that because they were college students, they would be prim and proper. He didn't expect things he would normally see in a club here. Terry and Don laughed before they jumped over the puddle of puke to follow Max and Carrie. Max and Carrie lead them into one of the rooms in the house. The people gathered there looked at who arrived. Max. Carrie. Hey, we brought some friends with us. Max pointed at Don and Terry. Oh, hey, grab a seat. Help yourselves with some drinks. As they each grabbed a solo cup, they were the ones that hosted the party. Max whispered. They're loaded, as you can see. All of their members came from wealthy families. Carrie added. Don's eyes showed a little glint after that statement. Terry had to bump him with his elbow. What? Don chuckled. It was just instinct. He said as he sipped from his cup. How did you guys meet them? Terry asked. Some of them are dating our sorority sisters. Max replied. Their gaze immediately went to the girls sitting next to the members of the fraternity. Just then, a group of people entered the room. Their entrance was met by cheers and screams. Well, if it isn't the pride of GCU, said the leader of the fraternity as he stood up to greet them. If it isn't our future sponsors. The man that appeared to be leading the group said. It was Nelson Nash. Behind him was the GCU football team. Max and Carrie immediately furrowed their brows. Among the group that entered the room, there was Carter Wilson and his 2 minions. He smiled at them. Terry and Don saw this and didn't take it too well as they stared back at him. Carter and his posse approached them. Despite how Terry and Don look, even though they had their hands in their pockets while holding a cup on the other, they were ready for a brawl anytime. They leisurely drank from their cups as they watched them draw near. Are you 2 GCU students too? Carter asked Terry and Don. He glanced at Max and Carrie but he didn't pay attention to them this time. I am. Terry replied. But he isn't. Carter pointed at Don and smiled. What about it? This isn't your party. Terry said. Only GCU students are allowed here. There's no sign that says that, is there? Terry smiled in reply. Carter chuckled. We're the football team. We make the rules here. Then, try to make us leave. Terry said with a devious grin. Carter clicked his tongue in irritation. He scowled as he got close to Terry's face and Terry just grinned at him. Carter, what's happening there? Nelson spotted his teammate having a conflict with somebody. Carter smiled and replied. I found outsiders here. The whole football team walked up to Terry and Don. Soon, they were surrounded. Unfazed, Terry kept grinning at Carter. Don seemed troubled but he kept his cool. Nelson Nash approached Terry from his back. Hey, pal. If you're an outsider and you're causing trouble, you're gonna have to leave. He said. Carter smiled at Terry in triumph. Terry calmly turned around and faced Nelson. I wasn't causing trouble, pal. Nelson widened his eyes. Aren't you Dana's friend? Carter was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He didn't know that Terry and their captain knew each other. Yup, it's Terry. Terry made a faint smile. Nelson, right. Yeah, what were you and your friend doing? Nelson furrowed his brows. We were minding our business then, Carter bothered us. Carter started sweating on his forehead. The crowd around them started to split in half as someone is pushing to get through them. Hey, excuse me. Nelson and Terry looked at where the voice came from. After getting through the crowd, Dana finally reached them. Behind her were her friends, Chelsea and Blade. What's happening here? She asked. Hey, babe. Nelson suddenly changed his aura. Your friend and Carter here just got into a little misunderstanding. I already sorted it out. He waved his hands. Talk to Terry and make him feel welcome while I talk to Carter, alright. Then, he approached Carter and put his arm around his shoulders to pull him away. He whispered, I don't like that guy too, but don't touch him, okay? Carter furrowed his brows and looked back at Terry talking to Dana. You haven't changed since high school. Dana said to Terry. What? I wasn't going to fight. Terry scratched his head. Dana crossed her arms. What happened? Well, Max was being harassed by that guy and my friend and I happened to help her. Carter ended up releasing his frustrations on us instead. Max and Dana ended up looking at each other. Dana didn't know how to greet her and ended up awkwardly smiling. Max did the same. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Don, my friend that I ended up pulling here with me. Hey. Don waved his hand. And this is Max and her girlfriend Carrie. Max and Carrie waved. Dana widened her eyes. Gee, girlfriend? Yeah, why? I thought you two were. Dana pointed at Terry and Max. Terry and Max looked at each other in confusion before realizing what she was saying at the same time. No, we're just friends. Terry laughed nervously while Max blushed a little bit. I'm sorry. Dana apologized to Max and Carrie. It's fine. Carrie said as she waved her hand. Don looked at the whole thing while holding his laugh. Oh, these are my friends, Chelsea and Blade. Dana introduced them to the rest. Hi. Hello. Blade and Don instantly locked eyes and flirted with their smiles. Hey, Terry, I'm just going to go grab something to eat. Don said with a suspicious smile. Terry raised his brow at his sudden action. Okay. Hey, Chels, Dana. I think I'll go get something too. Huh, yeah, sure. Dana said without paying any mind. Chelsea definitely figured out what she was up to and just chuckled through her nose and shook her head. After the two left, the atmosphere became awkward. So, how did you meet? Dana asked Terry. We met right after you introduced me to your friends. She offered me help and that was it. Oh. Before the situation gets more stiff, Chelsea decided to save them and initiated conversation. Max and Carrie, were you in a relationship even before coming to GCU? No, we met when we joined the same sorority. Max replied. Chelsea approached them. What are your majors? She put her hand behind Max and led her away from the two. Carrie just followed. Only Dana and Terry were left behind. Do you want to sit down? Terry asked Dana as he pointed to the empty couch. Oh, sure. They sat down and Terry heaved out a sigh. The football team is something, huh? They run the student body. Kind of. They're just really favored because the university gets recognition when they win championships. They're that good. Terry said. I told you that before, didn't I? Dana chuckled and finally got more comfortable. Yeah, you did. Terry chuckled. You seem proud of them, huh? The football team. Yeah, your boyfriend is captain, right? Oh, yeah. Dana said with a rueful smile. What's wrong? Dana waved her hands. It's nothing. It's just that, I feel like I don't even know what I'm doing here. What do you mean? Well, I chose my major because of my brother, and my parents seem to approve of it too, but sometimes, I feel like I don't know where I'm going. Like, I chose this path for other people instead of for me. Even my relationship right now with Nelson feels like I ran with it because the people around me wanted us together, you know. Terry stayed silent while listening to Dana contemplate about her life. I am sorry. I didn't mean to bore you with my stupid introspection about my life. I'm sure you're thinking that I had it better than you. Terry made a wry smile. I'm not thinking that at all. I used to live for myself and not anyone else's. But now, I think living for someone else is a better way to live. And I think you're great at it. Dana widened her eyes at Terry's response and then, made a wry smile. You know, I wasn't going to come to this party if it weren't for you. Dana said. For me. Terry chuckled. You missed me that much. He teased. Yeah, I wish my brother was here too. The space between them suddenly made them feel lonely. It reminded them of Doug and how he should be with them there. Hanging out like old times. Dana. Terry uttered. He wanted to tell so many things to her, but he can't. It will just make her more depressed if he tells her all the bad things her brother did. Both of them looked at each other before turning their head towards the direction of the scream. Stay here and hide. Terry said to Dana before running towards the source of the scream. More screams rang out as he got closer to where the noise was coming from. When he got there, he saw members of the Jokers thrashing the place. They were carrying weapons. The football team couldn't dare to stand up against them. You know who to look for. Bring me back those mutant gang scum. A man with long black hair and makeup that made him look ghoulish ordered the other Jokers. Terry instantly recognized him. He was at the fundraiser party when the Joker reappeared. But how does he know that Don is here at the party? And he said those, which means Terry himself was associated with the mutant gang. There was only one person that could have known that. That guy is part of the mutant gang. Which means the other one is too. His words were clearly remembered by Terry. Carter Wilson is somehow with the Jokers. Terry quickly searched for a room and scanned his surroundings if anyone's attention was on him. When he confirmed that it was clear, he got in a broom closet and activated his suit. He went out and faced the Jokers as Batman. What is it, Max? Carrie asked her. What happened out there? Did anyone get hurt? Chelsea asked Max with worry. They were in a secluded room talking when they heard the screams. Max took out her mini-drone and her tech glasses to survey the situation. And no, I just saw Batman arrived. Batman. Carrie erupted with excitement. Why yeah. How did he get here so fast? I don't know. Carrie and Chelsea just looked at her confused. How could she tell them that he saw Terry turning into Batman? 46, Chapter 46. A man with ghoulish makeup violently swept a table clean and stood on top of it. The name is Terminal. Don't do anything stupid if you don't want to get hurt. Terminal said menacingly as he held a gun in his hand. What do you want? Nelson asked. Terminal smiled. Don't worry, we're just searching for someone and then we'll leave. Thud. Someone kicked the table that Terminal was standing on and made him fall. He dropped his gun in the process. Gug, who did that? Terminal turned his head around as he lashed out. He widened his eyes when he saw Batman standing there. Wah, how are you here? Does that even matter? Batman replied as he walked over to him slowly. Tisk. Terminal looked around at the goons that he brought with him. What the hell are you doing? Get him. Batman gracefully dodged their consecutive melee attacks. Once he caught them, they instantly got knocked out with one punch. He looked at the people watching them. What are you doing? Get out of here and call the police. The people got startled and snapped back to reality as they ran to the nearest exits. They were watching because it isn't every day that they get to see Batman in action. Terminal watched the people flee as Batman fought his gang. He clenched his teeth as he looked for his gun that slid into the crowd when he dropped it earlier. Meanwhile, Dana saw people running and passing her by until he saw her boyfriend Nelson. Nelson, what happened? She asked him. Dana, we have to get out of here. The Jokerts invaded the place. What? She gasped and furrowed her brothers in worry. Have you seen Terry? Wasn't he with you? Yeah, but he left to check what happened and didn't come back. He probably already left. Come on, let's go. Nelson grabbed her arm and pulled her. Dana yanked her arm back. He might still be there, Nelson. Nelson clicked his tongue. Fine, let's go check. He and Dana walked down the hall and hid behind a corner where the fight was taking place. See, he isn't here. Come on, let's go. Wait, is that Batman? Yeah, he suddenly showed up right after the Jokerts arrived. Phew, blag, hug. A member of the Jokerts suddenly got thrown towards where they were and hit his back against the wall. He looked at the two before passing out. Holy shit. Nelson remarked. As a football player, he had to admire the strength that Batman was showcasing. They peeked again from behind the corner and watched the fight. It seems like it'll be over soon. Come on, Dana. Nelson insisted. Her eyes were still stuck in the fight and just blankly replied. Why yeah, click. Before she got to turn around, a nozzle of a gun touched her forehead. What do we have here? Terminal revealed himself from the other side of the corner where they were hiding. He grinned at them menacingly and pushed Dana backwards with his gun. Dana! Nelson exclaimed. Terminal didn't like him announcing where they were while Batman was busy. Do you want to be shot, pretty boy? He pointed the gun at him. Nelson shuddered in front of the gun. Terminal! Batman shouted. He finished beating the whole gang and only Terminal was left. Terminal glanced at him and pulled Dana and knocked out Nelson with the butt of his gun. You weren't supposed to be here, Bats. He said as he pointed the gun towards Dana's temple. Batman narrowed his eyes. Let the girl go. Ha ha ha. Terminal laughed. You think I'm stupid? She's my only leverage right now. Terminal walked towards the exit and took Dana with her as he kept his eyes on Batman. Don't follow me or I'll make this girl's pretty head blow up. If I see so much as a bat's shadow following me. Bang. He enacted firing his gun. Batman glared at him and clenched his teeth. He couldn't do anything about it and just watched Terminal approach the exits. He could see Dana's face full of fear. Her eyes were watery. Then, Terminal hit Dana's head with the gun and knocked her out. No. I told you, if you follow me, I'll shoot. Terminal said as he picked up Dana over his shoulder and kept his gun pointed at her. Just like that, he let Terminal get away with Dana. Batman suddenly heard steps coming from the study and from the stairs. Hey, what happened here? Batman turned around and saw Dawn. Batman, what the hell? He said. Peeking from behind him was Blade. Both of their appearances were disheveled. Dana got taken by the Jokerts. This time, the voice came from the group that were from the study. It was Chelsea. Max saw the whole thing with her drone. Carrie pointed at the thing flying above them the size of a small ball. Batman widened his eyes and then looked at Max, who still had her glasses on. She couldn't look directly at him. He closed his eyes and refrained from sighing about his carelessness. He deduced that she could have seen him changing into Batman. Batman, what happens now? Dawn asked. I can't follow him or he will kill Dana. We'll have to wait for his demands. The group of people looked down with regret. Except Max. While you were fighting him, I put a tracker on his vehicle with my drone. All of them widened their eyes. Nice call, Max. Her girlfriend, Carrie, exclaimed. Could you relay to me the feed from the tracker? Batman asked. Why yeah. Max walked up to the Batman and showed him her smartwatch. Batman grabbed the smartwatch and synced the feed of the tracker with his suit. Batman put his hand on her shoulder and whispered. Did you see me change? Nod if you did. The startled Max widened her eyes first before nodding. I'll trust you to keep this a secret, Max. Thanks. Max nodded again before going back to the others. Then, Batman flew away. Did he whisper something to you? Carrie asked, and the others anticipated her reply with curiosity. Oh, yeah. He just complimented me and thanked me. Max scratched the back of her neck. Carrie blushed with excitement and was proud of her girlfriend. She is a big fan of the Batman ever since she was a kid growing up in Gotham. She always fantasized about working with him on a case. Now, her girlfriend got ahead of her with it. She's jealous, but she's more proud of Max. I have to go. Dawn said and got everyone's attention. Max, can you also relay to me the tracker's feed on my smartwatch? He asked. Are you going after them? Carrie asked. Yeah. Dawn narrowed his eyes. It's something personal. They were suspicious of Dawn, who they just met today. Can we ask why? Chelsea asked. It's probably my fault that Dana got taken. They were probably after me. Don said regretfully. I'm part of the mutant gang. I'm sorry. He didn't include Terry and placed everything on himself. They got taken aback. They had no words to say to him. They didn't want to say that he doesn't need to do that, but they didn't want to say that it was his fault either. Max sent the feed of the tracker to Don and he left. Right after he left, the police finally came and asked them questions. Max and the others omitted the fact that the Jokerts were after Don. They arrested the Jokerts that were knocked out and provided medical care to the injured, namely, Nelson Nash. What do we do now? Blade asked. Yeah, I feel bad if we go back to our houses like nothing happened. There's nothing else that we can do but that and hope for the best. Don't worry. Batman will surely get Dana back. Carrie confidently said. Zoom. This signal is coming from the tracker that your friend planted? Yeah. I kind of screwed up, Barbara. Why? What else happened? Batman was flying above the buildings of Gotham as he followed the tracker planted on Terminal's motorbike. He was briefing Barbara over the comms about what happened, but he wasn't finished telling everything. That friend of mine that planted the tracker, she saw me change into the suit. Barbara. What the hell, Terry? Batman yanked his head away from Barbara's shout by reflex. I know, it's very bad. Sighs, is she going to keep it a secret? I made her swear to secrecy. What did Bruce used to do when he got into situations like this? He was just lucky that anyone that discovered his secret ended up working with him or sleeping with him. Sleeping with, Batman furrowed his brows in confusion. You heard me. They end up being a sidekick or a lover. Either way, they ended up forming some type of relationship with Bruce. That's what always happens and frankly, it works. You're telling me, I got to involve Max in this somehow. I'm saying, you got to do whatever it takes to make her keep this a secret. I'll think up of something later. Right now, this may be a chance where I can discover the Joker's hideout and save both Dana and the mutant leader. Zoom. He generated more energy towards his soles and sped up. After a while, the tracker slowed down and stopped moving. It's somewhere near Crime Alley. When Batman arrived, he saw Terminal's bike was parked. He had the suit's cloaking ability on and investigated the area. Near him, he saw an abandoned subway station that had restricted area signs on. Park Row Station was abandoned when the city decided to rework the route of the subway. Batman searched for any kind of traps there might be before going in. As he went down, he activated his thermal vision. Below him, he found hundreds of heat signatures and a secluded area where it was all blue. As he scanned the area, he found Terminal's heat signature walking down the stairs towards the rest of them while he carried Dana. I'm back. Terminal said as he dropped Dana on the floor when he entered the room. Who's that? A man with a clown mask asked him about the girl he brought. Just some girl I held hostage to get away. Where's your crew? It was Batman. It was so unexpected. He said as he plopped on a couch. You'll be in trouble with the boss. I know. He furrowed his brows. Can we not talk about this right now? He lifted his feet up and put it on a stool. Where's the others? Man, I don't know. Everyone's got their own thing nowadays. Just then, a man entered the doorway. Oh, Doug, where have you been? Doug walked in and looked at the two. It was getting boring. The boss hasn't given us a new job and so I decided to play a little prank on a street gang that rips off auto parts. He was smiling until he saw the girl laying on the ground next to the wall. Terminal noticed him looking at the girl and smiled. You can do with her whatever you want. I'm done with her. Doug's eyes looked as if it would pop out of his head at his statement. Without any context, Terminal's sentence left too much to the listener's imagination. Well, what is it? Terminal nervously asked. Hey, what exactly did you do to her? Doug said with menacing eyes. 47, Chapter 47. What exactly did you do to her? Doug said with menacing eyes. Well, what's it to you anyway? Terminal didn't back off because he didn't like someone questioning him, especially when they are of the same rank in the gang. That's my baby sister, you motherfucker. Doug said as he took out his switchblade and pointed it at Terminal like a teacher scolding his student. Wah. Terminal widened his eyes for a moment, but he narrowed them down again. How would I know? You know damn well, we don't reveal each other's information. Only Doug's crew who were with him when the Tan siblings had a reunion would have known Doug had a sister. Doug laughed cold-heartedly. You're right, but whatever the case may be, you still touched her. He started walking over to Terminal. Terminal stood up and pulled out his gun. It made Doug stop from walking towards him. Hey. The guy wearing a clown mask in the same room with them tried to calm both of them down. We can just talk this out. Stay out of it, Chucko. Terminal said. As they were arguing, they didn't know that there was another man watching them from the start. He entered the room at the time when Terminal did. Batman listened in on them for information as he hid himself using the cloaking ability of his suit. At the same time, he was also trying to figure out how to rescue Dana and search for the mutant leader without arousing suspicion. What's going on here? Everyone's heads turned towards the direction where the voice came from. Standing at the door was their boss, Joker. It was just a misunderstanding, boss. Chucko waved his hands. Oh. The Joker jumped and landed his behind on the couch. What is it about? He grinned. Chucko scratched his head as he glanced at the other two before giving a brief explanation to Joker. The Joker gave a deep ominous laugh after he heard the situation. Why did you stop them? Chucko got nervous and sweat started to run down his forehead. I was worried you'd get mad. Joker laughed at his statement with belittling. He wiped the tears in his eyes. Haha, you thought I would get mad. That's funny. Joker waved his hand. Continue where you left off, you two. He laid his back and took out a pack of nuts from his pocket as he laid his back like he was in a theater. Terminal looked confused at Joker and was taken aback by his actions, but not Doug. As soon as the Joker gave permission, he lunged at Terminal while he was distracted. When Terminal looked at Doug, he was already just a feet away from him. He pointed his gun at him but it was too late. Doug's knife cut his hand and made him let go of the gun. Ugh. Terminal groaned in pain as he clutched his hand. Doug slashed at him again, but his element of surprise was now gone and so he got dodged by Terminal easily as he received a front kick to his gut. Oof. Ha 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 ha. The Joker cackled mercilessly in the background. Chucko just stood there and watched the two fight like gladiators in an arena with the Joker as the Emperor. Hey. Huh. Chucko turned his head towards Joker who called his attention. It's more fun if we bet. Joker grinned. I'll bet on Doug. He already had someone he favored before Chucko could agree with his whim. Chucko just nervously asked, what are we betting? The Joker made a thinking pose as Doug received punches and kicks from Terminal. Do you have food on you? Chucko panicked and searched his pockets until he took out a candy bar. Perfect. The Joker chuckled. I'll give you this if you win. Joker held out the almost empty pack of nuts in his hand. It was an unfair deal, but he couldn't complain to the Joker. Chucko just nervously nodded and said okay. Before turning towards the fight again. So far, Terminal looked like he has the advantage in the fight. He's much quicker and stronger than Doug. Chucko glanced at the Joker who was entertaining himself by watching his division leaders fight. He wondered why would the Joker bet on Doug even after seeing Terminal have the advantage. Then, Doug scoffed as he caught Terminal's foot. Terminal jerked his leg to try and yank his leg back but Doug had a firm grip on it. Terminal's sense of time slowed down as he saw Doug's knife being lifted up before going down on his leg. Urgiaa. Terminal screamed in pain. Chucko was shocked. Even though Doug was a less stellar fighter than Terminal, he took all those hits to trap Terminal. Ha 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 ha. Joker laughed as they watched Terminal fall down and Doug mounted him with his knife lifted up above Terminal's head. Terminal had a frightened expression as he crossed his arms in front of him to at least block the fatal attack. Stop. Doug stopped and looked at where the shout came from. It was Chucko. Terminal panted as he felt relieved from avoiding death, but it was far from over. Chucko turned his head towards the Joker, but a barrel of a gun obstructed his view. Joker had his head down as pointed the gun towards Chucko. Who told you can stop the fight? Click. He pulled the trigger. Chucko fell down on his behind, but it wasn't because he got shot. He got scared but he wasn't shot. Only a flag that said bang came out of the gun. If you ever do that again, the Joker grinned at him. Well, you know what I mean. He chuckled as he faced the gladiators again. Continue. He shouted. Doug grinned and Terminal widened his eyes as the blade was above his head again. Just when Doug was about to plunge his knife on Terminal's throat. It's an emergency, gah. The man that suddenly entered the room and stopped Doug from killing Terminal was shot dead. It happened so fast that Batman who was ready to save Terminal from Doug was surprised. All of the people in the room turned towards the Joker where the shot came from. He was visibly angry. It was just getting to the good part. The Joker threw his gun at the dead body. Another man that was behind the guy that died shivered in fear and took a step back. He didn't know if he should still tell them about the emergency or not. What are you standing there for? The Joker asked him. What was so important that you had to disturb us? The mutant gang discovered our hideout and are attacking us right now. They're using lethal methods now. Some of them even had guns. He managed to eke it out. That's too early. Joker muttered wearing a mysterious smile and then began to chuckle in amusement. It was part of his plan to reveal their hideout, but it was discovered ahead of schedule. Does anyone have any idea how they found out? The Joker turned to his ranked subordinates then, pointed at the girl who has now gained consciousness. Does it have something to do with that girl? Everyone's eyes turned to Dana Tan who was terrified of the situation she is in. You kidnapped my sister and got followed. Doug punched Terminal and broke his nose. Kahak. Terminal covered his bleeding nose. I didn't see anyone following me. I swear. He said in his defense. Joker laughed and slowly walked over to him. Sensing this, Doug got off Terminal to make way for Joker. Terminal had tears welling up his eyes as he watched the Joker draw near him. Hey, Joker said with a wide grin. Please, don't kill me. I'm sorry. Terminal begged as he laid on his back. Shhhh. Joker put his finger to his mouth. I won't kill you, but you have to do something for me so I can forgive you. He grinned. What is it? Terminal asked. You have to fight them off so we can escape. Terminal said with a dumbfounded face. He couldn't decline the order or else he would really be killed. His gaze went down in defeat. He has greater chances of survival fighting off the invaders. Tell the other division leaders to escape, I'll go ahead. You know where to go. With that, the Joker left them. Terminal got up and went outside like a dead man walking. Everyone in the room watched him as he walked while slumping his head and shoulders. "You heard our orders," Doug said to Chucko as soon as they were left in the room. Knowing J-Man, he probably already left. Other than the ranked members of the group who are escaping, every member, along with Terminal, is going to fight off this new mutant gang that are more dangerous than before. What about her? Chucko asked Doug as he glanced at Dana, who is still terrified and shaking. "You go ahead. I'll escape with her and take her home." "Okay," Chucko said as he went outside while fiddling with his smartwatch as he sent Joker's orders to other ranked members of the Jokers. Doug looked at Dana and furrowed his brows. He walked towards her and crouched down as soon as he got near enough. "It's going to be okay now, lil' sis." He reached out his hand and stroked her hair to try and calm her down. It seemed to work because Dana's body tremor decreased as he stroked her hair. "How did you end up like this again? Were you with that lousy boyfriend of yours again? I told you that he's no good, didn't I?" Then, Dana grabbed his hand. "Are you going to take me home?" "Yeah." Doug grinned. "You're not going to at least say hi to Mom and Dad?" Doug frowned and didn't answer her. Dana threw his hand away and got up. "Then don't bother. Just help me get out of here and I'll take myself home." She glared at her brother. Doug just smiled and sighed as he got up and led her outside. Then, Batman deactivated the cloaking function of his suit and revealed himself as soon as he was alone in the room. He made sure that Dana was safe and didn't meddle with the siblings' argument. He didn't try to seize Joker either because rescuing Dana and the mutant leader and assuring their safety was the priority. Instead, he flicked a nano-tracker towards the Joker earlier when he went towards Terminal to at least keep tabs on him. Now, his only goal is to rescue the mutant leader. He knows exactly where to look because it's the only place that had a cold heat signature. He is probably detained there. "Hey!" A member of the Jokers shouted when he saw Batman come out of the room. Batman ran as soon as he went outside and took out every member of the Jokers that comes his way as he headed to the direction of the mutant leader. He ducked and punched one of them as he kicked another in front of him, then flung himself into the air and did a butterfly kick as another one was incoming. Gah! Gug! Geg! When he got there, he saw Cedric, Don and his division, fighting off the Jokers as they stood in front of the mutant leader's cell. Cedric still looked okay, but Don looked like he's exhausted, the same with his subordinates. Behind them, the mutant leader was in a cage made from a cold storage. He was tied up to a chair. His white hair was dirty with blood and grime. His face had cuts and bruises all over, but his eyes were still sharp as he looked ahead with worry and watched his gang rescue him. When the mutant leader made eye contact with Batman, who was coming over, his worried expression turned calm and a smile spread on his face. Batman plunged into the fight and instantly took out 5 assailants. His presence quickly tipped the scales in their favor. 48, Chapter 48. Minutes after Batman infiltrated the Joker's hideout. "Hey, isn't that Cedric with Don's whole division?" a member of the mutant gang said as he pointed at a group of bikers ripping through the street. "You're right. What should we do? Should we follow them?" Another member of the gang replied. "I think we should. Our division leader said to be wary of those guys. They were the only ones that didn't vote for Red Hood to be appointed as leader while the mutant leader is gone." And so, they followed them and stopped meters away from where Cedric and Don's division stopped. "What are they looking for?" one of them asked as they observed the unsuspecting party. Suddenly, Cedric's party hid when they sensed someone was coming. Men wearing clown masks and colorful clothes came out of a tunnel that led to an abandoned subway station. Once they came out, Cedric and the others jumped them. The members of the mutant gang that saw this looked at each other and started calling the other members to come to where they were. "Yeah, I think they found out where the Joker's hideout is," one of them said as he talked near his wrist where his smartwatch was. They observed Cedric's party drag the unconscious Jokers into an alley and wore their clown masks. "Wow." Don wearing a clown mask said as he walked with his whole team and Cedric in the Joker's hideout. "They weren't even a little bit suspicious when we said that we're a new team. They infiltrated the Joker's base by posing as a new team of the Joker's and mentioned Terminal, Doug, and J-Man recruiting them. That's how you know they just need numbers to fill up. They don't need to trust anybody or have the same principles as them. If we could have known earlier that this is how they operate, turning them against each other would be easy," Cedric said. Ironically, as he said that, 2 ranked members of the Joker's gang were fighting to the death somewhere in there. "Where do you think they're keeping the leader?" Don said as they continued to walk forward and tried to not act suspiciously, pretending that they're familiar with the place. "They won't be able to contain him normally, it has to be somewhere cold." "What is with that? Is he a metahuman?" "Something like that." As they walked, Cedric suddenly stopped. "You felt it too?" Don stopped too and asked Cedric. "Yeah." Cedric replied as he turned his head towards a direction where he felt an ice-cold breeze was coming from. They started walking in that direction and the air got colder as they went further. "Look, there he is," Don exclaimed as he finally saw a cell with a single man sitting in the middle and his head dropped down. They began to run towards the jail cell. The man tied to a chair had his white-collared shirt ripped and bloodied. His trench coat and hat that he was always wearing was on the floor. His signature silver-white hair caused by albinism confirmed it. It was the mutant leader. "Leader." Cedric raised his voice as he gripped the iron bars. The mutant leader slowly lifted up his head, revealing his bruised and cut-up face. He looked at their faces covered by clown masks, but he instantly recognized them because of Cedric's voice. Said, "Rick, Don." Cedric, Don and the others were saddened by his appearance, but there is no time for sentimentality. They needed to get the mutant leader out of there fast to gain back control of the mutant gang from the dangerous Red Hood and defeat the Jokers afterwards. "Shit, how do we get this thing open?" Don said, but right after he said that, "What are you guys doing here?" The boss had strict orders to not come near his plaything. It was a member of the Jokers. He is pertaining to the Joker as their boss. Cedric and Don were enraged by the word plaything, but they calmed themselves down. "We didn't know because we're new. We were just curious about who's in here that the Joker would be interested enough to keep him." "Yeah, well, now you know. You should leave," he said. Then, "It's an attack. We're being invaded by the mutant gang." Another member of the Jokers came running to inform the other. They didn't know that the mutant gang is no more and they are now facing the Sons of Batman. "What? How did they know we're here?" "I don't know, but our orders were to defend the base." The member of the Jokers turned around. "You heard him. We have our orders. Let's go." He started walking as if to lead Cedric's party towards the front line of the battle. When he turned around again, Cedric and Don's division were still standing there. "What are you guys doing? Are you afraid of those bastards?" But they just stood there looking at each other without replying for a while. The member of the Joker's gang tilted his head at them in confusion. "How do I say this?" Cedric finally broke his silence. He removed his mask and the people that were with him also did so. "We're part of the mutant gang." Cedric smiled as he cocked his right hand and threw a chair that happened to be near him. It instantly knocked out the unaware Joker's member. Simultaneously, Don kicked the ground and launched an attack on the other one to knock him out. "Shit, somebody must have followed us," Don said. "They were probably keeping tabs on us because we were the only ones against the temporary turnover of the gang to Red Hood. We should get this thing open fast," Don said as he glanced at the jail cell that the mutant leader was in. "Don't worry, boss. We'll get you out of here." The mutant leader just looked at them in worry. They were in enemy territory, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and so, he couldn't help but worry about them instead of his own welfare. One of them started to try and pick the locks. "Don't know how they got this, but this lock is the most advanced lock I have ever seen." "Can you pick it?" Cedric asked. "Of course, but it will take too much time. We need a key or something to destroy the bars." "Do you think those guys have the key with them?" Don pointed at the distance where a large group of Jokers is heading their way. "Only one way to find out," Cedric said as he cracked his knuckles. They waited patiently until the Jokers finally reached them. The fight finally ensued. Cedric and Don did their best to handle most of their opponents because they were the better fighters among the group, but they won't be able to hold out for very long unless they get back up. "Coo!" Don grunted as got punched in the face, but he didn't stop and dodged a baseball bat being swung at him and grabbed his opponent's arm before elbowing him on the neck. "We just need to hold out until they reach this area." It hurt them to admit that the new and brutal mutant gang is their only hope of surviving now. That was until Batman finally arrived. Gah! Gug! Geg! The Jokers were dropping like flies every time Batman made a move. With more leisure, Don smiled and said, "I thought you'd already be here when we arrive." "I had to deal with the kidnapped girl first," Batman replied. Don furrowed his brows. He's still burdened by the fact that Dana got kidnapped just because he was there at the party. "Is she safe?" "Yes." Cedric finished off the remaining Jokers that were attacking them before he turned to the Batman. "Do you have anything to open this cell with?" Batman didn't reply and just took out a gadget from his belt and started to melt the bars of the prison cell with a laser. As soon as he was finished, Cedric and the other ran inside the cold storage and untied the mutant leader. Cedric looked at his friend and leader with remorse. "I'm sorry that I didn't get to protect you that time." "It's okay." The mutant leader struggled to reply. "Let's get him out of here so he can fully recover," Batman said. The cold was hindering the mutant leader's regeneration and making him lose his strength. If they get him to warm up, he'd instantly regain his full health. Cedric picked up the mutant leader and they started running. They have one more thing to do before they get out of here. That is to bring the mutant gang again together by presenting the mutant leader, their anchor. As they ran towards the battle between the mutant gang and the Jokers, they could hear screams of rage, pain, and agony in the distance. What's worse is the sound of actual gunfire. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-a-tata. All of their faces showed uncomfortable expressions as they imagined what they would see once they reached the stage of the fight. When they were finally close enough to recognize the faces in the distance, they could see that the fight is already ending. Of course, the mutant gang are on the winning side. They had the advantage of numbers before, and now that they have adapted the cruel methods of the Jokers, they are more dangerous than ever. "We're too late," Cedric said. This was what they were trying to prevent their gang to become. Murderers. "It's never too late," Batman said. "We can still save the ones that are still alive. We should hurry and present the mutant leader to your gang." "Put me down," the mutant leader uttered. Cedric furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He didn't want to make their leader more exhausted than he already is. "It's okay, Cedric. I can feel that I've recovered a little bit." The mutant leader faintly smiled. Hesitantly, he finally let the mutant leader down gently feet first. They escorted them until they reached the fight. "Stop!" Cedric shouted to grab everyone's attention. "We've already rescued the mutant leader. You should stop this now and pay respect to him." Everyone stopped moving. Even the jokers that were left took a deep breath in relief. The mutant leader had a stern look on his face as he stepped forward. He may look all beaten up, but everyone could feel his strength with just his gaze. "I did not want for this to happen." The mutant leader started speaking. "I know all of you came for me. To get revenge, that you would even be willing to dirty your hands, but this is not what I have envisioned for us. Bang! Everyone's eyes widened because of the sudden gunfire. Blood began to spurt out of the mutant leader's chest as he collapsed. He got shot. Bang! Another one fired from the same direction, but it wasn't aimed at the mutant leader this time. It appeared that the Red Hood fired the second shot as he had his gun pointed at Terminal, who is now lying on the ground lifeless. Fletch! Batman erupted from where he was standing as Cedric, Don and himself rushed to the mutant leader's side. Everyone else in the mutant gang were too shocked of what happened to even move. He was outnumbered and he still shot him. Red Hood shouted and kicked Terminal's lifeless body. "Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them alive," he shouted as he pointed at the remaining jokers. A division leader of the mutant gang swung his knife at someone in front of him. Blood began spurting from the unsuspecting individual who thought the fight was over. Soon right after that, everyone pointed their weapons again at the remaining jokers. While all this was happening, Cedric, Don and Batman formed a huddle around the mutant leader, who is now lying on the ground while the others stood by behind them. Chapter 49. As the fight erupted again between the mutant gang and the remaining jokers, Cedric, Don and Batman crouched down as they care for the shot-down mutant leader. "Terry," the mutant leader uttered as he reached out towards Batman as he lied down on the ground. Cedric and Don widened their eyes as they glanced at Batman inside their huddle. "Haha, I knew your smell was similar. Is that what gave it away?" Batman asked, ignoring the current situation of his secret being known by two more people. The mutant leader faintly smiled as patted Batman's shoulder. "You were the only one I told my name to." Fletch. It was the name he told Terry and Terry only. Even Cedric didn't know this. Terry reflexively called out his name when he got shot. "Save your strength. If we can get you out of here and take you somewhere warm, you'll still be able to dash." "No, there isn't enough time." The mutant leader turned his head and saw the mutant gang mercilessly taking out the remaining jokers. He furrowed his eyes in regret. "If only I was stronger." "You're already stronger than anyone I've known," Don said with a rueful tone. "That's right. Don't say that and fight it. We can still help you recover." Cedric was choking up and holding back his tears. "My most loyal friend." The mutant leader looked at Cedric. "You can go and live however you like now that you don't have to follow me." He smiled. "I won't accept this," Cedric shouted. The mutant leader just looked at him with a melancholic smile. "It'll be okay, you'll be fine without me." Cedric couldn't hold back his tears anymore as he stared at his best friend dying in front of him. "Terry," the mutant leader uttered, "take care of them for me." "Ha!" he sighed. "That's a lot to take in, boss." Batman was still in his suit, but he decided to turn off the voice changer to talk as Terry. The mutant leader chuckled. "Who would have thought that the day would come when the Batman would call me boss?" Then he looked at Don. "Don, I know you doubt your own leadership." He looked at Don's division that were standing behind him with grieving faces. "But you did good holding this team together. I'm proud of you, all of you. That was it." He breathed his last breath. The three of them bit their lips in rage and in remorse. As they all mourned, the remaining jokers are now all dead. From now on, until we avenge the mutant leader and take down the jokers, we will be called the Sons of Batman. Red Hood furrowed his brows. Because who else, but the sons can correct the wrongdoings of their father. Batman should have never left the Joker alive. He raised his fist and shouted. The members of the Sons of Batman shouted and raised their fists as well. Batman, Cedric, and Don narrowed their eyes at them. "Will you join us?" Red Hood pointed at them. Batman was the first to step forward. "This goes against the code that's been given to us, Red Hood. You talk as if the old man is still alive. He's dead. And so is the mutant leader." He pointed at the mutant leader's body that was being picked up by Cedric. "He's proof that these maniacs shouldn't be kept alive." "You're wrong," Batman said. "He's proof of someone that can live through a just set of principles and morals that you have turned your back on. Then, you choose to join with the enemy." "Neither. I'll fight you both on two fronts if I have to." "So will I," Cedric said. "And us." Don joined and his division all stepped forward. Red Hood narrowed his eyes. "Kill them," he ordered. "Huh." A member of the Sons of Batman tilted his head. "I said kill them. These men, until recently, were part of their group, and all of a sudden they're enemies. Of course they would be a little bit reluctant to attack." The Sons of Batman hesitantly started to move forward against Batman and the others. Clink, clunk, puff feet. Batman threw smoke bombs and it clouded their vision. Coughs. When the smoke cleared, they were already gone. Batman and the others were running in the subway while being led by Cedric, who was carrying the body of the mutant leader. The environment started to change as it transitioned from an abandoned part of the subway, with mold and dust all over, to a nicer maintained walls of a currently used subway track. "It's here," Cedric said as he pushed a part of the wall and a doorway appeared in front of him. "Do-do-do-do. Follow me." He turned around and said before advancing through the passageway that had stairs leading to a deeper place in the city. As they were walking down the stairs, they could hear the door closing behind them as the source of light from their back slowly went off and the only source of light was ahead. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, they saw a room filled with passageways leading to unknown locations. "This is his hideout. Where do these passages lead?" Batman asked. "It leads to various parts of the city. It's the tunnels that the Court of Owls used long ago. We don't know why they didn't use it again when Fletch first got wind of them rising from their ashes. I accompanied him here years ago before the mutant gang was formed and repurposed it for ourselves." Cedric replied as he continued walking and gestured with his head to keep following him. Batman released 2 drones to map out the entire place. He watched the map beginning to form and was in awe of what he was seeing in his holographic screen. The map was so complex that it even leads near where the Batcave was. It was a whole underground city. They reached a large space where it has been refurbished to look like a proper living area. There was a lounge area, a kitchen, a dining area, and other rooms. "This is it." Cedric stopped in front of a room that had a luxurious door frame. Cedric smiled. He's always been fond about these things, he said as he marveled at the luxurious door frame and glanced at the mutant leader's face resting on his shoulder like he is just in a deep slumber. "You're going to keep him in there?" Don asked. "Due to our nature of business, he has already prepared a final resting place for himself in here. It still bothers me how he could sleep next to a sarcophagus intended for him." Cedric opened the door and revealed the mutant leader's room that, much like the door frame, was also luxurious in the design and the furniture. He walked up to the sarcophagus that was beside a wall and opened it with one hand. The lid covering it looked heavy but he lifted it like it was made of a light material. Before Cedric could put Fletch in his final resting place, Batman held his arm. "Wait. What is it?" Cedric asked. "Don't you have any Dionysium left?" Cedric made a regretful smile and shook his head. "That was the first thing he destroyed when we came here. He didn't want it to be used by anyone else again." Batman pulled back his hand. "Sorry. It's okay." Cedric put the mutant leader in the sarcophagus and made everyone look at him one last time before closing it. Don and his division were all teary-eyed as well as Cedric. "Go outside and pick a room. We'll be staying here from now on." The members of Don's crew nodded and made a slow exit out of the room. When the door closed, the 3 of them could finally talk about what's to come. But first, Terry removed the cowl of his suit. Or more like it creeped down towards his neck and revealed his head. "So, that's why you didn't want to go back to the gang?" Don asked. "Yeah, I didn't think Fletch would figure out this way." Terry looked at the sarcophagus in the room and furrowed his eyes in regret. "I know we all talked big earlier, but I really don't know how we're going to fight both of them off." Cedric said to get to business. Terry made a thinking pose. "First things first, just to get it out of the way, Terminal wasn't the one that shot Fletch earlier tonight." Cedric and Don widened their eyes and looked at him. "I think it was Red Hood." "What? Why would he do that? He clearly killed the guy that shot the mutant leader Dash." "No, it would make sense if his goal is to take over the gang." Cedric looked at Terry once again. "But did you see him shoot the mutant leader? How can you be sure?" "I didn't, but the way Terminal fell down was suspicious to me. His posture before he collapsed wasn't in a shooting form, plus there wasn't a bullet in the mutant leader's body to prove this, like it was purposely so to hide the identity of the real shooter. The Red Hood is the main suspect, but since the Muta, the sons of Batman, are too blinded with rage during the situation, they wouldn't put suspicion on him." "That motherfu." Don gritted his teeth. "What does he need the gang for anyway?" "It has something to do with the Joker and getting revenge. He calls it justice, but it's just for his own selfish desires." Batman replied. "What's the plan?" Cedric asked. "Let's rest for now and mourn for our friend," Terry said and stared into space for a while. "We can do this some other time. I'll have to relay this to the commissioner too." "You did it again." Barbara furrowed her brows and sighed as she stared outside the window. "What was I supposed to do? Besides, it's probably better this way so I can gain their trust." Terry was on a call with her and told her what happened in the Joker's hideout, including the fact that Don and Cedric found out he is Batman. "Whatever, if you trust them that much, that's fine with me." Barbara widened her eyes and then deviously smiled like she had eureka moment. "Matter of fact, have the girl that found out your secret help them. They won't be able to go out because they're wanted men, have her be their eyes to lessen the burden on you." "I don't know, Barbara, it's too risky. And she still has that thing with that Carter guy. She won't have a problem with him anymore." "Huh. Terminal was recently identified as Carter Wilson. That's what we found out when my investigators went to the Joker's hideout." "So, that's why Dash." "Yeah, that's why the Jokers went looking for you and Don at the party." "What happened to your friend Dana after that?" "I was going to go check on her at their house, but she already sent a text to notify everybody that she got home safe, along with a picture." Barbara turned around and looked at her computer screen projecting a map of Gotham with a blinking dot in it. "It was good thinking that you put that tracker on him." She's talking about the nano tracker that Terry flicked on the Joker to trace his location. The blinking dot was at an abandoned candy factory called Jolly Jack Candy Factory. 50, Chapter 50. News of Carter Wilson's death and affiliation with the gang known as the Joker spread throughout the campus of GCU. Man, who would have thought he was like that? It makes sense because he's such a douchebag. I heard they're investigating the whole football team if there's more of them affiliated with criminal gangs. Nah, bro. Nelson and the others are clean. I hung out with them once, they seem cool. You're probably just rich or influential if they're nice to you. It was a huge scandal that affected the reputation of the university, not to mention the college football team. That asshole, to have the audacity to hit me on the head with a gun. Nelson said as he massaged his head and scrolled through social media. The other football players were with him in the room. Carter Wilson's friends were sitting in front of him and was surrounded by the rest of the football team. Were you two involved in this? Nelson asked them. He was in charge of investigating the players of their involvement in gangs while their coach handled the dean and the other administrative power of the university. We didn't even know Carter was part of a gang. Yeah, we didn't know, we just followed him around to keep him in check. He tried so hard to just come up with such a pathetic reason. Nelson chuckled. I don't care if you knew or not, but guessing by your reactions, I don't think you were involved either if you're willing to sell out your friend like that, if you really were friends. He was testing their loyalty to the team. If they were willing enough to throw Carter under the bus just to stay on the team, then that's enough for him. You guys are in the clear. Nelson said. The two sighed in relief. That's it. You're going to let them get away like that? What about what Carter did to your girlfriend? Nelson furrowed his brows in annoyance. I said they're clear. Dana was able to get back home safe to her parents' house and is resting there for a couple of days. Besides, Carter wasn't the only one at fault. Nelson looked at all of them. Carter was looking for members of the mutant gang when he crashed the party as a gang member. I want to find out who that is. The two that were interrogated widened their eyes and looked at each other. Nelson noticed them. What is it? Do you guys know something? Why yeah. Carter clearly said those two that were at the party were members of the mutant gang. Those two, McGinnis. The one that brought an outsider into the party. Yeah, that was the one. Nelson smiled. Who would have thought Carter would be useful like this? He grinned maliciously. Terry was staring at Maxine Gibson sitting in front of him. Guilt was written all over her face as proven by the cold sweat running on her forehead. What is this? I specifically told you to come alone. Terry said with his brows furrowed. I am sorry, I'm just bad at hiding things from her. Max said as she pointed at Carrie Kelly, whose eyes were glistening, beside her. Terry sighed. What, did you tell her? She said you knew the Batman and you guys are going on a secret meeting with him. Carrie bursted with excitement. Terry replied with a troubled smile. At least she didn't say it to her outright. But please, let me join in. I've been dreaming of this ever since Batman saved me when I was a kid. You do know that this Batman is the new one, right? How dare you? Batman is Batman and he can defeat anything including time. He probably found a way to pause time before he got blasted away by the Omega Beam 8 years ago and now he came back. What an impossible individual, Terry thought as both him and Max looked at Carrie with difficult expressions. If we leave you here, you'll probably still pester us, won't you? Terry said in defeat. Damn right. Carrie proudly said. Terry looked at Maxine who was looking away as she sipped from her coffee cup. Terry sighed and fiddled his smartwatch as he stood up. I'm going to make a call first. Are you seriously going to get another stranger involved, Terry? What can I do? I feel like she won't shut up about it if I don't do anything. God, do whatever you want to do. Just remember that if anything goes wrong because you took this situation lightly, it's all on you. I don't think they're like that. Terry looked at the two who were having fun on their own as a couple. I think they can be trusted. Didn't you used to pester the previous Batman to join the team? Dash. There was no reply from Barbara on the other line. Terry faintly smiled and said, I think it's the same with this one. Where are you taking us? You're not lying about knowing the Batman and you're actually a sewer lizard trying to eat us, are you? They are currently in an alleyway near GCU. Terry turned around to the suspicious Carrie. What would you do if I was one? He grinned. Carrie was startled and took a step back. Max chuckled beside her. Dude, you watch too many movies. She said to her. Terry faced forward. From a normal person's point of view, he appeared to be scanning a normal wall in an alleyway with a dead end. He turned around again and scanned the area for any eyes that might be watching them. When he confirmed it was clear, he pushed all the fingers of his right hand against the wall and it embedded inside the wall perfectly. Then, a part of the wall popped out in the shape of a block the size of an average doorway. Whoa! Carrie grasped Max's hand in excitement. Terry gestured with his head to follow him and went into the opening of the passage which is at the side of the block of the wall that popped out. Carrie and Max looked at each other before finding the courage to follow Terry. They followed him through stairs and different passageways before they finally got to the room where the Cedric, Don and the others were staying at. What the hell, you guys should make a transportation system in here. Max complained. They were walking for almost an hour since the underground tunnel stretched throughout the entirety of the city and normally, it would take 20 minutes to travel by a vehicle from where they were to where they are now if they were above ground. We're working on it. The mutant leader and Cedric are freaks of nature to just run everywhere through here. Don said as he greeted the three of them. The mutant leader is a real mutant and it's understandable for him to have that kind of stamina and agility, but Cedric is the real freak of nature that is naturally athletic and could probably be successful in any kind of sport he chooses. Terry needed to train and go through hell before he reached that level of strength. The only advantage Terry would have against Cedric would be his hand-to-hand combat techniques that he mastered. So, Carrie looked around the large space filled with men in their 20s. Where is he? Who dash before Don could finish his question, Terry cut in. Let's take this to the meeting room. Fletch's room ended up becoming the meeting room because it was spacious and had a good atmosphere despite it also being his final resting place. The five of them entered the room. Terry, Cedric, Don, Max, Carrie. This is where you buried him? Max asked. It's what he wanted. Cedric said as he walked over to a table that they put in after moving out the bed and the other bedroom furniture. He seemed like a nice guy. Carrie said as she stared at the portrait of Fletch that was displayed on the wall of the room. The nicest guy you will ever know. Cedric said with a melancholic smile. Now, let's get on to business. Don and I agreed to split up his team. I get 5 of them under my command and the remaining 8 will be under his command. I'm guessing you two will be our eyes above ground. He looked at Max and Carrie. Yes, but I thought Batman is going to be the head of the operations. Where is he? Why are we starting without him? Carrie said. Cedric looked at Terry. She still doesn't know. Ter shook his head. No wow. Terry activated his suit in front of them. He let them get a good look at him as Batman before he deactivated it again. You dash. Carrie looked at her girlfriend beside her who wasn't surprised at all. Did you know? I did. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you. It's just something that's so important to be kept a secret. Carrie held her hand. I perfectly understand. You did the right thing. She said proudly. We were surprised too when we found out last night. Don said. To think this guy would be the new Batman. Carrie's mood suddenly went down after his statement. New, so, he's really dead. Unfortunately. Terry said. Who was he? Carrie asked. The others also turned their attention to Terry because they were also curious. Terry sighed. He didn't know if it was right for him to divulge the previous Batman's identity. Bruce Wayne, the previous Batman was Bruce Wayne. But he still said it because he felt the need to let them know the identity of the man who sacrificed literally everything for the good of Gotham City. At least a few more people will know the greatness of this man who is his biological father. That night, Terry once again put on the mantle of the Bat. He arrived to wear the signal of the tracker he put on the Joker the other night. The peculiar thing is, there was nobody there. Not a single member of the Jokers and not even the Joker himself. You should get out of there, now. It's a trap. He probably found the tracker and left it there for us to find. Barbara. I know, but did they discover it before leaving it here, or did they discover it afterwards, because there would be a difference. You still want to investigate on the possibility that they changed their hideout after finding out your tracker. If the Joker only found out when he got there, then it probably was their hideout before they had to leave it. An urgent action like that can leave a lot of clues which Batman is hoping for. I see the bombs. I just have to be careful not to trigger them. Terry said as he carefully walked inside the abandoned factory. Terry, do you see those barrels? I got you. I'm heading there right now. He said as he walked over to what looked like oil drums. Be careful. When he arrived, he dipped a finger in the substance that was in the barrels. The chemical is identified as Joker toxin. Lucius. The suit analyzed the substance that was in it. So, they really were there before. I don't see anything else. Wait. I see a huge device that looks like it's been disconnected to something. Barbara saw on her screen the feed from Batman's body camera and saw a device that had loose wires like it's been ripped forcefully. What is this thing? Batman used his suit to connect to the device and identify it. Warning. The previous action activated an explosive device set to explode in 10, 9. Lucius. Terry, get out of there. Shit. Batman jumped and flew towards the closest window. -6, 5. Crash. He flew out of the building through a glass window that was closed and had to break it as he flew out. -1. Boom. Batman looked back at the burning building and furrowed his brows before flying off. He safely made it out.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.